Bhavan. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. Please clear the aisles. We have enough seating for everyone in the hall so far. So I request all of you to please settle down. In case you have friends or colleagues who are outside the hall, just give them a call, ask them to come back in. We are going to start now. We're already running slightly late, but in the interest of time, we'd like to start, and I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. We are thrilled to have you with us today at this landmark event that promises to revolutionize the logistics sector. The Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards is a testament to the incredible progress and innovation happening in the industry. This event is not just a gathering, it's a movement that embodies the spirit of transformation and collaboration. Today, we unite to explore and celebrate the Shakti, the power of the logistics industry that works as the backbone for human progress and economic growth. Globally, the logistics ecosystem provides livelihood to approximately 450 million people. It is an industry with one of the largest market shares, with a size of more than $9.85 trillion that is projected to reach $16.8 trillion by 2032. The Indian logistics market too has been exhibiting strong growth rate of nearly 8%, and this growth is primarily driven by India's strategic location, favorable government policies such as Make in India, Digital India, and Gati Shakti initiatives, and fast improving infrastructure. Please strain your eyes to the screen. Here's a video about the Shakti of the logistics sector.
The logistics ecosystem globally, directly and indirectly providing livelihood to approximately 450 million people, making it one of the largest market shares with more than 9,850 billion US dollars, and is projected to reach 16,794 billion US dollars by 2032. Asia Pacific is leading the global logistics market with the market share of almost 45%. India, a land of vast potential, where logistics is the backbone of trade and businesses. It is helping people fulfilling their dreams and livelihood, connecting the nation to the world. More than 282.3 billion US dollars logistics market, predicted to reach 557.4 billion US dollars by 2032, exhibiting a growth rate of 7.85% during 2024 to 2032. India's strategic location, implementation of favorable government policies such as Make in India, Digital India, Gati Shakti initiative of PM Modi, Bharatmala and Sagarmala, GST implementation and the National Logistics Policy, fast improving infrastructure, including roads, railways and ports, to improve transportation efficiency and connectivity. The growing population, rising disposable income, and the increasing number of online shopping, specialized e-commerce, advanced automation technologies, AI-powered inventory management, advanced route optimization algorithms, technology-enabled supply chain solution, propelling the market growth, scaling logistics businesses to unprecedented levels. Digitalization and innovation are driving efficiency and growth, penetrating and connecting rural India. With increasing businesses and employment opportunities, making India a model for global logistics. Indian companies are making a mark globally, bridging the gap with expertise and innovation. The logistics sector contributes around 13 to 14% to GDP, providing livelihoods to over 22 million people and projected to add 1 crore jobs by 2027, making it one of the largest employment sectors in India. As logistics ecosystem continues to grow within India, opportunities abound for global collaboration, investment and enhancing business scalability. Growing concern in environmental sustainability, green logistics becoming increasingly important. Companies are adopting various renewable and alternative energy, green building solutions, e-heavy vehicles, and also focusing on new technology to reduce carbon footprints. Over the last 5 years, India has consistently improved its ranking on various global manufacturing performance indicators. Logistics and ease of business, while rising 6 places to 38th among 139 countries on the Logistics Performance Index. While logistics sector poised to grow with rapid pace and building a strong pathway to achieving GDP of $5.5 trillion by 2027, Million Minds and IHW Media realized the need to create a robust forum, Logistics Shakti, to bring the entire logistics ecosystem and the captains of the industry together to deliberate the proceedings of taking Indian logistics system to the next level and contribute to Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat. Welcome to the launch edition of Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards 2024.
I am delighted to welcome you on behalf of IHW Media, India's leading industry collaboration catalyst, and Million Minds Management Services, the leading workforce management organization with expertise in the logistics industry. These two visionary entities have jointly instituted this mega initiative, bringing us all together to shape the future of logistics. Aligned with the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti initiative, Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards aims to streamline and enhance logistics operations while promoting the development of sustainable infrastructure across our nation. Today, we emphasize sustainability, highlighting efforts to reduce carbon footprints and embrace eco-friendly practices. Through this conference, we aim to foster collaboration among stakeholders and discuss policies that will propel India towards a digitally driven, resilient, and sustainable logistics infrastructure. We have an exciting lineup of session speakers who will share their groundbreaking ideas, success stories, and insights into the future of logistics. Without further ado, let's kick off this transformative event on an auspicious note. Following the traditions of invoking the blessings of the Almighty, before starting any important endeavor, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp. I'm pleased to humbly invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. This age-old ritual symbolizes our pursuit of enlightenment and our prayers for guidance for transcending from the darkness to light. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, to please come forward to light the lamp, and I would request Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, retired, former Director General, Ordnance Services, Indian Army, to please come forward to light the lamp. I would also request Brigadier Atul Kumar, SM, Gati Shakti Infrastructure, Logistics, Policy, Planning and Development, Indian Army, to please come forward to light the lamp. I would also like to invite Mr. Roshan Lal Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, CJ Darsal Logistics. I would request Mr. Amit Shankthar and Mr. Prem Prakash, Founder Directors of Million Minds, and Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO of IHW Media, to please come forward to escort our honorable guests for lighting the lamp. The light of the lamp leads us from darkness to light, just like knowledge removes ignorance. Thank you to our dignitaries for initiating this auspicious start to the event. Please give a round of applause for this very auspicious start to the event. I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please take their place on the stage. I would request Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Mr. Roshan Lal Agarwal, Brigadier Atul Kumar, Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, Kamal Narayan, Mr. Amit Shankthar, and Mr. Prem Prakash to please take their seats on the stage. Please give a round of applause to our dignitaries for the inaugural session. As they come up on the stage, we are expecting His Excellency, the Ambassador, Embassy of the Union of Myanmar, to join us too. He's on his way, and when he comes, we'll welcome him on the stage. Right now, please give a round of applause to all our dignitaries on stage. We are delighted to have our dignitaries join us and spare the time to come here and share their wisdom with everyone. I would request Mr. Prem Prakash, Founder, Director of Million Minds, to please welcome Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here. We are delighted to have you with us, and your guidance for making this event a huge success. I would like to now invite on stage Mr. Varshal Sudhiora of RDG Group to welcome Brigadier Atul Kumar. I would request Mr. Varshal Sudhiora of RDG Group to please come up on stage and welcome Brigadier Atul Kumar. I would now like to request Mr. Vikas Shekhar of V-Trans to please come up on stage and welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Natendra Bedi of Bedi Realty to please come up on stage and welcome Mr. Roshan Lal Agarwal. Thank you for welcoming our esteemed dignitaries. I would now like to introduce Mr. Amit Shankar, founder and director, Million Minds. His entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to fostering innovation in the logistics sector have made him a notable figure in the industry. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Amit Shankar. I request him to please welcome everybody and give the opening remarks.
These are the people, no? Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for making this possible. On our request, you all are here. Once again, on behalf of entire logistics fraternity, and the Logistics Shakti, and the Million Mind, and the ISW Media, and on behalf of most important Logistics Organization Committee, we welcome you all here. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Kalra sir, Brigadier sir here, and Mr. Manoj, and of course, Roshan Lal sir, जिनसे बीच में मैं अभी 10-2 दिन पहले ही मुलाकात मेरी उनसे हुई और बहुत सारा गुफ्तगू करने का मौका मिला. तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू सर टू मेकिंग दिस टाइम पॉसिबल फॉर ऑल द फ्रेटर्निटी हियर. आज का दिन बहुत ही पैक्ड है और बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग होने वाला है. तो मैं भी आपके बीच में बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन हमारी गति, शक्ति और गति किस तरफ जाने वाली है मैं थोड़ा ज़रूर आपको बोलना चाहूँगा. तो लॉजिस्टिक्स जो आप सब लोग को, हम लोग को जो इग्नाइट करके रखता है, जो मेरी चेतना है, हमारी चेतना है, आपकी चेतना है, जो एड्रेनल है, उसको बहुत जगा के रखता है. राइट? सर ने बताया था अभी कि गति ही गीता है, उसी के पाथ पे आज वो जरूर आपको फर्दर इनलाइट करेंगे. लेकिन लॉजिस्टिक्स के अंदर भी एक गति है जो हमारी चेतना को हमेशा एक जागरूक रखती है, और उसी के चलते लॉजिस्टिक्स में काम करने वाली जो फ्रेटर्निटी है या जो हमारे लॉजिस्टिशियंस हैं वो हमेशा एक्साइटेड रहते हैं. लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री को छोड़ भी दें तो दोबारा आने का दिल करता है, राइट? बिकॉज दिस इंडस्ट्री, दिस फंक्शन विल कीप यू ऑन टोज ऑल द टाइम, 24/7, 365 days, राइट? तो इसी क्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए जो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने विजन लिया है कि इंडिया की जो बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज हैं उसके बारे में आज पूरे दिन आपका डिस्कशन रहेगा, आपको सुनने को मिलेगा, जानने को मिलेगा, समझने को मिलेगा। क्या उसी विजन में एक कलेक्टिव स्ट्रेंथ के साथ लॉजिस्टिक्स की इंडस्ट्री क्या कर सकती है विकसित भारत बनाने में? यही एक हमारा ध्येय है, स्लोगन है। और लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति एक जस्ट बिगिनिंग है। आईएसडब्ल्यू मीडिया और मिलियन माइंड ने एक जस्ट इनिशिएटिव लिया है, बट ये जर्नी की जो हमने आपने मिलकर शुरुआत करी है, ये एक बिगिनिंग है और ये जर्नी को हमको कंटिन्यूसली एंजॉय करना है। इसका कोई आखिरी पड़ाव नहीं है, जो कोई आखिरी मंजिल नहीं है। ये जर्नी को एंजॉय करते हुए, जर्नी को हमने ट्रैवल करते हुए जो मजा लेना है, उसकी ये आज शुरुआत है। तो लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति को मिलियन माइंड और आईएसडब्ल्यू मीडिया ने जस्ट फैसिलिटेट किया है, बट ये जो पूरा प्रोग्राम है वो हम सब लोग के, आप लोग के मिलके है। ये कोई इवेंट कंपनी का प्रोग्राम नहीं है, ये एक इंडस्ट्री का प्रोग्राम है आपका, और जो आज इस हॉल के अंदर है और इस हॉल के बाहर है, हमारे यूट्यूब चैनल के माध्यम से सब लोग आज इसको पूरे कंट्री में और बियॉन्ड लाइव देख रहे हैं, राइट? तो इस लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति को एक कलेक्टिव विजडम, एक कलेक्टिव नेटवर्क को हम एक साथ लेके किस तरीके से भारत के विकास में योगदान कर सकते हैं, यही हमारा मिशन है। और लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति इज ऑल अबाउट फॉर कोलैबोरेशन, कि हम सब लोग मिलके जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है और कहीं पे एरिया ऑफ इंप्रूवमेंट है या कोई वीकनेस है, उसको मिलके कोलैबोरेट करके ओवरऑल स्ट्रेंथ को हम कैसे बना पाएं। कोलैबोरेशन एंड सेलिब्रेशन। तो कोलैबोरेशन का पहला पार्ट आपने देखा और आज शाम को आप सेलिब्रेशन का पार्ट देखेंगे। सेलिब्रेशन इन द सेंस कि इसका कामयाबी से मैं क्या सीख सकता हूं और आप क्या सीख सकते हो, मेरा पड़ोसी क्या सीख सकते हैं, उनकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस से हम क्या सीख सकते हैं। कंपटीशन मेक यू कॉम्पिटेंट, ये भी मैंने अभी रिसेंटली एक पॉडकास्ट करते हुए सर से सुना। तो हमारे कंपटीशन से भी हमें सीख के कॉम्पिटेंट बनना है। तो यही एक हमारा सेलिब्रेशन और कोलैबोरेशन का मुद्दा है। और लास्टली, क्यों करना है? अपने आप को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने के लिए, अपने आप को आज की पोजीशन से रूपांतरित करके अगली पोजीशन में हम कैसे लेके जा सकते हैं। तो लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति इज ऑल अबाउट कोलैबोरेशन, is all about celebration, it is all about transformation. Thank you very much. Let's have fun, enjoy the day, be there till night and clap for each other and clap for all award winners coming to the evening. Thank you very much.
इतने प्रोत्साहन से तो इस सेक्टर को ज़रूर शक्ति भी मिलेगी और गति भी मिलेगी। I would now like to request Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, to address the audience. Before that, I'll give a quick introduction of Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra. He is the former Director General, Ordnance Services, Indian Army. He's the visiting faculty, International Logistics and Supply Chain Management. He's renowned for his exemplary leadership in transforming military logistics. With decades of service, he played a pivotal role in enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the Army's supply chain, ensuring seamless operations in the most challenging terrains. His contributions have set new benchmarks in logistics management, making him a revered figure both in the military and the civilian sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause and welcome Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, retired.
Good morning. Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Brigadier Atul Kumar, Mr. Roshan Lal, dignitaries on the dais, and all the illustrious people from the industry, captains of industry, and all of who are here for this very important event. I feel privileged to be here among you. More to update myself on what is happening so that we can collectively, I can bring some information about the past, because that is where I spent 38 years in the Army. And after retirement for 32 years, I've been associated with logistics. So 70 years of love for the profession brings me here. I would say that we've heard about for the businesses to perform efficiently, profitably, what do they need? Businesses require an efficient supply chain. It is a supply chain that will make sure that the right kind of goods are delivered at the right time, right place, and all leads to adding value to the customer. Now, good supply chain requires good logistics, because that is what makes it possible for the goods to move to the right place in all directions. Also, logistics need infrastructure, and infrastructure needs money, and money and vision. Now, I think this is the culmination of my lifelong desire to see logistics reaching its rightful place. Most of you in business would also have known, and particularly in the Army, we know that in the past, logistics was regarded as a service function which was hardly ever heard. They were only dictated to do this and do that. It was the higher policy makers who made the policy, and you were required to deliver the policy. We kept on demanding, look, we also have a place under the sun. Do listen to us. But then, for a very long time, this function did not get the kind of attention, did not get the kind of praise that it deserved. You were back at the back of the stage, and you only got called when things went wrong. I am very, very glad to tell you that this function and this era has fulfilled my lifelong desire that logistics should get recognition. The fact that the government has gone all the way to provide all the resources, to lay down the policies, to make sure that an excellent infrastructure develops on which business will thrive. I think this recognition of logistics is something for which you should all be very proud. I can quote to you in the instances of wars being lost because of poor logistics. German invasion of Russia is one of them. And there are many more. I mean, history is replete with such instances where wars were lost because logistics failed. Now we have understood. And I asked a question somewhere to say, what is more important between strategy and logistics? Well, they are actually complementary to each other. No strategy can be made without taking into account your logistics. In business also, you may adopt any business strategy of low price leadership or focus or differentiation, but each one has to be supported by the appropriate kind of logistics service. If there's no match, what I say, this must be absolutely perfect strategic match between your business policy and your supply chain policy. So therefore, make sure that you support each other, and that is the only way you will succeed. I also find that we are being told that, look, we should adopt more and more IT techniques, quite right, and you are doing so. You will be happy to know that research shows that it is logistics which is driving IT growth more than anybody else. You as logisticians demand, and IT produces. There are two ways: either you take a reactive attitude that what is available in technology, you adopt it, or if you really wish to be progressive, then you ask the IT people to produce the kind of things that you want. And this combination of should bring forth excellent fine application of the emerging technologies, whether it be RFID, or whether it be blockchain, or whether it is big data or analytics, or any number, blockchain, or for that matter, any number of techniques that are coming up. You should find application in your business and make sure that you grow with time and become more modernized. As I said, it is logistics which is driving the growth of this technology, but you should now be proactive and ask the people who develop software to say, this is what I want, because you know where the shoe pinches, you know where the bottlenecks are, and I think once you tell them what to do, rather than accepting what is available in the market, please make sure that you now you are in the driving seat. Please know you are in the driving seat, and you dictate and demand what you, and therefore industry will produce that and take you further. So I think this is we are fortunate to be living in this period when eventually logistics has come to be recognized. It has been spoken in the past. Peter Drucker said something about logistics being the last frontier, and then others have spoken that how important logistics is. It is not one of the routes available for progress, the only one now. All others have already plateaued, and there is no further room for growth. This is the area which was always not given the kind of attention that it deserved. It was relegated to the lower order, and now industries and the captains of industry realize that this is the area where profit lies, and they all concentrate on it. In the past, when anybody went up to the senior management and said, I wish to talk to you about transportation or inventory or something, they reluctantly said, well, thank you very much. I have other more important things to do. Today, any CMD or any chairman or anybody who heads the organization, if he does not talk about inventory and does not talk about transportation, then he is out of date. This is your culminating success, and you please make sure that you carry forward this leadership role and provide answers to various problems where the bottlenecks are, and see that you provide, ask for and provide solutions, and therefore you get your place under the sun. Logistics has come of age, center stage, and everybody talks about it. Therefore, be recognized, be representative, and see that what you can contribute. And I think jointly with everybody else who plans, you should be able to deliver goods. I consider myself lucky to be around still to see this particular thing coming of age, and you should be happy that you are being recognized, and the government is going out the way to lay down its national logistics policy, Logistics Shakti, and everything else. And I think they are more than willing to support you. Therefore, make use of it, project yourself, and then get the right kind of recognition. And I wish you all the very best in your profession. May this profession of logistics get proper recognition, and may you all be proud of it. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for your very encouraging words. We are delighted to welcome Mr. His Excellency, Mr. Mo Kyo Ong, Ambassador, Embassy of the Union of Myanmar to New Delhi. He has graced us with his presence here. Please give him a huge round of applause. I would request Amit ji to please welcome him with a bouquet of flowers. We are grateful for him coming here, sharing his views with all of you, and taking the time out to be here on this very prestigious event with all of us. I would now like to introduce Mr. Roshanlal Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, CJ Darsal Logistics. He's a visionary leader driving innovation and growth in one of India's leading logistics companies. His strategic expertise has been instrumental in expanding the company's reach and enhancing operational efficiency across the nation. I would now request Mr. Roshanlal Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, CG Darsal Logistics, to please say a few words and address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Roshanlal Agarwal.
स्टेज पर बैठे हुए हमारे सीनियर्स, हमारे भाई और सामने बहनें और भाई, मैं सबको नमस्कार करते हुए कुछ जो पाया है जो बताना चाहूँगा। जो पाना है वो सभी की इच्छा होती है पाने की, वो हमें पता नहीं कैसे पाएंगे कैसे नहीं। जो मेरे मन में है वो बताऊंगा। लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति की गति और शक्ति है। गति को गति मिले या ना मिले, गति को गति मिले या ना मिले, दिशा सही मिलनी चाहिए। ये हमारे एक एनजीओ चलता है, उसमें स्लोगन है ये। मतलब हमें दिशा का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। गति तो शक्ति है ही। और इसी बात पर मैं गीता की एक दो लाइन बोलना चाहूँगा। जो मैं गीता अक्सर पढ़ता हूँ, आज भी पढ़ कर आया हूँ। गीता क्या है? गीता गीत है, गीता गीत है, गीता गति है, गीता परगति है, गीता परगति है, गीता परम गति है। बिन गीता केवल दुर्गति है, दुर्गति है, दुर्गति है। मैं 246 बार भगवत गीता पढ़ चुका हूँ और गीता पढ़ने के बाद मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, मेरे को भारतीय होने पर गर्व है। और भारतीय होने का मतलब पूरा दुनिया, पूरा विश्व हमारा परिवार है। ये गीता हमें सबको प्रेम से गले लगाना सिखाती है। ये मैं गीता पढ़कर जाना है और मेरे को कोई पराया लगता ही नहीं। ट्रांसपोर्ट क्योंकि मेरे खून में है। जब मैं पैदा हुआ था तो मेरे घर में ट्रक थे और मैं पैदा हुआ, मेरे पिताजी गांव के सरपंच थे। इसलिए मैं कहता मैं पैदाइशी पॉलिटिशियन हूं और पैदाइशी ट्रांसपोर्टर हूं। तो पिताजी से सीखा, उसके बाद ट्रांसपोर्ट में रहते रहते भाइयों से, परिवार से, कंपनी में जो रिटायर भी हो गए, कुछ भगवान के पास भी चले गए, उनसे बहुत सीखा। और हमारी जिम्मेवारी है सीख कर सिखाना। जो हमने पाया है वो रखना नहीं है, पाया है हमें देना है। जैसे अक्सर अभी प्रेम जी बोल रहे थे, मैंने कल बोला मेरे घर का नाम है टीसीजी। टीसीजी है मेरे पिताजी का नाम, टेकचंद जी गोरखपुरिया। तो कोई मिलने आया जो ऑफिसर था, बोले ये टीसीजी का क्या मतलब है? मतलब तो पिताजी के नाम से है, पर मैंने इसका एक मतलब बोर्ड निकाल रखा है। वो नाम मतलब है टी फॉर टारगेट, सी फॉर कंसंट्रेट, जी फॉर ग्रोथ। पहले टारगेट बनाइए, फिर उस पर ध्यान लगाइए, फिर ग्रोथ आपको करने की जरूरत नहीं, हो जाएगी जो हमारी हुई है। सीजे हमारा कोरियन ज्वाइंट वेंचर है, जो एक सैमसंग के भाई के एक साथी थे। जब मैं कोरिया उनसे मिलने गया ज्वाइंट वेंचर होने से पहले, तो उनको बात करते करते जहाँ देखा, अरे ये तो अपना परिवार ही है। उनको नमस्ते प्रणाम तो आई नहीं थी करनी, वो नमस्ते करके गर्दन हिलाते थे। मैंने उनको नमस्ते हाथ करके दिखाया और जय श्री राम करना बोला, सिखाया। वो बोले व्हाट इज़ द जय श्री राम? बोला और गुड मॉर्निंग। हम तो भगवान का नाम लेके दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं। तो ये ट्रांसपोर्ट जो ट्रेड है, तो एक अपने आप में जैसे 36 बिरादरी कहते हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट ट्रेड 37वीं है, ये अलग ही है। पर इतना खूबसूरत है ये ट्रेड, जो सबको गले लगाता है और पूरे भारत को एक बनाता है। करीब हमारी कंपनी 200 ब्रांच होगी, 4-5 हज़ार आदमी काम करते होंगे, सारे स्टेट के हैं, सभी हैं। तो एक दिन मैं धर्मपाल जी टीसीआई जी से उनसे बात किया था, धर्मपाल जी से। बोले हम असम के आदमी को पंजाब भेजते हैं, पंजाब के आदमी को मद्रास भेजते हैं, मद्रास के आदमी को महाराष्ट्र भेजते हैं, हम एक स्टेट में दूसरे स्टेट में भेजते हैं। बोला क्यों? बोले ऐसे ही। बोले ऐसे तो नहीं जी, माँ बाप के पास रखिए, बुढ़ापा उनका खुशहाल होगा, उनको घर के पास ही काम दीजिए ताकि परिवार भी खुशहाल रहे, वो भी अपने परिवार के साथ शक्ति मतलब रहे। वो बात उन्होंने मेरी मानी, समझी। तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? मैं असम में रहा हूँ, हमारी कंपनी का नाम पहले दिल्ली असम था, दिल्ली से असम हम ट्रक चलाते थे। और मैं वैसे बताऊँ, मैं जो ट्रांसपोर्ट में यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ, कैसे पहुँचा हूँ वो याद नहीं है, पर शुरुआत की वो याद है कि मैं गांव में भैंस चराया करता, वो मेरे को याद है। आज आपके सामने मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। और ट्रेन भी चलाते हैं, ट्रक वगैरह तो है ही बिजनेस, जहाज़ भी उड़ाते हैं और पानी का जहाज़ भी चलाते हैं। तो एक कहने की बात है, एक भैंस चराने वाला यहाँ कैसे पहुँचा? मैं इस बात को ये कहता हूँ, मैंने गीता और गौ की सेवा हमने कही, गौशाला से हम जुड़े। जैसे माँ गाय ने आशीर्वाद दिया और गीता ज्ञान मिला, ज्ञान ही हमारी शक्ति है, ज्ञान ही हमारी दिशा है। ज्ञान के साथ हम चलेंगे तो पीछे मुड़कर नहीं देखना पड़ेगा। मैं काम कर रहे हैं तो काम करते हुए ज्ञान पर ध्यान रखें। और एक अक्सर कहता हूँ, अपनी गलतियों को गिना करें, अपनी गलतियों को गिना करें, अपने गुणों को गुणा करें। गलतियाँ एक दिन कम हो जाएगी, हो सकता है इस जन्म में ख़त्म ना हो तो अगले जन्म में ख़त्म हो जाएगी। गुण मल्टीप्लाई करेंगे, मेरे गुण आपके पास, आपके गुण वहाँ पहुँचेंगे। हम देश को भी खुशहाल बनाएंगे, अपने परिवार को भी बनाएंगे। और ये 5 चीज़ 2 नहीं है, ये 5 चीज़ एक ही है। परिवार, समाज, कंपनी, राष्ट्र और धर्म। परिवार के लिए जीना भी है और परिवार के लिए मरना भी है। उसी लिए अपने समाज के लिए जीना भी है, उसी समाज के लिए मरना है। हम ट्रेड के से पैदा हुए हैं और ट्रेड से बहुत कुछ मिला हमें। ट्रेड ने बहुत कुछ दिया है, उस ट्रेड के लिए भी हमें कुछ करते रहना चाहिए। और राष्ट्र तो हमें बहुत कुछ देता है। और धर्म के प्रति सजग होकर, धर्म के प्रति समर्पित होकर हमें अपने भारत के लिए, अपने राष्ट्र के लिए करना चाहिए। अक्सर मैं मेरे ख्याल में टाइम है प्रेम जी? हाँ, मतलब कई बार क्या बोलने के टाइम में ध्यान नहीं रहता। मैं अपने एक सीनियर आदमी से पूछा, भाई तेरे अंडर कितने आदमी काम करते हैं? 45, 46, 47, 48। 48 आदमी मेरे अंडर काम करते हैं। मतलब तेरे साथ कितने आदमी काम करते हैं? साथ तो 5000 आदमी, 4000 आदमी साथ काम कर रहे हैं ना। हमें अंडर की प्रवृत्ति नहीं लानी चाहिए, हमें साथ की प्रवृत्ति लेके चलना चाहिए। जो साथ होंगे, साथ ही तो आगे बढ़ी जाएंगे। और हमारे एक कंपनी में अभी 72 साल के आए हुए भी हैं, नेपाल काठमांडू रहते हैं। अभी वो थोड़े बीमार हो गए, 2-3 महीने पहले बोले जी अब मैं बीमार भी रहने लग गया, 72 साल का हो गया, अब तो मेरे को रिटायर कर दीजिए। तब मैंने जवाब दिया, मालिक कभी रिटायर नहीं हुआ करते, तो हमें स्टाफ को मालिक बनाना है। बस मैं इतना कहकर अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। जय श्री राम, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your very inspirational words. You've actually shown everyone that if you can dream it, you can achieve it. I would now like to introduce Brigadier Atul Kumar, SM, Gati Shakti, Infrastructure, Logistics, Policy, Planning and Development, Indian Army. He leads the national infrastructure projects addressing over 100 critical gaps and enhancing capabilities in transportation and communication. His expertise in Six Sigma improves the process efficiency and budget optimization. Please put your hands together and welcome on the podium Brigadier Atul Kumar, SM, Gati Shakti.
His Excellency Ambassador of Myanmar, General Kalra, Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, esteemed panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Firstly, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this great forum and sharing my thoughts. करीब 3 दशक की सर्विस फ़ौज में मैंने करी है, उससे ज़्यादा, और कई अपॉइंटमेंट्स में मुझे काम करने का मौका लगा। और आम तौर पर जो इंडस्ट्री या सिविल पॉपुलेशन में जो ख़ास इस तरह की इमेज रहती है कि आर्म फोर्सेस वालों का लॉजिस्टिक्स से क्या लेना, इसके बारे में जनरल कालरा ने पहले बताया। और द वेरी फैक्ट कि 2 आर्म फोर्सेस पर्सनल और एक्स आर्म फोर्सेस पर्सनल इस फोरम में हैं, ये दिखाते हैं कि कितना सामंजस्य जो है आर्म फोर्सेस का लॉजिस्टिक्स के साथ में है। कई जगह नौकरी करने के बाद मैंने पिछले प्रीवियस अपॉइंटमेंट में मैं गति शक्ति इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देख रहा था आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर्स में, और तकरीबन 1 महीने पहले मैंने वॉलंटरी डिस्चार्ज लेकर के अभी मैं यूपी गवर्नमेंट में राज्य सैनिक बोर्ड में डायरेक्टर हूँ, जहाँ मैं करीब 5 लाख एक्स सर्विसमैन और उनके डिपेंडेंट का वेलफेयर, रिहेबिलिटेशन और रीसेटलमेंट देख रहा हूँ वहाँ पे। तो अभी आज गति शक्ति के ऊपर आते हुए कैन आई रिक्वेस्ट फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज। तो गति शक्ति की बात पहले इंट्रोडक्टरी स्पीकर के बाद से लेकर के सभी ने करी अपने जो स्पीच में। तो मैंने कहा कि गति शक्ति को थोड़ा सा जूम आउट करते हैं और उस पर जूम इन करके ये देखा जाए कि ये गति शक्ति वाकई में है क्या, क्योंकि हर जगह इसकी जानकारी बहुत विस्तृत तरीके पर नहीं है, और कैसे हम इसको इंटीग्रेट कोलैबोरेट कर सकते हैं इंडस्ट्री और गति शक्ति की जो पॉलिसी है या नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी है। और जैसे कि बताया कि इंटीग्रेशन इज़ द वे फॉरवर्ड, सामंजस्य से ही शक्ति है, और सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा कहते हैं, तो उसके तहत हम कैसे देश के जो हमारी जो डिज़ायर है कि हम 5.5 ट्रिलियन इकॉनमी बाई 2027 या 30 मिलियन ट्रिलियन इकॉनमी बाई 2047, कैसे हम पहुंचेंगे, क्या उसका रास्ता होगा, किस तरह से गवर्नमेंट का प्रयास हो रहा है। क्योंकि मैं ये कार्यभार देख रहा था और बहुत नज़दीक से देख रहा था, तो जो मेरी समझ में आया मैं वो आपसे शेयर करूंगा, और क्या वे फॉरवर्ड हो सकता है हमें इस सामंजस्य में आगे बढ़ने के लिए। तो गति शक्ति जो है, इस गति शक्ति के दो पहलू हैं। जब हम गति शक्ति बात करते हैं, एक तो था नेशनल मास्टर प्लान और दूसरा है नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी। इसी के बाद दोनों के बारे में आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कई बार। और ये जो नेशनल मास्टर प्लान है, ये एक GIS बेस्ड ऑनलाइन डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज़, डिपार्टमेंट्स और जो है इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, और उसी प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर प्लानिंग के लिए इस प्रोसेस को इस्तेमाल करते हैं। साथ ही साथ जो नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी है, वो दिशा निर्देश देती है कि किस तरह से लॉजिस्टिक्स को वी कैन टेक इट फॉरवर्ड इन टाइम्स टू कम, और पॉलिसी क्या क्या डिसीजंस उसके लिए होने चाहिए, वो उसका गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क वो डिफाइन करती है नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी। तो गति शक्ति जो है वो अक्टूबर 2021 में लॉन्च हुआ था, तो करीब 3 साल या 2.5 साल करीब होने वाले हैं उसको लॉन्च हुए। और सभी इसकी मेन मकसद ये है कि जो पहले आइसोलेशन में प्लानिंग होती थी, कि आपने देखा होगा कि पहले कभी रोड बन गई, अपने आसपास नेबरहुड में देखा होगा, फिर वो कोई OFC डालने आता है तो रोड को खोद देता है, फिर वो बनाता है, फिर उसके बाद पावर लाइन को बनाने के लिए फिर खोद देता है, या गैस पाइपलाइन को बनाने के लिए फिर खोद देता है। तो वो लॉजिस्टिक वेस्टेज है। जब ये बात हुई कि लॉजिस्टिक्स की जो इंडिकेटर है किसी कंपनी का ग्रोथ का या किसी कंट्री के ग्रोथ का, वो लॉजिस्टिक वेस्टेज को कम से कम करना है। आज के जो इंटरनेशनल मापदंड हैं, उसके हिसाब से जो ग्लोबल रैंकिंग में हम 38th रैंक करते हैं आजकल नेशनल ग्लोबल लॉजिस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स में। ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड बैंक की रैंकिंग है ये, जिसमें हम लोग 38th रैंक करते हैं, और हमारा एम है कि हम टॉप 25 में पहुँचें वहाँ पे। तो ये जो वेस्टफुल एक्सपेंडिचर है, अलग अलग एस्टिमेट्स हैं, लेकिन 12 से 14%, उसको 8 से 9% तक लाने के लिए हम लोग सभी लोगों का प्रयास जरूरी है, सबका सामंजस्य जरूरी है, जिससे ये वेस्टेज कम हो सके। इसमें बड़ा ही कॉम्प्रहेंसिव प्लान है, जैसे मैंने बताया गति शक्ति। इसमें सभी डिपार्टमेंट हैं, सभी की विजिबिलिटी भी एक दूसरे को है, कि अगर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट हाईवेज क्या प्लान कर रही है, रेलवेज़ वाले क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं, जो कम्युनिकेशन की मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं। तो पूरी ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, विजिबिलिटी है, और इंटीग्रेटेड प्लानिंग अप्रोच इसके अंदर है, जिससे कि आदमी अगर मान लीजिए कहीं रोड बन रही है और उसने किसी एक लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी को छोड़ दिया, तो उसको कैसे कनेक्ट किया जाए वो वहाँ पे नज़र आ जाता है। रेलवे स्टेशन या रेलवे लाइन निकलने वाली है, एयरपोर्ट बनने वाला है, तो किस प्रकार से सामंजस्य से बाकी सारी सुविधाओं को एक साथ एकत्रित किया जा सकता है। तो ये एक बड़ा मेजर जो है एडवांटेज है गति शक्ति का, और इससे काफ़ी ऑप्टिमाइजेशन होती है रिसोर्सेज की, इकोनॉमी की, और ये डायनेमिक है। जैसे जैसे डेवलपमेंट होता है वैसे वैसे वो रिफ्लेक्ट होता रहता है इस जो गति शक्ति का जो नेशनल मास्टर प्लान प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिससे सभी प्लेयर्स जो है इंटीग्रेटेड तरीके से प्लानिंग कर सकें। इसमें जो है रोड्स हो, चाहे रेलवेज़ हो, एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट्स, वाटरवेज, मास ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, सभी विभाग जो है इसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए सामंजस्य से काम कर रहे हैं। और आप देखें कि इसमें सिनर्जी प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स की भी ज़रूरी है। मैंने ऊपर लिखा हुआ देखेंगे आप, तो देखिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स हो, चाहे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, इन सब का सामंजस्य निहायत ही ज़रूरी है। इसी को अगर हम फॉलो करेंगे, क्योंकि लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति ने भी बताया कि गति शक्ति से ही शक्ति है इस लॉजिस्टिक्स के फील्ड में, तो अगर हम इसको फॉलो करेंगे तभी इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है हमारी, और हम जो है इकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट, जो एनवायरनमेंट का, जो ग्रीन लॉजिस्टिक्स की बात हो रही है, उसको भी अचीव करने में सक्षम हो पाएंगे। इससे जो क्लियरेंसेस के पहले होते थे, जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती थी, वो सब भी मिनिमाइज होंगी करने से। इसको मॉनिटरिंग करने के लिए पूरा एक मैकेनिज्म बना हुआ है। तो लॉजिस्टिक डिवीज़न जो DPIIT के तहत मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स और इंडस्ट्री के अंदर है, वो इसको मॉनिटर करती है। इसमें एम्पावर्ड ग्रुप ऑफ सेक्रेटरीज होते हैं, नेटवर्क प्लानिंग ग्रुप है जो समीक्षा लेता रहता है जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होनी है उसके बारे में, और एक टेक्निकल सपोर्ट यूनिट है जो उसको एनालाइज करके इस पूरे फ्रेमवर्क को एनालाइज करती है, तभी प्रोजेक्ट्स को प्लान किया जाता है। तो जो इससे सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज ये है कि जब आप किसी चीज़ को एक अपने सामने देखते हैं एक डिजिटाइज मैप के ऊपर, आपको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वॉइड और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गैप नज़र आता है कि यहाँ पे कहाँ गैप है, और कोई चीज़ अगर कहीं पे आने वाली है तो उसको किस तरीके से उस गैप को प्लग किया जा सकता है। तो ये एक इसका बहुत बड़ा मेजर एडवांटेज है जो इसमें है। अब नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं, तो ब्रॉड कंटूर्स इसमें जो है, मैंने आपको जैसे बताया कि ग्लोबल बॉडी वर्ल्ड बैंक की तरफ से एक बॉडी जो है ग्लोबल रैंकिंग हर कंट्री की निकालती है, किस पैरामीटर्स पे निकालती है उनके बारे में हम बात करेंगे, लेकिन वो रैंकिंग निकालती है। पहले जो पिछली ये 3-3, 4-4 साल में रिपोर्ट निकलती है, जो पिछली रिपोर्ट निकली थी उसमें हम 44th पे थे, लेकिन हम 6 नंबर जंप करके हम 38th पे पहुंच गए हैं अभी। और ये देखिए इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि जब आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या इन्वेस्टमेंट अट्रैक्ट करना चाहेंगे बाहर से, तो हमारे यहाँ ईज़ ऑफ क्लियरेंसेज, ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कितनी अच्छी है, वो सब उसके ऊपर भी निर्भर करेगा कि किस प्रकार से हम जो यहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट अट्रैक्ट करते हैं, जो कि आपका मेन मुद्दा भी है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे करना है। डोमेस्टिक लॉजिस्टिक्स तो है ही, बट इंटरनेशनल और ग्लोबल लॉजिस्टिक्स सप्लाई चेन में हम कहाँ फिट होते हैं, उसको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी ने बहुत सारे कंटूर्स दिए हुए हैं। चाहे वो इसी के क्रम में हर स्टेट ने अपनी लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी बनाई है, तकरीबन 21 स्टेटों ने अपनी अपनी लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी बना दी है। ये बताना इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि आपको जब आप किसी एक फ्रीट को मूव करते हैं किसी एक जगह से दूसरी जगह, अगर वो सामंजस्य से नहीं है और आपका ट्रक एक जगह खड़ा रहता है और फिर वो टोल गेट से क्लियरेंसेस में टाइम लगते हैं, हर जगह की अलग अलग टैक्सेशन पॉलिसीज़ अगर होंगी, तो उन सब चीज़ों में बड़ा वेस्टफुल एक्सपेंडिचर हो जाता है। तो इसको कैसे जो है रिड्यूस किया जाएगा, इसके बारे में ब्रॉड कंटूर्स दिए गए हैं। साथ ही साथ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए क्या किया जाएगा, उसके बारे में भी फ्रेमवर्क तय किया गया है कि किस प्रकार से हम लोगों को ट्रेन करेंगे, स्किल करेंगे और इस फ्रेमवर्क में इंटीग्रेट करेंगे। एम यह है कि हम लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को रिड्यूस करें, लॉजिस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स में टॉप 25 में पहुंच जाएं जल्द से जल्द, और एक डाटा ड्रिवन, टेक्नोलॉजिकली ड्रिवन डिसीजन सपोर्ट मैकेनिज्म हो जिससे कि हम इस पूरे फ्रेमवर्क को आगे ले जा सकें। ये कुछ एक कंट्रीज़ का स्नैपशॉट है कि लॉजिस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स में कहाँ पे वो स्टैंड करते हैं। जैसे इंडिया का आप देख रहे हैं कि 38 नंबर के ऊपर है, आप देखेंगे जर्मनी जो है 3रे नंबर पर है, सिंगापुर जो है 1st नंबर पर है, और जापान 13th पे है, चाइना भी 13th पर है, स्वीडन 7th पर है, फिनलैंड 2nd है, और USA 19th नंबर के ऊपर करेंटली स्टैंड करता है। और ये अगर लेफ्ट में देखेंगे आप तो इसमें 6 मेजर क्राइटेरिया के ऊपर इवेल्युएट किया जाता है लोगों को, जो कि है कस्टमर परफॉर्मेंस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्वालिटी, जो है ट्रैकिंग एंड ट्रेसिंग कैसे होती है कंसाइनमेंट की आपके यहाँ पे, शिपमेंट्स कैसे कितनी आसानी से आप जो है ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, और लॉजिस्टिक सर्विसेज कैसी हैं, और टाइमलाइंस क्या हैं शिपमेंट वगैरह की, तो इनको देख करके ये होता है। साथ ही साथ एक और प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है गवर्नमेंट ने, उसका नाम है यूनिफाइड लॉजिस्टिक इंटरफेस प्लेटफॉर्म। तो इसमें भी सब मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं, और आप देखेंगे तो देखिए करीब 43 लाइव एप्लीकेशंस हैं, APIs हैं, और आप सब के सब इसमें आप देखेंगे किस तरह की है, ये इस तरह का गेटवे है, ये रेलवे, शिपिंग, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन और सभी विभाग इस तरीके से, और सारे डाटा यूज़र्स और डाटा एप्लीकेशंस हैं। ये पूरा एक वर्चुअल गेटवे है जिसके तहत आप पूरे डाटा को इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। ये सारी मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं, इनके कौन कौन से सिस्टम्स जो है इसके ऊपर यूलिप के ऊपर अवेलेबल हैं, ये सारा आपको मिल भी जाएगा, और आप सब इसमें रजिस्टर भी कर सकते हैं चाहें तो। देखिए, वाहन सारथी हो, फास्टैग हो, इस तरह की सारी सुविधाएं इसके ऊपर अवेलेबल हैं। तो इसी तरह से लॉजिस्टिक डाटा बैंक भी बना दिया गया है। मल्टी मोडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क्स, ये आपको एक जस्ट ए स्नैपशॉट में देता हूँ 5 सेकंड में, कि कॉस्ट ऑफ फ्रीट कैरिंग आपको सबको पता है कि रोड से ज़्यादा होती है, रेल से थोड़ी कम, और वाटरवेज से एकदम कम होती है। तो उसको इंटीग्रेटेड करके हम कैसे मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक्स के पार्क्स जो कि आ रहे हैं, 35 पैन इंडिया लॉजिस्टिक पार्क्स आ रहे हैं, उससे कैसे हम इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं और मल्टी मोडलिटी को अचीव कर सकते हैं। ये 35 लॉजिस्टिक पार्क्स हैं जो आ रहे हैं, और इससे हमारा जो है ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट 10% रिड्यूस होगी और कार्बन एमिशन भी रिड्यूस होगा। ग्रीन लॉजिस्टिक्स के बारे में बात करते हुए आप देखेंगे तो ये तकरीबन 7% जो है ग्लोबल जो एमिशंस हैं वो लॉजिस्टिक्स अकाउंट करता है, और इसके लिए हमको रिड्यूस करने के लिए क्या करना है वो एक इंडिकेटर स्नैपशॉट यहाँ पे दिया है। और इस तरीके का जो ग्रीन लॉजिस्टिक्स की डिमांड है जो बढ़ने वाली है, ऑलमोस्ट अबाउट $350 बिलियन जो है 2030 तक ग्रीन लॉजिस्टिक्स की डिमांड हो जाएगी। साथ साथ स्किल डेवलपमेंट की एक स्नैपशॉट है आपके लिए, क्योंकि टू टेक द डिस्कशन फॉरवर्ड सब्सिक्वेंटली कि कितना ज़्यादा दिस 22 के एस्टिमेट्स हैं ये, कि कितना ज़्यादा 119.2 मिलियन का गैप है स्किल्ड मैन पावर में। इसके लिए भी काफ़ी कुछ कर रहे हैं, जैसे हमारे ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर गतिशक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के हैं, वो इसके बारे में बताएंगे। काफ़ी कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स उन्होंने लिए हैं, और कुछ एक प्लेयर्स मुझे मिले थे यहाँ इंडस्ट्री के जो कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये वे अहेड है कि हम सारे मल्टी मॉडलिटी को इंटीग्रेट करें, टेक्नोलॉजी को इस्तेमाल करें, साथ ही साथ ग्रीन सस्टेनेबल लॉजिस्टिक्स के ऊपर फोकस करें, स्किल डेवलपमेंट करें, और पॉलिसीज़ और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को इंटीग्रेट करें। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद।
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. He is leading the development of specialized programs in transportation and logistics while fostering industry academia collaboration to drive innovation and skill development in these sectors. I would now request Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary to please address the audience. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary.
Good morning. Lieutenant General Kalra, Brigadier Atul, His Excellency Ambassador of Myanmar, Rosanji, everybody sitting on the dais. Thank you very much for having me here. India is changing very rapidly, and one example of that is that it's very rare, it was very rare to see any academic person sitting on the dais of any inaugural function of any industry program, but it has changed. Firstly, I was thinking about preparing few slides, but later I decided that in today's talk, I want to be more of reflective and introspective, and then talk about future directions, what are happening, because the topic was about Viksit Bharat. So what is happening in India and what are we trying to do? I believe we are today very fortunate because we are living in a country that is growing the fastest in whole world. We are living in a country that everybody in the world considers the most shining star in the whole world, not merely for our economic development, but the all-around development that is there. When 140 crore people of India dream of a Viksit Bharat, aptly summarized by our Honorable Prime Minister, what does Viksit Bharat mean? Is it just a slogan? No. What it means is that when India becomes developed by 2047, every citizen of India shall have hope, opportunities, and dreams of contributing to the nation, which will not only grow on economic parameters, a development which will be sustainable, but also in a social fabric that will become much more inclusive, much more equitable. And that is one of the important defining parameters of a Viksit Bharat. Because India is the first signatory to the Paris Accord, we committed one of the first signatories, we committed ourselves to the net zero targets by 2030, and we are moving very strongly towards that. For most part of the century, India will be the highest populated country in whole of the world. What that means is, whatever happens on planet Earth is more likely to impact us than anybody else. And therefore, we have a leadership role to play in making sure that all development is sustainable. Secondly, any developed country, the first thing that you can tell merely by a sight whether a country is developed or not, you look at their infrastructure. You look at railway stations, airports, bus stands, highways, and you can tell whether a country is developed or not. In order for India to become a developed country, significant emphasis on infrastructure development has been happening. You look at this year's budget itself, 11.11 lakh crore budget has been allocated for infrastructure capex only, right? Whether it be railways, whether it be highways, and so on. Today in railways, just take an example of, for example, railways, right? Every year we are having 5,000 kilometer new tracks. We are close to 99% electrification of the tracks. We are currently around 10,000 railway stations. We are developing, digitalizing most of them. We are redoing station development project through Amrit Bharat. We are not only introducing new trains like Vande Bharat, we are also modernizing and upgrading our general compartments to focus on passenger amenities, to have travel that is accessible, affordable, and available. Similarly, looking at the specific aspects of passenger safety, the rapid upgradation of the automatic train protection systems on our track lanes that is ongoing. When we look at logistics side of it, we are focusing a lot on dedicated freight corridors, special economic corridors, on energy, minerals, cement, and so on, right? So there are specific things happening on the passenger front in order to decongest passenger lines so that passenger train speeds can become more. We are having these dedicated freight corridors to spur economic growth. If we look at highways, today we are laying almost 35 kilometer a day highway. We are close to 146,000 of highway length. And when we are having this kind of projects, national highway projects, this is what will connect the first mile and last mile delivery, which is the most important pillar of any logistics. If we look at our port sector, very rapidly expanding, the recent announcement by the government to develop a mega port, maybe once in 50 years opportunity of Vadhavan port, is a very big opportunity. Why? It is important because 90% of our trade with foreign countries happen through maritime route. Having a mega port is absolutely essential for doing that. Today, India has a beautiful coastline. The Vadhavan port is important. I have to tell you in 30 seconds why it is important, why it is different. India has a beautiful long coastline. We have beautiful beaches. But at much places, the depth of the sea is hardly 12 meters. Therefore, large ships cannot come close to the shore. If we bring them, they have to be anchored somewhere in the sea, and we have to have another transportation method to bring the items inside the country. Having a mega port at Vadhavan, where sea depth is 18 meters or so, actually will enable such kind of a large container ships to come, and therefore this 78,200 crore kind of expenditure that is happening is very important. Secondly, a dedicated freight corridor line is coming next to it, the site of the port. Thirdly, national highway is next to it. Therefore, the multimodal concept that Brigadier Atul talked about is the integrated planning that is already happening for the Vadhavan port. That is one of the symbol or icon as we go ahead for Viksit Bharat. Similarly, if we look at airport sector, the number of airports have more than doubled, 74 in 2014. Today we are 157. Today more than 5 lakh passengers travel every day in the aviation sector. Our aviation sector is expanding very rapidly with regional connectivity scheme like UDAN. And therefore there is a tremendous demand for aviation sector professionals and air cargo, which is again another sector of logistics. Right? All this development of Viksit Bharat, as we say, the most vibrant democracy in the whole world, the largest and most vibrant democracy. We always say development is of the people, for the people, by the people. So when this development happens, everybody looks at India as shining star because of one more reason, that is demographic dividend of India. The large number of, very large, or the largest number of young and working population in India is unmatched by any other country. And that is one of the fundamental reasons. And when we say the development by the people, this is by the young, large, young, and working professionals. How can we skill them? This year's budget, if you looked at, very significant focus on skilling, on employment, on youth, upskilling, reskilling, and so on. This is a very, very right direction that is happening. In logistics sector, Brigadier Atul and the report already talked about, we currently employ 2.2 million people. We are already expecting that by 2027, we will have 1 crore more people added. Logistics sector is no more Bori and truck. It has become much more digitalized. Today, if Amazon is able to do one-day delivery, it is because of technological adoption. It is not merely a fast transportation. So apart from progress in transportation sector across railways, across ports, across highways, across aviation, across waterways, digitalization of logistics sector is happening rapidly. Whether it is warehouse management, how do we use Internet of Things, IoT track and trace technologies to make sure that material is available in the right quantity, at the right time, in the right manner, everything has to be right for logistics. Nothing wrong is possible in logistics. So whether you look at warehouses, this is what is happening. Whether you look in the technology adoption of skilling side, using artificial intelligence for predictive asset maintenance or for optimized route planning, rapid adoption of digital technologies, India has already shown through digital public infrastructure that India can do it. Through Aadhaar, that India can do it. Similar kind of thing that Brigadier Razul talked about through ULIP platform, which is a digitalized platform for logistics sector. So India is both adopting and developing new technology and doing it. Now, maybe last 1 or 2 minutes, I'll talk about Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Apart from PM Gati Shakti plan, this is for infrastructure development sector, a scheme single largest since our independence of the size of $1.2 trillion, complemented by national logistics policy, that is to provide superior services and logistics services. But who will do it? Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya was created by the parliament that reflects the will of 140 crore people of India by an act of parliament as a central university, as the only university in whole of India to focus on entire transportation logistics sector. Today, we are working in industry-driven approach with significant industry collaborations, partnership with Airbus, with Siemens, with Placer, many of the infrastructure players, right? With the governments, whether we are reviewing today and helping logistics development boards of the states, we are reviewing city logistics plans. We are trying to create a university that is not only for teaching, right? A great university not only teaches, but also creates and assimilates new knowledge, and that is where we are focusing on. Today, I am here to appeal and request to all industry players. Our university's vision statement itself, first word is industry-driven. All our programs are very unique. We have BTech programs in rail engineering. We have BTech programs in aviation engineering. We have MBA program in port and shipping logistics. We have an MBA program in logistics supply chain management. All these programs are hugely successful. Today, we are in discussion with many partners, which for confidential reason, I cannot mention those names, who are heavily invested and want to invest more and more into this whole sector as this is going to become forward. I am requesting the industry members present here to discuss what kind of graduates you need in future. We are willing to prepare those kind of graduates. We are willing to have the graduates that you can hire, you can skill. Further, 21st century, one thing I always mention, elitates, this is by Elfin Toffler, that elitates of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write. We already have good literacy rates. Elitates of 21st century are those who are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Therefore, 2.2 million people in the logistics industry, we have to reskill, we have to upskill. For working professionals, we have introduced several programs in hybrid mode, in online mode, so that they can take those programs in Friday evening, Saturdays and Sundays to upskill themselves. Recently, 2 days back, from 5th to 7th August, we conducted one program for aviation sector right here in Delhi for safety management system. Similarly, we conducted several programs for railway professionals, and we are continuing to do that. We are currently offered admission for PhD program to working professionals only, and 21 people have already joined the program, ranging from Indian Railways, Indian Army, any logistics or transportation company, that Bangalore Metro, Delhi Metro, and so on. So I am again trying to tell you that this university is for you. Industry and academia. There cannot be any greater example than this, that how we can co-work together, how we can create new technologies. Many top corporates in the world are actually investing in the university to make, and we believe that together through this partnership, we'll be able to create India's best university. We are the only one in transportation and logistics, but we have to be the best. And that is what we are trying to do, and that is what we want to do. Right? Lastly, I want to tell that while in logistics industry, the challenges may be enormous, But I am reminded only of one thing, and that is by our first Nobel laureate from the country, Rabindranath Tagore. He said, and I very strongly believe that you cannot cross the sea by merely standing and staring at water. You cannot cross the sea by merely standing and staring at water. Whatever be the challenges, we have to take steps. Only then we can solve. Our steps may be difficult in the beginning, but we have to take those steps. Industry and academia never work together. But we are making those steps, and those steps are already bearing fruits. Once again, I want to thank the organizers, and I want to tell that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, our name is not an incident. It is given by the parliament for a reason. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is very happy and proud to associate as knowledge partner to the Logistics Shakti event. And together we will provide the Shakti and the Gati to whole of the logistics sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed honored to have with us His Excellency, Mr. Mo Kwa Ong, Ambassador, Embassy of the Union of Myanmar, New Delhi. His Excellency has been instrumental in strengthening the ties between Myanmar and India, and we are very privileged to have him with us here. I would request, sir, to please address the audience. Please give a huge round of applause to the Ambassador, Embassy of the Union of Myanmar, Mr. Ong.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to participate in the Logistics Shakti conference. On behalf of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, I extend our warmest greeting and heartfelt appreciation to the organizers for hosting this timely and significant event. As we gather here in the vibrant city of New Delhi, we are reminded of the deep-rooted historical and cultural ties that bind our two nations. These ties, nurtured over centuries, have laid the foundation for a strong and enduring friendship. Today, we celebrate this friendship and explore the immense and potential for collaboration in the field of logistics. In recent years, Myanmar has embarked on a transformative journey toward greater openness and economic development. We recognize that efficient and reliable logistics systems are essential for unleashing the full potential of our economy and integrating it into regional and global value chain. Myanmar's strategic location at the crossroad of South Asia and Southeast Asia presents a unique opportunity for us to become a vital logistic hub. Our long coastline, major rivers, and emerging transport infrastructure provide a foundation for a well-connected and efficient logistic network. We are committed to investing in the development of our port, highway, railway, and airports. We are also working to streamline custom procedures and promote trade facilitation. Our goal is to create a seamless and competitive logistic environment that attracts investment and fosters economic growth. We recognize that collaboration is key to achieving our goals. We are eager to learn from the experience of other countries, especially our neighbors in Southeast Asia and South Asia. We are also keen to partner with the private sector to develop innovative and sustainable logistic solutions. India, with its vast experience and expertise in logistics, is a natural partner for Myanmar. We are already working together on several initiatives, such as Kalada Multimodal Transport Project, which aims to connect the Indian state of Mizoram with the Myanmar port of Sittwe. This project has the potential to transform the economic landscape of our region and open up new opportunities for trade and investment. We are also exploring the possibility of collaborating on other projects such as development of industrial zones and promotion of cross-border trade. We believe that by working together, we create a win-win situation for both our countries. Logistics Shakti conference provides an excellent platform for us to share our vision for the future of logistics in Myanmar and to explore avenue for collaboration. We are confident that this conference will be a resounding success and will contribute to the strengthening of our bilateral relationship. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Myanmar's commitment to working with India and other partners to create a more connected, efficient, and sustainable logistic ecosystem. We believe that by doing so, we can unlock the full potential of our economies and create a brighter future for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A few words about Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council. He's a visionary leader and a driving force behind several industry forums such as India Health and Wellness Summit, CSR Impact Summit, and the Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Summit, and the Logistics Shakti Summit. He focuses on fostering industry collaboration and public-private partnerships for fueling national growth. I would now request Kamal Narayan to please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Anisa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So as we conclude to this pivotal opening session, it is my privilege to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries and leaders for their profound insights today. Logistics is not just a backbone of our country and economy, it is the silent force that drives every critical aspect of our nation's well-being. And so is the case for any other nation or the country in the world. From ensuring the timely delivery of life-saving supplies during the pandemic to safeguarding the national security and also fueling the engine of human progress, logistics is the heartbeat of modern civilization. The insights shared by our esteemed guests today have illuminated the path ahead as we are striving towards a robust, dynamic, and digitally empowered logistics ecosystem, setting the stage for Bharat's transformation into a developed nation by 2047. A special thanks to our guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Mo Kao Ong, Ambassador of Embassy of the Union of Myanmar, who spared time to grace this occasion, this event, and to encourage us. He had a travel schedule. I think he is traveling to Mumbai today, but still he gave this preference to this program. We are really thankful to him. Also, our deep gratitude to Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary for coming all the way from Gujarat to grace this program for us. Thank you so much. We also are thankful to our mentor, the chair of our jury, and a leading light in the area of logistics, Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, for his time, for his insight. Brigadier Atul Kumar for participating and gracing the occasion, and also Mr. Roshan Lal Agrawal for his gracious presence and encouraging words. And I'm sure the insights on the sustainability, the transformation, the need of the collaboration, which we all underscored during their insights today, will help all of us, all our industry leaders, players, and all those who look forward to build a strong career in this wonderful industry, which which is the backbone for our economy, our aspirations to be a developed nation. Your leadership and wisdom have indeed set the tone for an event that promises to be not just impactful, but transformative. Together, we are laying the groundwork for a logistic infrastructure that will propel our nation into a new era of growth and sustainability. Thank you all once again for your invaluable contribution to this mission and journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are indeed very grateful to our dignitaries for taking the time out to come here, grace us with their presence, and share their pearls of wisdom with everyone. I would now request Mr. Prem Prakash of Million Minds to please present mementos to our dignitaries who are on stage here. I would request you to please present a memento to His Excellency Mr. Mo K. Ong, Ambassador, Embassy of the Union of Myanmar, New Delhi. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming here and gracing us with your presence. I would request you to please present a memento to Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. A memento for Lieutenant General Dharam Veer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, retired, former Director General Ordnance Services, Indian Army. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance and your very rousing speech today. A memento for Brigadier Atul Kumar, SM, Gati Shakti Infrastructure, Logistics, Policy, Planning and Development, Indian Army. And a memento for Mr. Roshan Lal, Joint Managing Director, CJ Darcy Logistics. I would request all our dignitaries on stage to please gather together for a group photograph. I believe one of our partners, Om Logistics, has a special kit for our dignitaries on stage. If they would like to present this to the dignitaries, I request the team from Om Logistics to please come up on stage and present this kit. I think we'll take this special kit off stage. Please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you so much for your insightful words. I request all of you to please take your places off the stage, and please do engage with everybody during the day today. With the speakers of the subsequent sessions, we value your wisdom, your knowledge, your insight, and we'd love to hear from you during the course of the day as well. We are very, very grateful to our partners for their support for making Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards a huge success. And we would now like to take this opportunity to felicitate our partners for their support. For this, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Prem Prakash, Founder Director of Mill & Mines, and Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, retired former Director General Ordnance Services, Indian Army, to present these certificates to our partners. We value their support to us for making this summit such a huge success. I would like to invite Mr. Prem Prakash on the stage to present these certificates to our partners in this summit. I request everybody to please settle down and take their seats. And I would now like to invite on stage our first partner who would like to felicitate. Please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Sharma of JK Tires. A big thank you to JK Tires. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Adit Sharma of Om Logistics. Thank you for your support. I would like to now invite on stage Mr. Chetan Tandon of DTDC. Please give a round of applause to our partners who have given us a lot of support to make this event a huge success. I would now request Mr. Anirudh Nardla to come on stage. We are thankful to the International Council on Green Transportation, ICCT, for their support. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Anirudh Nardla. I would now request Professor Manoj Chaudhary of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to please come up on stage. Professor Chaudhary, I think, has taken a break since he was with us in the inaugural session. I would request Professor Manoj Chaudhary to please come up on stage. Right, I think we'll give his certificate to him once he comes back to the hall. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Gaurav Gupta, the founder president of GTTCI. This is the Global Trade and Technology Council of India, GTTCI. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Abhijit Sinha, who's Director at the Ease of Doing Business and National Highways for EV Pilot Project. And now I would like to invite Mr. Naman Utreja of the BRICS Chambers of Commerce to please come up on stage. A big thank you to Mr. Prem Prakash and Lieutenant General Kalra. Thank you for presenting these certificates of appreciation to our partners, and a big thank you to all our partners. This association is one which has given us a lot of strength to make today's Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards such a success. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. We now are going ahead with our first session of the day, which is India piloting zero-emission freight movement on Bharatmala expressways. The construction of 65,000 kilometers of national highways is underway under the Bharatmala Phase 1 and 2. A 332-kilometer stretch from Chennai to Trichy is being developed as an e-highway, where trials of running electric, hydrogen and zero-emission freight vehicles is underway under the National Highways for Electric Vehicles (NHEV). Decarbonizing surface transport is amongst the lowest hanging fruit for ESG compliance for manufacturing and production industries. In this session, we'll focus on how this initiative can significantly contribute to India's growth story in the logistics sector while aligning global sustainability and climate-friendly transportation goals. So for this session, please put your hands together and welcome our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Anirudh Nadla, Researcher, International Council on Clean Transportation, ICCT. Please also welcome Please welcome on stage Mr. Uddhav Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Linkit Solutions Private Limited. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Uddhav Kumar on stage. Please welcome Mr. Devendra Chawla, MD and CEO, Green Cell Mobility. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Devendra Chawla. Okay, I think Mr. Chawla is not joining us. Please welcome Mr. Arvind Memani, CEO of Green Line. And please welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business and Project Director, National Highways for EVs. I would request our console team to please present gun mics for our speakers on stage so that they can then discuss this important issue of the pilot that is being done on zero-emission freight movement.
Good afternoon. Absolutely all right. Okay. A very good afternoon. A right quick jump from logistic to decarbonization of freight in one session. So let's give some time to sync with it and have a small 2 minutes video to give you an insight of where and what we are expected to see in this coming session. So we can have the videos on the screen, and then introduction of our esteemed speakers who brings a lot of value. One person from LNG, the first fuel which is coming up, second person who's going to give us a logistic throughput, how we are decarbonizing, how this transition is going on. Third gentleman with us sitting here is going to give a comparison between electric, hydrogen, LNG, CNG, how this journey has to go ahead. Hi, I'm your moderator for this session, Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director of Ease of Doing Business. Why Ease of Doing Business had to come into transition, that's also an interesting story. We'll speak about it. But as you look forward, it is possible for all of us to only transit if you have proper intent, content, and extent to go for this green decarbonization. So over to you.
हर तरफ अंधेरा छाया है, धुएं में हो रहा सब गुम। नवजात शिशु भी सहमे हैं, वृद्ध भी पड़े हैं सुन्न। ये कैसा भविष्य हमने चुना, कैसा ये बीज बोया है, अपनी करनी का फल है जो आज घातक AQI पाया है। क्यों डरते हो कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों को रात भर करेगा कौन चार्ज, या इनकी कीमत है आसमान को छूती, या जाती नहीं है शहर के बाहर। तो चलो बदलें ये विचारधारा, चलें उजियारे की ओर। भारत को मुक्त करें प्रदूषण से, लगाकर एड़ी चोटी का जोर। SR ने ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के साथ इस मुहिम की ओर बढ़ाया है पहला कदम। यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे पर NHEV टेक ट्रायल रन के साथ। ये है 30 दिनों का ट्रायल रन जो कि ग्राउंड जीरो पर एन्युइटी हाइब्रिड ई मोबिलिटी AHEM के अत्याधुनिक मॉडल को करेगा प्रदर्शित, और राष्ट्रीय राजमार्गों और एक्सप्रेसवे को हाईवे में करेगा परिवर्तित। इस सोच को बदलने नेशनल हाईवे फॉर EV लाया है 4 आसान समाधान। हाईवे पर इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को 30 मिनट में तकनीकी सहायता होगी उपलब्ध। 30% कम कीमत पर मिलेंगे वाहन, क्योंकि बैटरी मिलेगी सब्सक्रिप्शन पर। चार्जिंग स्टेशन पर होने वाले खर्च की वापसी होगी मात्र 3 वर्षों के ब्रेक इवन में। आधुनिक स्टेशन के इंफ्रा का 30% 30% कैपेक्स उपयोग करेंगे उनके निवेशक, और 90 दिनों में बगैर किसी सब्सिडी या अनुदान के तैयार होंगे हाईवे। कोरोना जैसी महामारी ने हमें अंदेशा दे दिया है कि हमें पर्यावरण को बचाने की सख्त जरूरत है। अगर आप भी पर्यावरण के बारे में इतना सोच रहे हैं तो हमारे साथ जुड़िए प्रदूषण के इस समाधान में, और चलिए एक स्वस्थ और उज्जवल भविष्य की ओर। नेशनल हाईवे फॉर इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स में SR का अगला पड़ाव है दिल्ली जयपुर हाईवे, और अगर इसी गति से चले तो साल भर में 12 हाईवे बन जाएंगे हाईवे। ये अच्छे दिन आते नहीं, लाने पड़ते हैं।
In the interest of time, we will keep the session very short. I believe all of you must have gotten just what has just been shown on the screen, that Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra, which are promptly tried by National Highway EV in 2021 and 2024 today. With this session, we are going to start a technical trial of hydrogen and electric trucks on 9th September, right 30 days from now, between Chennai and Trichy. So, आप सब के मन में बहुत सारे सवाल होते होंगे इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक्स को लेकर, हाइड्रोजन ट्रक्स को लेकर, LNG को लेकर, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस को लेकर, उनके बाइंग आउट, टोटल कॉस्ट ऑफ ओनरशिप को लेकर, ये सारी चीज़ें एक साथ एक ही छत के नीचे कमर्शियल ट्रायल के तौर पर, ना कि सिर्फ टेक्निकल बट उनकी बिजनेस की कैसी रूपरेखा होगी उस पर लेके आ रहे हैं 9 सितंबर से 9 अक्टूबर के बीच में. So with this, we will have the brief idea of the format that we are going to have couple of questions. I wanted to ask 2 questions from each one of our panelists, which in interest of time, I will have to keep limited to 1 question. And then at end, we also want to save some time for you guys to ask couple of questions. So, sir, with this, I want you to speak. We start with Mr. Mimani, that you have a very huge network. If I say diesel के बाद और इलेक्ट्रिक के बीच में अगर कोई सबसे बड़ा नेक्स्ट अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल नेटवर्क है, सो वो LNG और CNG का है. बसेस में ज़्यादातर CNG हैं और ट्रक्स में LNG हैं. In this network, you have been here for a long period of time. First of all, audience would like to know a little bit about your company, you, and then also your views that how this transition has to go forward, and for a technical trial companies or a piloting agencies like us, what we should keep in mind when we are conducting these technical trials.
Thank you, Abhijit ji. Thank you, Abhijit ji. Good morning, everyone. So, my name is Anand Nimani. The company name is Greenline Mobility. We are a very young company, but the idea is that we thought of creating this company was to decarbonize the road logistics of India. And when we thought about decarbonizing of road logistics of India, we said LNG is a very good transition fuel, which is an alternate fuel to diesel, working all across the globe. Long haul, heavy duty trucks, which is one of the most polluting areas in automotive, if that can be converted into LNG trucks instead of diesel trucks, there will be a huge saving of carbon dioxide that we emit, as well as it will also be a good cost saving mode from a long term for all logistics companies. So trucking in India is growing at a rate of about 8.8% growth today. And 4 million heavy duty trucks are already running with about 450 metric tons of pollution practically every month that we see. So with that, if we have to really decarbonize road logistics, our belief and our vision is that all long haul, whether you say Delhi, Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, any type of a long route, we should deploy LNG powered vehicles, and all short hauls to start with of 150 to 300 kilometers of journeys, we should target to deploy EV vehicles which can be backed with some kind of a renewable power like solar or hybrid or something, so that when we deploy EV vehicles, we can actually say that we have really make our country green. We believe today we have already deployed 400 LNG powered vehicles across the complete north, west and southern of our country. So about 3/4 of our country is being covered and run with LNG powered vehicles. We believe the fuel efficiencies are better than diesel, decarbonizing, reducing of carbon dioxide and other gases up to 30% is very good, with our mission of reducing by 2030 that we have to bring down our carbon emissions by 30%. If this transition fuel can be used effectively, it's a good way forward.
Sir, I have a small follow-up question. I know you have yet to speak.
Sure.
3% of trucks, which are 3XL, are contributing 30% of emission. As a country, हम कहाँ खड़े हैं? 3% trucks 30% आउट ऑफ द इमिशन उसमें जो बड़े वाले ट्रक हैं वो कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। 3% ट्रक को बदलने के लिए हमारे पास 10 साल, पीछे के 5 साल, 13 साल की फेम सब्सिडी, I don't know how many efforts has gone into it, but those 3% who are contributing 30% of emission are yet running on the roads. Sir, how do you see these transitions and the work going around in the industry to going and contributing in the transition? Follow-up question for you. Yeah.
So definitely those trucks have already lived their life, and there is a definite need for us to make a change. And we as logistics companies don't stand together and look forward for that change, we will never be able to make our country proud and a brighter future. This is not possible to be seen. So when we talk about decarbonizing, when we talk about logistics, we all have to have the mindset of changing our fleets to the most modern and the most new generation trucks that is currently being deployed in the country. Not just for the country, we also have to think about our drivers who are our captains, pilots of these vehicles. If you have to think about them, if you want that community to grow and you want that community to be available for the trucks to run, we have to make a change. Otherwise, there's going to be also a difficult ride, is what
And what is the prescription for piloting agencies like who are doing and taking trials of electric and hydrogen? What all things we should keep in our mind?
Sir, there is, in order to deploy EV vehicle or in order to deploy LNG vehicle today in the country, we should remember two things. They are definitely capex heavy, so please do not get into any kind of a discounting whenever you are deploying it for any of your customers. Today's date, we believe that every customer of ours also has a decarbonization mission. They all have a target to reduce scope 3 emission levels. So please do not try to discount, because the operating costs will be cheaper and it will help you recoup your capital expenses. So you should take trials, and you will find that if you put these vehicles for a longer tenure in comparison to diesel vehicles, your return would be fine, as well as the mission and visions would be accomplished as well. So,
thank you, sir. Very, I think, important insight. With this heavy question, I am moving to Uddhav. Uddhav, you are from logistic industry. Everyone sitting in the hall must be thinking about it. Cement companies, steel companies, CVAM, compliances, many of the things coming around and telling each one of us, reduce your carbon emission. If you will not do it, it will be difficult for doing business in coming time. For export, definitely it has started creating a difficulty. But when somebody takes a decision as a company or as a manufacturing unit to go for a logistic company or go for a logistic contract, what all things they keep in mind? Not only fuel, I think definitely there is more to do with it. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for having me here. Very valid questions, sir. So my name is Uddhav Kumar. I'm one of the CEO and co-founder of Linkit, and we're a technology supply chain company. Sir, our solutions now are running all over the world. We're running in Singapore, Germany, UAE, India, and wherever we look, the questions are very much common. Initially, everyone used to talk about three factors that we would term as R, O, and D. R was rates, because everyone cares about how cheaply you can deliver. They also cared about O, which was OTIF, on time and full. So speed and accuracy was a very important thing in logistics in whichever industry you're in. And D was digital initiatives, which is something that's coming up very often. If you look at any company these days, when they're approaching transporters or a warehouse or any kind of 3PL, they are very concerned about what are the digital initiatives that you have. Okay. How much visibility will you give me? Will I know where my cargo is? Do you have a ERP that invoicing can happen on time? Okay. The fourth factor that's coming up even more now is S. So it's now become from rod to rods. S stands for sustainability. So like Mr. Memani spoke about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, this is one very important factor that's coming up now. A lot of customers who are very concerned about their ESG norms, especially if you look at the international companies which are now coming into India, right? They have and are still governed by the headquarters. So of course, most publicly listed companies in India anyways have to worry about ESG, but the companies that are outside of India do have it a little bit higher on their priority list. And these companies are looking primarily at supply chain and transportation from a perspective of sustainability.
Right.
The good thing about electrification that we've seen now is that a lot of transporters now are adopting electric vehicles and electric movement, not just from a sustainability angle, but from the first perspective of the rates.
Okay.
So like Mr. Mawani said that yes, there is a higher capex that might be involved. The operational cost of running EVs is far lower. So now if you start looking at even quick commerce companies, all the deliveries are happening on the small electric bikes and scooters. If you look at three-wheelers, companies like OSM or any of these other companies that have also been involved with us on the NHEV trials.
Right.
In the last few months, electric three-wheelers have actually surpassed ICE three-wheeler sales overall.
Okay.
So we're not seeing so much on the private movement side, yes, but on the commercial side, the adoption of EVs with transporters and 3PLs is sometimes surpassing now that of ICE. So I think that when companies are looking at transporters now, they're not just looking at things from an accuracy point of view or speed or rates, but they're also looking from a sustainability angle. And I think that NHEV there is going to play a very critical role in sort of giving the confidence to companies to know that this sustainability initiative that they're working towards is not far away. It's quite close and it's a reality.
What I take from your input is not only fuel, but there are a lot of 6-7 decision makers for a manufacturer or for a industry to choose a logistic company. Visibility, digital, tracking, their location, how they can be built. There are a lot of things which you have noted. Very significant. Going forward, I think we'll come back if we get some time to do it. But Anirudh, you have been traveling across electric, hydrogen, CNG, LNG. What is your comparison that how this travel, how this transition in India's zero towards net zero should go on? Which all are priorities? What is your takeaway being a think tank and also very technically involved into getting, deploying sensors in Delhi when we were having a lot of confusing data coming up कि कभी कोई कहता था पराली से धुआं आ रहा है, कभी कोई कहता था आग लगाने से हो जा रहा है. So then literally I think ICCT is one of those organizations who went and they installed actual physical emission sensors on the road, and the data came and told us that majority of contributor are large trucks which go unchecked inside the city. They wait on the border of the city for the कौन सा टाइम बोलते हैं उसको नाइट का जो टाइम होता है नो एंट्री खुलने का, उसमें वो 8-10 घंटे वहाँ वेट करते हैं, फिर जाके वो अपना सामान डिलीवर करके आते हैं. सो एज ऑफ नाउ हाउ ऑर्गेनाइज वी आर इनटू मेकिंग लॉजिस्टिक्स हब्स, दिस ऑल हैज बीन ओनली कॉन्सेप्ट और रियलिटी. वेयर आर वी सिटिंग इन द ट्रांजिशन ऑफ नेट जीरो?
Thank you, Abhijit. So when looking at shifting to a cleaner fuel type, there are two considerations generally from the point of view of logistics operators. One is the environmental angle and the other one is economic angle. When we see from an environmental angle, there are 3-4 fuel types, clean fuel type options that are being made available. So one of them is CNG, the other one LNG, the other one battery electric, the other one is hydrogen fuel cell electric. So there are 4-5 fuel types that are being pushed as cleaner fuel types. But in our research, what came across very clearly is that India has a 2070 net zero target. And to meet this net zero target, there are only two technologies that can deliver on this target. One is battery electric, the other one is hydrogen fuel cell electric. These are zero tailpipe emitting technologies. These are the only two technologies available as of today. Even within these two, hydrogen fuel cell electric is currently not yet at a commercialized level, whereas battery electric trucks, I don't know how many of you are aware, there are almost around 500 to 600 battery electric trucks already running in India. I'm talking about the heavy battery electric trucks. These are mostly around 400 trucks have been deployed by Adani in Adani's related ports, whereas the other 150-200 trucks are running between cities like Chennai and Bangalore, states like Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, and in Odisha by Tata Steel, Dalmia Cement and all. So what the experience of these operators has been is that they are, yes, the lower running cost is actually a truth for battery electric trucks. And the higher acquisition cost is also true, but that is offset by the lower running cost, like Mr. Uddhav has mentioned earlier. When I talk about the economic angle, which is of interest to logistics operators, there is this total cost of ownership which should be looked at rather than the upfront cost. So from a total cost of ownership perspective, the battery electric trucks already make a better sense for your businesses. I would request the businesses in this hall to just go and see the pilots that are running and the pilot that you are going to bring out in September. These are running between cities like Bangalore, Chennai, where there is fast charging network already developed. 360 kilowatt fast charging has been developed between those two cities. And companies like Delivery, they are running 40-ton and 50-ton even tractor trailers, not just rigid trucks. They are running the battery electric truck versions of this.
Okay. So your suggestion to the industry to move to electric and then gradually go towards hydrogen. Have I read it right?
Yeah, whenever hydrogen makes sense, they can move.
So I think there are some aspects which are unknown. We don't know cost of ownership. Sometimes we don't know cost of running. Sometimes we don't know n number of things. So with this, we have reached, since we in the morning had a very beautiful rain in the city, we started little late. I have been asked by the organizer to shrink the session into one round of question. These people who bring lot of value to the session, lot of value to the discussion, are very well placed for all of you to consult and also ask your question offline. I know you must be having many questions. But with this, we are moving to the next round of our session, where we are approaching and not only talking. We are going to bring 2 to 4 electric trucks and at least 2 hydrogen trucks between Chennai to Trichy in 1 month time for a 30 days technical trial. These trials will give you certain data. So I will ask my co-panelists to join me. Also, organizer to include people who want to join us on the stage to reveal this technical trial time, and then we'll have a little bit information about what this trial is going to bring to the industry. Sir, please join us, and if someone can join from the organizer side, if you can call, it will be a great honor for us.
I would request Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, retired former Director General Ordnance Services, sir, to please come up on stage to unveil this important test trial run which is being done. I would request Mr. Amit Shankar of Million Minds to also please join us. Thank you, General Kalra. Thank you, Amit, for unveiling this. We want to thank all the speakers of this session for talking to us about this trial run which is underway on piloting zero emission. All right. Abhijit ji has still some more to discuss. I will request our speakers back on stage and request you to please keep your comments a little short.
Very brief introduction will give you what trial is going to bring for us. A quick round of presentation which will take you on a lightning speed in interest of time as organizers has given. Please put the presentation on the screen so that we can take you through what is going to come in next 30 days for the industry. I have the remote in my hand. There might be some questions in your mind. In the interest of time, we may not be able to take on the stage, but we will try to take in the press conference, which is kept after this. This is being done not for only 335 kilometers, but the actual plan is to bring entire Bharatmala and Sagarmala on the e-highway network. You can see these are the stations which has been recently revealed in the same hall where we are sitting by our Honorable Minister Sri Gadkari ji as a competitor of petrol pumps going to be coming very soon as charging stations. These are completely green and going towards net zero. After each 100 kilometers, one of these stations is going to come up. The detailing, financing and earning was unknown to the industry, how stations work. However, we know about petrol pumps. It is now in the domain. Anybody seek a financial model can also look into it. It's called annuity hybrid e-mobility. आप सब लोगों ने 9 किलोमीटर रोड बनाने वाली इस NHAI और कंट्री में आज 38 से 40 किलोमीटर रोड बढ़ते हैं, उनका ट्रांजिशन देखा है. This is one of those programs which brings that speed and accuracy. We will take you very fast. There are more than 60 slides. We don't want to go into each slide. This is the most important part of takeaway from the previous trial. आप सबके मन में एक सवाल होता है कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी लेके अगर हाईवे पे हैं और बंद हो गई तो क्या होगा. डीजल लेके हैं तो अभी क्या होता है. 1.5 से 2 घंटे में बैकअप आती है, इलेक्ट्रिक में 30 मिनट में बैकअप आती है. So that's the first point which we mentioned and which we achieved in the previous trial. Second, I have already spoken, 30% lesser price, 30% higher capex and 3 years of break even. Second trial which we did between Delhi and Jaipur, इन दोनों trials में electric truck और hydrogen trucks नहीं थे. इस बार third trial में चेन्नई से त्रिची के बीच में electric और hydrogen trucks भी होंगे. This is seat cost. Somebody is interested, need not to tell. Green Cell Mobility runs buses between Delhi and 5 cities. 1200 रुपए की टिकट 300 रुपए में मिलती है if you are traveling from an electric bus. There are 2 stations in Gurgaon inaugurated by Amitabh Kant sir and Niti Aayog. Sri Suvendu Jyoti Sinha, Gadkari ji revealed this station model here in this same hall, right, last year. This is the expansion route of Bharatmala and Sagarmala, which is going to complete from Delhi to Chennai. The last slide which we want to bring in the conversation today at this stage of time is because in the interest of time, you will be able to see where India stands globally into decarbonization. So I'm skipping all this slide, technical slides of testing, what is coming up next, and going straight forward to the slide which gives us an insight of where do we stand technically on a global map. This is where you stand globally. दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा e-highway जर्मनी के पास हैं. Germany has conducted 2 trials, 10 kilometer, 12 kilometer. India has conducted 2 trials, 225 and 272. The third trial is going to make us work on 3,000 kilometer to 5,000 kilometer within 2030. So that's a place where our cost has also came down to 22 crore German highway to Indian highway on a beta version, 1 crore per kilometer only. So I would not take much of your time. If time permits, only 1 or 2 questions we'll be able to take. Our speakers are there to take maximum 2 questions. Anybody has a question, please raise your hand. Rest question we will keep in the press conference room. One guy I can see in the center, if somebody can give them a microphone quickly, short one, not so long. I'm sure I'm putting a lot of pressure on the audience also to digest everything in a short span. This has taken 4 years to reach here, but worth giving some more minutes. Identify your name and quickly ask your question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Avichan. My question is for Abhijit, sir. Sir, previously that you have shown in the PPT that we have covered trials for 2 states, 2 highways, that is for Delhi to Agra and Delhi to Jaipur, which indicated that the trials that we have run is actually supported by the central government. But then you have showed that in the trial 3, we will be covering from the route Chennai to Trichy. So that's not a BJP rule state. So don't you think that it will be a challenging task for you so that the coordination will be working for the benefit of the trial and you will not face any challenges?
You are a student of technical studies or politics?
Sir, management.
Great, good question. Though India does not have any state-to-state plan, it has a 5,500 kilometer national plan to compete with Germany and bring e-highways on the mode. It also does not have any discrimination as union government and federal government is speaking. Chennai and Trichy, why it was picked up? Because majority of OEMs are there, majority of steel and components companies are there, but this trial will also benefit all 5,500 kilometers that we are expecting. So there is no discrimination. I don't believe that if it is happening, even sometime we face some challenge, but the state and central government must come together to read out these challenges. Otherwise, rollout of this level would not be possible. It would not be possible for a country like us. Recently, we have seen in Wayanad what has happened. Recently, we have seen into Uttarakhand. If there is a coordination gap between central and state government, you will not be able to meet natural calamities. It is a highly ambitious project. So I believe what support we have got from Tamil Nadu is at par, beautiful. There is no challenge that we have seen as of now. Any other question?
Sir, one more question. Sir, जैसे कि जर्मनी का आपने शो करा था,
Yes.
and you have also shared कि अमेरिका में भी टेस्ला ने भी चार्जिंग स्टेशंस पे वो करा था.
Little louder.
हेलो.
Yes.
सर, अमेरिका में टेस्ला ने भी चार्जिंग स्टेशंस के ऊपर ई हाईवेज इंट्रोड्यूस करे थे.
जी.
जर्मनी इसका आपने शो करा कि ओवरहेड वायरिंग का भी जो
Germany is overhead wiring, right?
Yes, sir.
हाँ.
तो यही 2 मेजर टेक्नोलॉजीज है जो बाकी की कंट्रीज भी अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं फॉर कन्वर्टिंग देयर हाईवेज इनटू ई हाईवेज.
जी.
इंडिया के लिए कौन सा टेक्नोलॉजी ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल रहेगा ताकि हमारा जो सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ का जो गोल है वो अचीव कर पाए और इंडिया के जो हाईवेज है उसके लिए ज़्यादा अडेप्टेबल कौन सा टेक्नोलॉजी रहेगा?
I understood your question. We have 2 models. One is Germany, overhead wires, and then large trucks. That is e-highway, very expensive. The other one is the Tesla model, which is on the US coast. Every other country is now going for either of the one model or the other model. India has chosen to take in the model, which is the beta version of setting up charger because of limitation of manufacturing companies. Scania and Siemens has done the trial on Germany one. India, we don't have a vehicle which has overhead extended wires. We cannot do the entire electric mobility industry manufacturing revamped to produce that vehicle. Second, we also do not have power surplus for the highways. So for us, it is better to go the US model, which Tesla has, but Tesla has a very conservative iPhone type of model, only charger and match. What we have created in India is a charging station after each 100 kilometer. It is having more than 40 chargers. It is almost so strong to give you an anchoring space in that area that all type of vehicle it can charge. And these stations are capable to cover 30 kilometer beyond and 30 kilometer after. If any electric vehicle shut down, they will be able to send a backup. Not only the technical backup, but also the charger and the connector. So this gives a lot of confidence to Indian market, though we are not going with the Germany one.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I think there are more questions. If we are allowed to take one more. Last one. This is the last one. Quick one.
Hello.
And
Hello. Hi, Mr. Sinha. Myself, Bhavishya Sethi, and I am a finance student. Sir, I was reading about NHEV, and I found it that it works on annuity hybrid e-mobility model. तो सर इस मॉडल के अंदर एक 5,000 करोड़ का इंस्ट्रूमेंट है. इसमें से सर कुछ अमाउंट डिसबर्स होना था फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन विद इन 12 मंथ्स. पर कमिंग दिसंबर ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्सपायर हो जाएगा क्योंकि अभी तक तो कोई अमाउंट ऐसा डिसबर्स हुआ नहीं है फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन, या ये नेक्स्ट ईयर री-एनेबल होगा?
I think you have asked the pain question of many of the people who are sitting here. is climate financing is a bottleneck, whether we will be able to go beyond it or not. Me and Amit ji were discussing when we were sitting here that how this can be sped up. And definitely the 5,000 crore rupees climate funding which was created to uphold this transition, out of which all 2 trials are completed, land acquisition and surveys, these all basic works are done. This project, particularly in the February session, was in the Parliament for discussion. It was sought by the standing committee, estimate committee on the estimate from Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Heavy Industry to look into the matter that how we can speed up and at least bring out 10% of the instrument. So the instrument is of 5,000 crore, at least 10% of 500 crores will be invested in the immediately deployable routes for which we are doing this trial of truck. So might be decision coming in the monsoon session from the Parliament to look into the power and petroleum PSU's interest to own these stations. It is yet to be done. Session चल रहा है अभी, लेकिन कम से कम 500 करोड़ हम इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक्स और हाइड्रोजन ट्रक्स के डिप्लॉयमेंट के ऊपर चेन्नई त्रिची पे कर पाएंगे. So that's the one carve out which we am seeing coming very, very quick.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick one, very fast. We have a session coming up.
Yeah, I'm from logistics industry, from Logistics, a US-based company, and we do aid and relief for US government. I have a quick question here, just want to give a background. We had secured a big project for transportation from different suppliers in India to Nhava Sheva port last year. And at the final kickoff, it got stopped because the US company said you will be emitting more carbon emissions because you'll be using road.
Anything related to this which I'll be able to answer, I will not be able to answer.
The thing is, I got this project again, and we are a carbon neutral company, but would like to know how soon you will be commercializing this into cargo industry, because this is a trial one you are mentioning.
Yes.
So how soon it will get commercialized?
मैं आपका आसानी से उत्तर दे देता हूँ. जहाँ जहाँ ट्रायल हुए हैं, ट्रायल होने का तरीका ये होता है कि टेम्पररी चार्जर लगाए जाते हैं, टेम्पररी OEM से गाड़ियाँ मांगी जाती हैं, 1 महीने के लिए चलाई जाती हैं, जो डेटा निकलता है उसको फिर ऑगमेंट करके पैन इंडिया प्लान बनाया जाता है, जिसपे टोटल कॉस्ट ऑफ ओनरशिप पर किलोमीटर पर टन ये सब निकाले जाते हैं, तो कि इंडस्ट्री अपना स्टेक उसमें से ले सके, जिनको डिसीजन लेना है वो इन्फॉर्मेशन ले सके. जब जब ट्रायल हुए हैं दिल्ली जयपुर पे, दिल्ली आगरा पे, आज तक ना वो गाड़ियाँ वापस आईं ना वो चार्जर वापस आए. वो अभी भी चल रहे हैं, लगे हुए हैं. So I am going to bring electric trucks and hydrogen trucks on Chennai Trichy. Nothing will come up because when we go back and we ask operator कि हमारा चार्जर वापस कर दो, they say आप अपना चेक लीजिए, जाइए, ये profitable है. So with this, I think we can end the session and no time for any other questions, but I am welcoming each one of you. I know there are a lot of media persons who have came to cover this trial and who have came to take this press release with us. We have a setup of boardroom after in the right side of the hall. All of you who are interested to take more question answer with us are happy. I'm welcoming each one of them. Any closing remark which you seek from our speakers are also you are welcome to ask them off the stage. Thank you so much for being so kind and generous.
Thank you, sir, for this very enlightening session. I'm sure the logistics industry is looking forward to the commercialization of this whenever it happens. I would now request Mr. Amit Shankar of Million Minds to please come on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing the wealth of their knowledge with everyone. We will also be presenting our speakers with a small kit from Om Logistics. So I would request you to please present a memento and this kit to Mr. Anirudh Nadla of ICCT. A memento and gift for Mr. Udhav Kumar. Anirudh, I request you to please remain on stage. A memento and gift for Mr. Anand Mimani. And a memento and gift for Mr. Abhijit Sinha. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you so much for your insights. Everybody is looking up to the logistics sector to also reduce its carbon footprint, and the adoption of these green practices, of course, will be very welcome. I would request Mr. Amit Shankar to please remain on stage. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Bui Truong Thuong, the Trade Councillor of Vietnam Embassy. He's here with us. I request him to please come up on stage. And I would request Mr. Amit Shankar of Milan Wines and Mr. Naresh Sharma, Chairman of CCI Group, to please present Mr. Thuong with a memento and flowers for coming here. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence here. I would request Mr. Gaurav from GTT to also please come up on stage. We are grateful to Mr. Thuong, Trade Councillor of Vietnam Embassy, for coming here and gracing us with his presence. We are also delighted to be joined by Mr. N. Sivaselam, the former Special Logistics Secretary in the Government of India. He's as a Special Secretary Logistics in the Department of Commerce and previously as Special Secretary in the Department of Telecom. His visionary leadership and policy initiatives have played a pivotal role in driving India's infrastructure development and technological advancement. So I would request Mr. N. Sivaselam to please come up on stage and give a small talk to the audience here. As you can see, so it's a complete packed house from the logistics industry, and as a pioneer of all the reforms in this industry, they are looking forward to hearing you.
Delighted to be here at the Logistics Shakti Awards and Summit. First of all, let me tell you that I'm part of the jury which possibly has shortlisted a lot of people who are going to receive their awards. And I need to make one thing very clear, that each one of you who are shortlisted are possibly the who's and who of this industry today. And if at the end of it, only one of you can be awarded in a category, it's all because of certain subjectivity involved in any process of selection. It has got nothing to do with the people whom, given a choice, I would say the entire list should be awarded because they are who's who. And I'm pretty certain that all of you are here. And let me congratulate the Logistics Shakti management for having made this happen and ensure a very transparent process for not just selection, but also for shortlisting, but also for selection. With these words, I think I should have been there this morning, and pardon me, I couldn't be there because I was in the PhD Chamber of Commerce, where the chief guest was a bit delayed, and therefore there was a cascading aspect to this. And I sincerely apologize for not being here this morning, and I'm extremely happy that you are giving me this time to speak to you on this occasion. Can I have a show of hands that you have pardoned me for being late? Oh, that relieves a lot of my tension for this indiscretion, I thought. This is, I think we need to, in my talk today, I'm going to dwell on five items which are transforming the logistics landscape, and 5 issues which are what I would call the headwinds. We have the monsoon and we have the headwinds. And let me see what's the monsoon. Since the last time it was there, it was last year, some interesting developments which can have major impact, even in a short run, is I think IMEC, India Middle East Corridor. It's a thing which Indian logistics players need to take note of, even looking at it from today. Whether you can plan that ecosystem even now without the rail link, according to me, it's possible. But whether we are willing to do it, just get into Jabal Ali, take the 85, and you're in Haifa. So if you can travel 3,000 kilometers in India, you can also travel 3,000 kilometers in a highway, which is from this. Apart from that, we are talking about the shipping line, we are talking about highways. Can we have a shipway in which we have a toll, not a charge? Any container can go to Jabal Ali, just like we have tolls on the road. We can have tolls on for ships. And a ship goes from any of our western ports or maybe in the eastern ports and then lands up in Jabal Ali and then goes to Europe. That's possible. We can also get containers back. These are some business arenas which are exciting prospects for our leading truckers, can I say so? Rameshji is here and fraternity is here. This is an important event. You just ship it, take the highway, reach up to Haifa, get your truck back with a container, have a truck holding bay in either Jordan or Israel or even Saudi Arabia, and your trucks are back. So that's a possibility even today. Something to think. Second, last year we had this Virinjam problem, but today it's operational. It can change the face of India. First of all, you can avoid paying $200 straight away. Transshipment at Colombo can be avoided if we as a nation insist that we, from the international division point, we come to Virinjam, drop our cargo, India-based cargo at Virinjam, and then have a train to places like Delhi, which is hinterland. 3-4 trains a day will do the trick. It's possible. Timetable trains will do the trick. And in all this, the logistics costs will come down by half. Let's be clear on that. That's a second monsoon winds. Third, new port development. Yes, Vadhavan is there. It can make that's also a port which can take Cape ships, brings it further. Honestly, I have not studied the economics of it or the ecosystem interest, particularly the shipper ecosystem interest in it. Maybe, but that's in the offing. If an infrastructure of that nature is being created, it's not for nuts. It's for something very big. And hopefully, things may become clear in 6 months. And as business entities, you would be clear about it even today, and maybe may articulate that position better. The fourth, just a week ago, earlier this week, there was an announcement. You're going to develop a transshipment facility at Nicobar. That's big news. That means you're going to have a Singapore out there. It's on the shipping lanes. You have it. It has huge implications for India. So you're already in India at that time, and then you get your cargo at Nicobar and then transship it. It's local cargo. So that's a big opportunity. And I heard the shipping secretary say that construction has already started. It will be 3 years. And 3 years is a good time to prepare yourself for that with our infrastructure facilities. The fourth, an interesting thing, yes, DFC is now operational, and that's making some headway in terms of logistics. But the key element is, are we planning to get better things through putting our manufacturing and even value addition centers on the DFC, which can make a huge impact. And people like you who are exporters and importers and value adders, I would put the word value adders as a common term. You have a big role in it, and that's one area. These are the strong, what I would call environmental monsoon, which is there. Yes, it's important. When we talk about all these things, we talk about, oh, we are creating this infrastructure, that infrastructure. But what are the issues which are plaguing us? The issues which are plaguing us are all related to systems. And they are the soft side. It is the soft side which is our problem. Our business systems is a problem, not our infrastructure. We need to get our systems right if the value is to accrue to us. Because otherwise, wherever the systems are imperfect, the benefit of infrastructure will not percolate down. And that's a key area of what I would call the headwinds. First of them, we are talking about so many things, about doing things in an integrated manner. One measure will achieve it, and that's a multimodal billing. Are we, as a country, are we in a position to get multimodal billing? It has got huge implications, mind you. And it has got huge implications because the billing will always be done by the first mile guy only, who takes the cargo and delivers it at the last mile. So that makes, and most of the truckers are, almost the entire trucking business is in the private sector. And that's an area where you have great interest, because ability to interact with intermediate players, maybe the rail or the shipping or whatever it is an area where institutions are in a better position to organize what I would call interactions and competitive pricing than individuals. Rather than, we are presently in the regime of take-it pricing. I mean, this is the price, you take it or leave it. We have no other choice. But once you make it a multi-million, this thing, you have a choice, whether you run it through or whether you take an alternate mode. And it does not matter. You are being mode neutral, and therefore the prices will start aligning itself. Yes, there'll be a big impact on GST, because you will have a single bill with a single GST. So that makes a lot of business sense. Third issue, you get a whole lot of insurance prospects. And instead of multiple insurance or multiple stages of insurance. And insurance is important. But how many of you are aware that the regulatory authority is already ready with the multimodal insurance concept? But the businesses are not ready for it. The multimodal bill or a multimodal bill itself, when I'm talking of bill, I mean the actual bill, a multimodal bill. They are not ready for it, whereas certain systems which are depending on it are ready for it. This is a huge advantage, and my plea to you is to make a pitch for a single bill across modes, particularly, let's start with domestic, because that itself, according to me, will lead to at least about 20 to 25, 30% decrease in logistics costs as a whole, because a whole lot of intermediaries will get eliminated. And and people will be doing regular business of ensuring that your product is taken delivery of and delivered at the destination. Third, if you have certain aspects which you want to do, we still have the technology, we have the software, we have the knowledge, but we are still not making too much of headway with blockchains. That's the logistics industry must adopt blockchain if you want to reduce logistics costs, because otherwise too many persons will demand originals, and that's not the way going forward. If we as a business entity opt for as blockchains as a methodology, you have a great deal of what I would call negotiating advantage with the regulators. Because once you put in a bill, you can always say, my bill is available on the blockchain, which is a national system, please look it up. You can't change it, because once you change it, the bill will go away. But a blockchain is a system if you want to avoid what I would call the regulatory, or I wouldn't say regulatory, I would like to say inspection overload. That's a key element, and I would strongly request you before the world overtakes you on that and you become copycats, because you do it because others have done it. It's better for you to lead the world like we have done in the UPI. And this is a UPI movement for the logistics industry, adopting the blockchain system. My last point on this is, a lot of it is said on containers. I mean, people say we got a lot of information in containers over the last 4 years, but that's not enough. We need to have a mechanism by which we can say, because containers, the type of containers which I want is always available 500 kilometers away. That's the problem. It should be available, it should be capable of having a business deliverable on it. And I would strongly request that this itself should make a huge impact, almost 100 to 200. If I wouldn't put, some people pay almost $400 to get the containers, but I would still say on an average about $50 on an average per containers used domestically, or even for our international trade, could be saved. And that's a huge saving, considering that we use 5 million containers a year, and that is the statistics of 2018 or 2019. So we are growing, and therefore it could be more. I thought I could dwell more. The clock is ticking. I had 10 minutes for myself, and these are some of the 7 to 8 issues which I could cover before you, to tell you some of the monsoon and the headwinds. Monsoon, I would require, is the one which does things for the country, and the headwinds are something which we need to face and solve it so that they become monsoons of next year. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Please stay on stage for a minute. Just stay on the stage for a minute. Thank you, sir. Very important points being raised by you. One, billing, blockchain, lots to ponder over. I would now request Kamal Narayan to please come on stage and present sir with a memento. I request Kamal Narayan to please come up on stage and present sir with a memento. Thank you for coming here, sir, and thank you for your very enlightening talk. So I just wanted to inform all of you that we will be skipping the tea break. There is running coffee. You're most welcome to bring up your cup of coffee back into the hall, but I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. Those who are in the back of the hall, the many empty seats, please occupy them. We're also very excited to announce the Logistics Shakti LinkedIn Engagement Award. To participate, you just need to upload your picture on LinkedIn, mention us at the rate Logistics Shakti, and use the hashtag Logistics Shakti in your LinkedIn post. We have a photo booth right outside for LinkedIn. Get clicked and upload it on LinkedIn. The post with the highest engagement will be rewarded and be part of this logistics conversation. We're going to now move on to our next session, and this is on drivers, the pilots for logistics industry, investing in their well-being for sustainable and resilient growth. In India, commercial driving is a profession that is largely stigmatized. Neither does it have respect nor recognition. Moreover, commercial drivers overwhelmingly come from marginalized socio-economic backgrounds. Poor wages, long erratic work hours, and setbacks to health, including mental health, surely do not make it very aspirational. We would now like to turn this belief on its head. We believe that drivers are pilots who will steer the logistics sector into the stratosphere of high growth. This session will cover comprehensive strategies for drivers' physical health, medical checkups, and mental health, their social health, and their financial health. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Ramesh Agarwal, Chairman of APML. Please welcome Mr. Piyush Chaturvedi. He is the Managing Director of Signo Drive Technologies Private Limited. Please welcome Mr. Abu Thakir, Senior General Manager, Concor India. Mr. Roshanlal Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, CJ Darsil Logistics. And please welcome Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Founder, Center for Driver Relationship Management, CDRM, who will be moderating this session. I would request Mr. Kumar to steer this discussion.
No, I'm comfortable. I'm not talking. Excuse me. Hello. Namaskar. Salam alaikum. Sat Sri Akal. Well, it doesn't mean that you're not ladies and gentlemen. When you move in the circle of drivers, they don't use those words. This is the kind of greetings they exchange. So the same way, I offer the same greetings to all of you as well as the panelists. Mr. Ramesh Agarwal doesn't need any introduction, okay? And in fact, if at all, see, the one thing I must tell you that I am, like punch pleased, and I really have, words fail me because such a big logistic conference thought it wise to have a session on drivers in the early part of the day. I mean, usually they don't include drivers as a discussion for a panel, but creating a panel and putting it in the early part of the, the complete, session or whatever it is, I'm very punch pleased. It's an unusual. In the last 15 years, I've been noticing the driver never gets any, recognition. If at all the driver gets any recognition, it is, one man takes the full credit. You know who it is. The man brought the plight of drivers on stage. It's none but Mr. Ramesh Agarwal ji. A round of applause for him, please. See, he has reached such a stage that the Prime Minister made him come on the day when the national logistics policy was introduced to make him, that day he was actually suffering from a high fever. In spite of it, he came and spoke that day. And of course, as far as Mr. Roshanlal is concerned, I know the company for the 15 years, definitely. In fact, even before others talk about all this kind of a thing, his company helped me to set up adopt a dhaba somewhere on Sonipat to provide all kind of help to the drivers. So, yeah, big thanks to him, Roshan Lal ji. And of course, Mr. Piyush Chaturvedi, I know him because, he is trying to, provide the right kind of, sourcing drivers using technology, okay? And of course, Mr., Abu Takir, I met him, but, I used to live, in Greater Noida, Dadri, 10 kilometers away from the ICD. So whenever I used to go and meet Mr. M.K. Nabi, I always bumped into him. So in that way, I know all these gentlemen, on this stage. I have a very long, association with them. The issue is health. Health is wealth. All of us know. Okay? And, we also say that, हम सब stakeholder है, business partner है, हम सब कहते रहते हैं. लेकिन हम कितना करते हैं, और 10 मतलब एक महीने के बाद सितंबर 17 तारीख को हम पूरा मनाएंगे ड्राइवर्स डे करके एक दिन तमाशा करेंगे, ठीक है, उसके बाद हम भूल जाएंगे, ठीक है. और गाड़ी हर घड़ी आप लोग हेल्थ कैंप लगा देते हैं. ड्राइवर सब पूछते हैं, अरे भाई साहब ये बताइए, एक तरफ से बोल रहे हैं हम तो HIV एड्स कैरियर करके बोलते हैं, हमसे बाद में खून चूस लेते हैं, ठीक है. So and other thing is that many companies, many foundations also run health camps, all those kind of a thing, provide glasses, all those kind of a thing. But a lot of drivers little afraid of wearing those glasses also. Okay, and coming back to the theme is because see, all said and done, you may have if you have the best of the roads, we have the best of the trucks, BS6, and we are already talking about BS7, all those kind of a thing. Unless there is a driver, all this technology, high-end vehicles, and excellent autobahn kind of roads have absolutely no meaning. Okay, so ड्राइवर का हेल्थ इशू बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आपका धंधा चलना है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी चाहिए, तो ड्राइवर को ध्यान देना बहुत ज़रूरी है. मेरा पहला सवाल मिस्टर रोशन लाल जी से है. सर, आपके पास तो इतना ट्रक है, किधर भी आप रास्ते हाईवे पे चली जाइए, आपको इतना ट्रक, आपका कंपनी का ट्रक देख सकते हैं. मैं आपके साथ कंपनी के साथ भाई खड़ा हो गई. सर, आप ये क्षेत्र में आपका ड्राइवर के लिए क्या क्या सुविधा करते हैं, देते हैं?
मैं दुनिया के 2 सबसे बड़े ड्राइवर का नाम लेना चाहूँगा यहाँ पर. पहला ड्राइवर है हनुमान जी, जो संजीवनी बूटी कहाँ से कहाँ लेकर गए थे, पर हमारे ड्राइवर भी कहाँ का माल कहाँ लेकर जाते हैं. और दूसरे ड्राइवर है भगवान श्री कृष्ण, जो अर्जुन के सारथी बने. अगर ड्राइवर को अगर ये सम्मान दोगे, और जब ये सम्मान उनको मिलने लग जाएगा, मेरे हिसाब से मैं नहीं समझता कि उनके लिए हमें सोचना पड़ेगा. वो आपके लिए सोचेंगे, हमारे लिए सोचेंगे. बस सोच बदलने की ज़रूरत है. यही हमारी कमी रह गई. बातें हम बहुत करते हैं, शायद करने के टाइम जब आती बात, शायद जिम्मेवारी को हम भूल जाते हैं. हमारी कंपनी ड्राइवरों के लिए बहुत कुछ करना चाहती है, शायद उतना हम नहीं कर पाते या नहीं कर पाए. ड्राइवरों को लिए हमने एक्सीडेंट ना हो, मेरा ड्राइवर मेरी गाड़ी से एक्सीडेंट से कोई चोट ना लगे उसके बारे में हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं. कैमरे लगाए हैं, डेली ट्रेनिंग देते हैं. जब भी 15, 20, 50 जो ड्राइवर होते हैं, कैसे चलना है कैसे नहीं है, बराबर हम ट्रेंड आदमी को बुलाकर उनको ट्रेनिंग देते हैं और बताते हैं और वीडियो ऑडियो दिखाते हैं. और जब एक्सीडेंट होती है तो उसका कारण डीप में जाके उन ड्राइवर को दिखाते हैं. नींद आ गई, पी ली, या किसी कारण से. केवल ड्राइवर माल का नुकसान नहीं करता, गाड़ी का नुकसान नहीं करता. और सामने कोई भी आता है और उसके घर के अनाथ बच्चों को कर देता है, उससे बड़ा पाप हमसे और कोई नहीं हो पाता. कहीं ना कहीं एक दिन मैं करीब 25-30 साल पहले गया था. यमराज के बाद अगर इस दुनिया में किसी को मौत देती है और मौत आती है तो हमारे द्वारा आती है, हमारे ड्राइवर, हमारी गाड़ी जाती है. और वो यमराज के दूत ना बने, हम धर्मराज के दूत बने, भगवान के दूत बने. हम जियो और जीने दो का नारा दें, उस पर विचार करें. ये हमारी कंपनी का सोच भी है और करने की कोशिश भी करते हैं और करते भी हैं. पर कितना कर पाते हैं वो शायद कहना मुश्किल होगा. वैसे तो ड्राइवरों के लिए हम बहुत कुछ सोचते हैं, अगर हमारा ड्राइवर हमारी गाड़ी से एक्सीडेंट से अगर भगवान को प्यारा हो जाता है, उससे इंश्योरेंस की इतनी पॉलिसी हमने ले रखी है, करीब 20 से 25 लाख उसके परिवार को इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से मिलता है। ये हमने उनके लिए पॉलिसी ले रखी है। ये जाने वाले के बाद रहने वालों के लिए भी हम सोचते हैं, हम करते हैं। यही मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हम अच्छे अच्छे बड़े ट्रांसपोर्टर हैं, हम यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनके बारे में आप सोचोगे, वो हमारे बारे में सोचेगा। बस यही कहना चाहूँगा मैं।
Thank you, sir. Mr. Takir, there are umpteen number of ICDs across the country, and the number of trucks which are parked inside all those ICDs are humongous, runs into thousands kind of a stuff. Okay, and what kind of health, focus your ICDs, Concor, and provides for these drivers? Because I have seen most of the ICDs do not have the adequate, resting places. Because at the end of the day, like Roshan Lalji keh rahe the, because fatigue is the major factor which causes the accidents. Okay, हमारा मंत्री जी भी यही कहता है 1.5 lakhs हर साल होता है. Actually, that is the figure is much more, but only the registered filed ones are talked about. So Concor में, so what all the other facilities आप provide करते हो, क्या करना चाहते हो?
Actually, we are the principal employer of the drivers. So to ensure their health, we are conducting health camps regularly at the various ICDs and MMLPs. And apart from that, we also ensure and enforce the minimum wages, then ESI, PF, etc. to our service provider. So we always insist that the service provider should ensure that they should have the proper ESI and also PF, besides conducting our own health camps at our ICD itself. Regarding providing this restroom and all, we have provided at major ICDs, and it is being maintained by Slob Internationals.
Okay. See, in fact, if we really take the Dadri thing, at the entrance, you have, the huge, just a few months back also I was there. See, all those rooms are empty. It's all used like a godown or, absolutely, like unused. So you have any plans to make improve those kind of things so that the drivers, instead of sleeping inside the truck, they can really go and, sleep those kind of things? Because at the end of the day, rest is very essential for them to overcome all their, stress वगैरह thing. उसके बारे में क्या सोचा आपने?
No, okay, but yes, it can be provided, but it should be managed properly. Because the complications should come from the parking area or from the restroom itself. So if you provide that without proper management, then it will be very difficult to manage it. So first of all, we have to ensure that the literacy of the driver should come up. There is a huge gap between where they are and where they should be. So to bridge that gap, their qualification should be improved, skill development should be there, and the wrongdoing should be prevented. Because it is so tempted for them to do all those wrongdoings from the parking area itself. So we are so vigilant on those issues and trying to improve the health of not only mental health and social health also.
Yeah, Mr. Takir, whose responsibility it is? Who should take the responsibility of making ensure that the driver's health is, monitored and then improved upon? Whose responsibility?
All the stakeholders should take the responsibility. Not only Concor, not only the service provider. The drivers themselves should also take some responsibility to take care of themselves and also their family members.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. अच्छा अग्रवाल जी, रमेश अग्रवाल जी, see आपसे क्या सवाल पूछूं? देखिए, नॉर्मल जो भी हेल्थ कैंप चलता है वो सब ठीक है। सो जब मैं ड्राइवर से मिलता हूँ वो सब ये पूछते हैं हमारा लाइक अभी रिसेंटली गया 4-5 सालों से कैबिन का इम्प्रूवमेंट्स हो गया, एर्गोनॉमिक्स इम्प्रूव हो गया। पहले तो कुछ भी होते थे, सीट लाइक पत्थर के ऊपर भी रख जाते थे। उनका बैक पेन होता है, पाइल्स कंप्लेन होता है। जो भी हम हेल्थ कैंप के बारे में कहते हैं, हर ब्लड टेस्ट करता है, बीपी चेक करता है, शुगर चेक करता है, आंख चेक करता है, बस इसके अलावा आगे नहीं बढ़ता है। सर इसके बारे में आपका क्या सोच है?
मैं तो सबसे पहले आयोजक का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करूंगा, क्योंकि लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति में प्रोग्रेस और विकास, किसने क्या कमा लिया, किसने क्या बैलेंस शीट बना ली, किसके नेटवर्किंग से क्या क्लाइंट मिल गया, उससे तो लाभ होता ही है। मगर ऐसे मुद्दे को लिया जो ट्रक चालक, जो इस सारी इकोनॉमी की नीम का पत्थर है, नीम का पत्थर नीम में रहता है, हम उसको कोई पहचानता नहीं, बस सारी नीम तो वहीं खड़ी होती है। जब भारत की कोई रक्तचाप है इकोनॉमी की, तो वो सब में से एक लॉजिस्टिक एंड सप्लाई चेन है, और सप्लाई चेन लॉजिस्टिक जो रक्तचाप है वो ट्रक चालक है। रमेश जी का भी मैं साधुवाद बोलूँगा कि इन्होंने अपने जीवन को त्याग दिया, एक तरह से इस इंडस्ट्री के लिए समर्पित कर दिया। कितने किलोमीटर ट्रकों के साथ जाते हैं और उनकी तकलीफ़ों को नोट करके सरकार तक पहुंचाते हैं। कितना हुआ कितना नहीं वो ये परवाह नहीं करते, मगर बहुत कुछ हुआ। तो मैं इससे पहले सर, आप जो क्वेश्चन पूछा, मैं इससे पहले ड्राइवर का एक परिचय देता हूँ। ड्राइवर है कौन, कौन है ड्राइवर, चालक कौन है? इस हिंदुस्तान में जो सबसे मुश्किल काम जो नहीं होता वो ट्रक चालक करता है। आप सबके पास आजकल तो चलो अखबार इसमें मोबाइल में आ गया। हम जब सुबह सुबह जब तक अखबार हमारे पास आता था, न्यूज़पेपर हमारे पास आता था, तो हम बिना न्यूज़पेपर के उठा नहीं करते थे। एक आदत बनी हुई थी, एक कप चाय का और एक न्यूज़पेपर, ये आ गया तो उठा। तो वो न्यूज़पेपर आपको पहुंचाने वाला जो ट्रक चालक, वो अपने रात के 12 बजे अपनी नींद हराम करता है ताकि मेरे देश के सब लोगों को 5:30-6 बजे अखबार मिल जाए। यानी कि मेरी नींद खुलाता है कौन? अखबार। अखबार को लाने वाला ट्रक चालक। तो मेरे को जगाने वाला कौन? ट्रक चालक। यानी कि देश को जगाने वाला कौन? ट्रक चालक। उसको वो देश को जगाने वाला है मेरी सेंस में, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आज हम सब लोग एवरेज औसत आयु हमारी 78 साल की है सर। मगर आपने जब सर्वे करवाया होगा, रमेश जी के पास डाटा होगा, हमारा ट्रक चालक की औसत एवरेज आयु 68 साल है। वो 10 साल पहले जाता है इस संसार से, वो उसका परिचय है। हम सब लोग मिनिमम 6 घंटे कोई ना कोई सोते होंगे, 6 घंटे प्लस सोते होंगे, 6 आवर्स प्लस मोर। जब ट्रक चालक की एवरेज नींद का हिसाब किताब लिया गया तो वो 2 घंटे 50 मिनट ही सोता है, लेस देन 3 आवर्स। 3 घंटे ही वो अपनी नींद पूरी करता है। ऑफ कोर्स वो रेस्ट जरूर 8-9 घंटे करता है, रेस्ट में और नींद में बहुत फर्क है। तो नींद उसकी 3 घंटे ही होते हैं। 37% ट्रक चालक अविवाहित रहते हैं, उनकी शादियां नहीं होती। ये एक उनका परिचय है। अब करें क्या? हमारी बहन ने इंट्रोडक्शन में कहा था कि एक ट्रक चालक के बारे में वो मोस्ट नेग्लेक्टेड, इट वाज, वो था, आज नहीं है। यदि हम 20 साल पहले की बात करें, 2006 में आदरणीय रोशनलाल जी उस टाइम पर हमारे अध्यक्ष थे, तो एक भैरव सिंह शेखावत जी को बुलाकर हमने ट्रक चालक के ऊपर काम किया था। तो लोगों ने बोला कि यार क्यों सर पे चढ़ा रहे हो भाई, इनको सर पे चढ़ाओगे तो पता नहीं क्या करेंगे। तो वो ऑल इंडिया ट्रांसपोर्ट एसोसिएशन ने कहा था कि ये ही हमारे इंडस्ट्री के सब कुछ है, और आज इनके बारे में नहीं सोचेंगे तो पता नहीं आगे क्या होगा। तो 2004 के बाद ट्रक चालकों का एक मान सम्मान बढ़ता बढ़ता आज मैं कहता हूँ कि वो ट्रक चालक, इससे पहले हम ट्रक ड्राइवर कहा करते थे, शायद सभी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर अब ड्राइवर का नाम कन्वर्ट होकर ट्रक चालक हो गया। तो ड्राइवर हार्डली कोई लोग कहता होगा, या कोई सारथी या कोई चालक, तो ट्रक ड्राइवर अब नहीं रहे वो। कुछ लोगों ने तो पायलट भी कहना शुरू कर दिया था, बट जनरली इंडस्ट्री के अंदर ट्रक चालक का नाम आ गया है ताकि थोड़ा सा सम्मानीय नाम हो।
सर पायलट कहने से क्या होता है, नाम बदलने से कुछ होता है?
करेक्ट, मैं वही उसी बात पे आ रहा हूँ। तो मान सम्मान उनका एक अच्छा हो। और पहली बार 1947 के बाद हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के मुंह से 2 मार्च 2024 को उन्होंने पहली बार ही कहा कि ट्रक चालक एक देश के आंतरिक सिपाही हैं, इकोनॉमी का हिस्सा है, इनके लिए सोचना होगा और कुछ करना होगा। तो जब 2022 में हमने एक प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, जब आपने कहा कि विज्ञान भवन में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था करना क्या होगा इनके लिए, जो आप लोगों ने बता तो दिया कि 10 साल पहले मरते हैं, 3 घंटे सोते हैं, ज़्यादा नहीं सो सकते, करना क्या होगा। तो हमने एक रोड मैप दिया था उनको बनाकर कि क्या करना होगा ताकि ये ट्रक चालक का मन ट्रक चालक रहे। क्योंकि आपने देखा होगा एक वकील का बेटा वकील मिल जाएगा, सीए का बेटा सीए मिल जाएगा, आईएएस का बेटा बहुत खुशी से आईएएस बन जाएगा। यदि आप 100 ट्रक चालकों से पूछोगे भाई बेटे को ट्रक चालक बनाओगे, वो बोले यार मैंने कौन सा पाप किया था, मैं नहीं बनाऊंगा। क्यों भाई, बाप का प्रोफेशन बेटा अपनाना नहीं चाहता, क्या है क्या इसके अंदर। आईएएस का पूछे तो हाँ जी बिल्कुल बनाऊंगा। तो क्योंकि ये एक नफरत का प्रोफेशन हो गया था, वो तो कहता कि मेरी तो चलो जिंदगी बीत गई। तो इसलिए एक ट्रक का बेटा ट्रक नहीं बनाना चाह रहा था। तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने देखा कि ये ऐसा क्यों, तो उन्होंने सारे बिंदु को कैप्चर किया और ये मैं अनाउंस किया कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान के जितने भी हाईवे हैं उनके ऊपर 1000 ड्राइवर सेवा केंद्र खुलेंगे। 1000। हालांकि हमने तो ट्रेड ने 600 की डिमांड की थी, क्योंकि 2012 का सर्वे जो बोलता है उसमें 1,38,000 लोग हर साल एक्सीडेंट से मर जाते हैं, जिसमें से 26,441 लोग इसलिए मरते हैं कि ट्रक चालक उनकी नींद पूरी नहीं होती। तो बाकी विभिन्न कारण है, वो तो सरकार सोचेगी या इंडिविजुअल सोचेगा, बस 26,441 के बारे में तो हमारी चिंता है, उनको तो हमको बचाना चाहिए।
अग्रवाल जी, ये सब ठीक है, सरकार ने प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा है 1000 वेसाइड अम्यूनिटीज़ बनाएंगे करके बताया है, लेकिन आपके कंपनी के मैं एपीएमएल में आता हूँ। एपीएमएल में सिर्फ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस ड्राइवर को होता है। जो लोग कमरे में बैठ के 3PL वाला, ये लॉजिस्टिक कंपनी वाला जो बैठ के काम करता है, उनके लिए मेंटल वेलनेस, ये वेलनेस, वो वेलनेस करके बहुत प्रोग्राम करता रहता है। लेकिन ड्राइवर के लिए, ड्राइवर इज़ द मोस्ट लाइक इम्पॉर्टेंट गाय। किसको ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस होता है, ओके, ये सब टेंशन ज़्यादा होता है क्योंकि वो बहुत लोग के अनपढ़ है, अंगूठा छाप है, इन लोग के साथ संभालना पड़ता है। आपका कंपनी में इसके लिए आप क्या, आपको ड्राइवर को क्या सुविधा बना के देते हो? स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, एंगर मैनेजमेंट, इस चीज़ में क्या करते हो?
रमेश जी का बहुत अच्छा। तो सबसे पहले हमने चिन्हित किया कि ड्राइवर का सम्मान वापिस आए। तो सबसे पहले 2012 6 सितंबर में एक ड्राइवर निद्रा दान के अंदर खोलकर कि जो ट्रक चालक, हमारे नहीं किसी के भी ट्रक चालक, जयपुर अजमेर के बीच में एक जगह है दुद्धू, जहाँ 32,000 ट्रक पर डे अप डाउन करते हैं, तो वहाँ कोई भी ट्रक चलता है और उस केंद्र में रुकता है, वो 50 एकड़ का टुकड़ा है, जिसमें 12 एकड़ के अंदर हम करीबन 180 चारपाई, कंबल, लैट्रिन, बाथरूम, एयरपोर्ट जैसे, और हर ट्रक चालक वहाँ पर रुकेगा। क्योंकि ट्रक चालक को क्या चाहिए, यदि वो रुकता है हाईवे के ऊपर तो उसका दर्द है डीजल की चोरी, बैटरी की चोरी, स्टेपनी की चोरी, माल की चोरी, रस्से की चोरी, तिरपाल की चोरी, पैसे की चोरी, पुलिस के डंडे, बड़े बड़े मच्छर, उसको वहाँ सोने नहीं देते। तो वह न सोने देते, इसके कारण वो सो नहीं पाता, सोना तो वो भी चाहता है। तो उनको एक ऐसा केंद्र बनाया कि 4 दीवारी के अंदर अपनी चारपाई, अपनी ट्रक पार्क करे।
दूधू को बात करते हो
तो उसके अंदर उनको सबसे पहले उसका एक मेंटल पाँव धोकर उसका सम्मान किया जाता है। एक तो ये रहा। दूसरा, और उसके बाद वो सोता है और 3 घंटे के बाद, 4 घंटे के बाद आगे अपनी रवाना हो जाता है, नंबर 1। दूसरा, एक क्या होता है कि ट्रक चालक जब दुखी होता है तो किसको फ़ोन करेगा? अपने कंट्रोल रूम में फ़ोन करेगा, किसके पास है, तो ये ट्रक के मालिक को फ़ोन करेगा या अपने मैनेजर को फ़ोन करेगा। रात को 2:30 बजे भी तकलीफ आ जाती है, तो अब करे क्या? तो एक 24 घंटे का कंट्रोल रूम बनाया गया जिसमें हर चीज़ की रिकॉर्डिंग होती है, और सुबह उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग को सुनते हैं लोग कि 2:30 बजे वो बोलता है कि भाई मेरे को ये आरटीओ तंग कर रहा है और स्ट्रेस में है। तो यदि दूसरा आदमी कहे अरे भाई ये टाइम है क्या 2:30 बजे फ़ोन करने का, बोला 2:30 बजे तंग करेगा तो 2:30 बजे फ़ोन करूंगा, क्या मैं सुबह फ़ोन करूंगा? तो यदि उसकी मॉनिटरिंग हो जाती है, सुबह उसका कोई मालिक देखता है तो ड्राइवर से कैसे व्यवहार किया, तो वो व्यक्ति उसका व्यवहार अच्छा करेगा और उसकी प्रॉब्लम को रिजोल्व करेगा ताकि उसका स्ट्रेस कम हो जाए। हाँ उस्ताद कहाँ हो बताओ? तो हमने 810 जिले हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, 807 होंगे, हर जिले के एसपी का और हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के इंस्पेक्टर के फ़ोन नंबर हमारे कंप्यूटर में ऑलरेडी फीड है। उसी टाइम पर वो जो रात का सुपरवाइजर या ऑफिसर होगा वो फ़ोन करेगा कि सर आपके हल में, जिसमें से ज़्यादा नहीं है, उत्तर प्रदेश में तो 25-50% इमीडिएटली हमारे को रिजोल्व होती है और ड्राइवर को रिलीफ मिलता है।
बहुत अच्छा करते हैं सर आप।
तीसरा और सर, आज हम सब लोग हमारा बर्थडे मनाते हैं, हैप्पी बर्थडे, स्टाफ के भी मनाते हैं, कंपनी में काम करते हैं उसका भी, किसी मैनेजर का भी मनाते हैं। तो हमने जो एक नई प्रथा शुरू की कि पर डे हमारे ज़्यादा नहीं है तो 24-25 ड्राइवरों के जन्मदिन मनाते हैं।
वेरी गुड। अच्छा पीयूष जी बताइए, सी लुक मिस्टर पीयूष जी, you have worked with Adanis, Ambanis, and you come from the corporate side, okay? And you tell me about this. In the corporate culture, you do all those kind of things, white collar job, stress management, wellness, all those kind of laughter therapy, all those kind of a thing. And you are into sourcing of drivers and supplying drivers to Indian companies, as well as you are also getting into export of drivers across the globe. So what is that, what kind of a program, what kind of a structure, what kind of a strategy you are really, formulating, so that, because the stress is a major thing, whether it's India or outside, stress is the same thing, because the road is, the driver is not a single user. There are multiple users on the road. Everybody causes problem. At the end of the day, the driver gets, the buck stops with him. So he gets beaten up. So what kind of a strategy you are building up to ensure that anger management, stress management, both for India as well as for abroad, what is that you are, framing?
First of all, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much. It's my privilege to be sitting with so many eminent, there's logistics, companies, their directors and all. They are the veterans, I am nothing in comparison to them and all, my experience and all. But yes, I spent 30 years of my in logistics, and after that I realized what is the pain area where the drivers, then I find out that major driver is the main pain area for the entire logistic industry. But that pain area, I should not blame the drivers. The blame has to go on us only, because we are the only people responsible and as rightly said, Ramesh Agrawal ji, that issue comes when you are not taking care of the driver, the well-beings and all. So that is the one area where we thought why not to start working on that Initially, when we started with this thought and going to the industry, talking to them industry, that we are a company we are into sourcing of driver. We are also ensuring drivers' well-beings and all. There was not much of the people they say yes, that's a good idea, and you are there to taking care and all. But again, when we talk about a lot of things, facilities and all, then people do not come forward and all. So that's why it took some time to convincing people and all. But I appreciate all my clients, all my veterans and all. We put all our efforts, they had taken and we started with that and all.
Yeah.
There are many clients who helps us on all, and they agreed our idea. So our idea was that, as he rightly said, why driver is not interested to put his his son or his relative into driving and all. It's only because he was so never got some respect and all, and because of that he is not interested He say this is the job which is not very good and I should put my family into this job and all. He never feel that yes, this is the job I should do. So that feeling has to be created, and how that can happen, the formula is very clear, that we should take care of it first of all his physical health,
yeah,
his mental health, his social health, and the financial health.
Yeah.
If we can work on these four things definitely we can do something for them and bring them to a label where they are really, and this is a really very good job creator. Why we say, if you look into that, today we talk about there are many unemployment and all. Why? Because of only 2-3 reasons. One is that jobs are available at one industry, but people are not interested because they don't feel this is the job they should do. Second thing is the education. Education is not there Because of that also the unemployment is happening and all. So we should create that structure And because of that, actually, we thought, let us start actually in this, creating the physical health, taking care of them, ensuring that the insurance has been taken for them, for their family, their medical checkup actually on timely basis and all, giving them actually some rest actually at the periodical interval and all. So those are things which are actually
Very good.
was there in industry, but not actually at the larger scale and all. Similarly, helping them actually in the social responsibilities and all, helping them actually with their children and all, helping them at their marriages and all. So all this actually, and also training them, teaching them actually. So these
So
are the things.
what you are saying, Mr. Piyush, what you are trying to say is education and getting closer to them. Sir, रोशन लाल जी, मैं आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ, ठीक है? जब आप ड्राइवर से पूछिए, see, health is related to what they eat also. You know, diet also plays a very big role. अगर आप कोई भी ड्राइवर से पूछेंगे उनका फेवरेट सब्जी क्या पूछेगा तो वो बोलेगा सेव भाजी. ओके, मैं हमेशा पूछता हूँ, अच्छा कुछ हरा भाजी खाते हैं नहीं खाते? वो बोलता है मिर्ची खाता हूँ सर. ठीक है, वाई मैं पूछता हूँ क्यों वो सेव भाजी खाते हो? ठीक है, वो बोलता है सिर्फ वही ताज़ा मिलता है, बाकी सब तो पुराना वाला भी रिसाइकिल कर देगा. सर, आपका कंपनी में इतना हज़ारों का ट्रक है, इनका ये फूड का माध्यम में आप क्या करना चाहते हो? क्योंकि फूड हैज़ अ मेजर इम्पैक्ट ऑन द हेल्थ.
देखिए, फूड के बारे में सबसे ताज़ा चीज़ जो मिलती है, आपको हमको तो हो सकता है 2-3 दिन पुरानी सब्जी मिलती होगी, उनको ताज़ा ही ताज़ा मिलती है. रास्ते में जो खेत से लेते हैं ना, उसकी चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं, वो क्या खाते हैं, क्या खाना चाहिए. आपको चिंता करनी है उनके परिवार की. मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ. 15-20 साल पहले सुनने वाला वाक्य है, और हम उनके साथ कैसे खड़े होते हैं, उनके साथ कैसे खड़ा होना चाहिए. वो क्या खाते हैं, क्या पीते हैं. देखो, मैं नहीं समझ पाता कि हम उतना तक कर पाएंगे. वो बहुत समझदार इस मामले में, आपको समझाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. मच्छी खाते हैं, सब्जी खाते हैं, टमाटर खाते हैं, वो बहुत बढ़िया खाते हैं. मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ. मेरे एक ड्राइवर ने माल खाली किया एक पार्टी के यहाँ, और माल हो गया शॉर्ट, और उस ड्राइवर को, उस मालिक ने, पार्टी ने उसको मारा, माल शॉर्ट होने की वजह से. ड्राइवर का फ़ोन आया, बाबूजी मैं यहाँ पर खड़ा हूँ और इन्होंने मारा है मेरे को. लग कितनी दूर है तू? तो मेरे ऑफिस से 15-20 मिनट, आधा घंटा का रास्ता है. मतलब तू यहीं रहे, मैं अभी आता हूँ. मैं वहाँ गया, उस मालिक से पूछा भाई मेरे ड्राइवर को क्यों मारा है तूने? लेकिन माल शॉर्ट था. जब माल शॉर्ट था, तेरे को क्लेम मिलना था. पैसा जो काटेगा ना, शॉर्ट होगा तो मेरा पैसा कटेगा ना. आपको मेरे ड्राइवर को मारने का अधिकार किसने दिया? अगर इसने चोरी की है, मेरी गाड़ी बंद होगी, ये बंद होगा, ड्राइवर बंद करूँगा, मेरा पैसा लगेगा. मैं चोरी करने की परमिशन नहीं दूंगा इसने चोरी की है, पर आपको मारने की परमिशन नहीं दे सकता मैं. मेरे ड्राइवर को आपने मारा है, मेरे ड्राइवर को नहीं मारा, आपने मेरे को मारा है. मेरा ड्राइवर पार्ट एंड पार्सल है मेरा, और इसकी बेइज्जती मेरी बेइज्जती है. वो मालिक बोला जी पहले मालिक आए हो, आप ड्राइवर के साथ खड़े हो. आपको ड्राइवर के साथ खड़ा होना पड़ेगा. वो गलत है तो सही करना होगा. आप उसको अकेला नहीं छोड़ सकते, मार खाने के लिए नहीं छोड़ सकते.
थैंक यू सर.
दूसरा, अभी करीब 1 साल पहले एक ड्राइवर एक्सीडेंट में बीमार हुआ. एक्सीडेंट में जयपुर में चला गया, इंश्योरेंस फॉर्मेलिटीज़ नहीं कर पाया जो करनी चाहिए थी, और उसका इंश्योरेंस का क्लेम नहीं मिला. उसका भाई हैंडीकैप, उसकी 3-4 महीने की एक बच्ची, उसकी वाइफ और 2 बच्चे और मेरे दिल्ली ऑफिस में आ गए जी, इसको कुछ नहीं मिला और ऐसे इंश्योरेंस में. मैंने पूछा मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में, भाई क्यों नहीं, इंश्योरेंस नहीं थी क्या? इंश्योरेंस थी जी, ये ऐसे चला गया, वो वैसे चला गया. इसकी गलती नहीं है, इंश्योरेंस थी, पैसा मिलना चाहिए. मैंने आने जाने का उसका खर्चा दिया, कुछ और पैसा दिया, बोले आए हैं तो खाना खिलाओ, और भेज दिया. उस आदमी के क्लेम को 14 लाख रुपये हमने दिलाए इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से. कंपनी ने जो हेल्प करनी थी, फर्स्ट एड वाली बात है, जो हमने इंश्योरेंस करा रखी है, सब कुछ कर रखा है, तो क्यों नहीं मिला उसको? मेरा कहना मतलब ड्राइवरों के साथ आप ऐसे खड़े हो जाओगे, उसकी हिम्मत कई गुना बढ़ जाएगी. आज हमारे ड्राइवर को पुलिस पीट देती है, गुंडे पीट देते हैं. इतने लंबे रास्ते में क्या घटना घट सकती है? बस आप उनके साथ खड़े हो जाओगे, आपकी एक 11 नहीं 111 की ताकत आपके ड्राइवर बनेंगे। ये मैंने पर्सनल देखा है, हमारी कंपनी इस बात को एहसास भी करती है।
थैंक यू रोशन लाल जी। अच्छा, मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ, सी पीयूष जी, सी लुक लाइक आप तो टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी है, ठीक है। सिर्फ मेरा अनुमान ये है, सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी से आप कोई बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लेके आ नहीं सकते, ठीक है। लेकिन फिर भी आप लोग, आपका कंपनी सिग्नो टेक्नोलॉजी समथिंग ट्रैको समथिंग कर रहे हो आप, ठीक है। सो टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से इनको अगर वो रिक्रूटमेंट सोर्सिंग ये सब का अलावा पर्सनल फाइनेंस भी इनको पैसा का कैसा लाइक इकट्ठा करना, सेविंग्स करना है, क्या क्या स्कीम से पैसा को डबल द टाइम, थ्राइस द टाइम, मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट, वो सब के बारे में ये यूज़ कर सकते हैं नहीं कर सकते?
नहीं, we can very much do that actually.
आप करते हैं क्या?
Technology, yes. We are putting all our efforts actually in that technology to help them actually in their financial planning, help them actually how they can save money and all, giving them actually some training, some through the people actually who can help them and all, and putting in this monitoring their entire actually the payment cycle also through our technology, how the payments getting and all, because they get salary, they get actually some stipend, some incentives, they get some other actually benefits and all. So whether those benefits are actually finally how much they're earning and all, and how much this financial actually the planning they can do, they can save money and all.
Okay.
So with that actually technology, definitely we are supporting them, and we are trying actually that we are also putting actually our one app is coming up actually, which is already we have done that actually, invested a lot of money on that actually. That's the Driver Connect. So that Driver Connect actually is which can help actually the drivers to get connected actually with the Signo. It's basically, and Signo connects actually with the industry, in all the people actually stakeholders and all with them.
Okay, thank you, Piyush ji, because we are running out of time. So I would like to end the session with, I would like to see there is some, since we are talking about technology. So your company is also talking about empowering drivers through some technological innovation. I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Motani, Chief Business Officer for Signo Drive, to come and talk about his product.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I thank you for the privilege of allowing us this forum to present to you our vision for Signo Drive's next phase of growth, and for building a product that we hope helps the industry as we grow from $280 billion today to over $550 billion over the next 8 to 10 years. While the industry is growing at this amazing pace, our reliance on driver partners is just going to increase. And our current dependence on drivers has miles to go before we actually solve for all of their needs. A quarter of trucks today stand idle because of a lack of drivers. And this metric is only expected to worsen as time goes by, because when we poll drivers, we hear that 98% of them feel that they would not want their families, their next generation, to follow in their footsteps, to also become drivers. Signo Drive 2.0 is about building a robust transportation ecosystem with the driver at its core. Because only by empowering drivers, we feel, whether it is through a social security net, like health or life insurance, or access to finance, to trainings, easy access to jobs, visibility and access to amenities like dhabas when they are traveling for food, hospitals in case they are sick, or rest stops to actually sleep at night while they're on their trips, can we move to a place where transporters can fully utilize all the advantages that digitization has to offer. We are hoping to create a marketplace where transporters, drivers, and partners can find each other, interact, and maximize value. We hope to provide transporters with a unified platform catering to a majority of their needs, whether it is in terms of finding drivers, tracking their entire fleet and loads on one screen, automating their compliance, driving efficiency, SOP automation, or having an AI-enabled control tower to save costs and improve margins. But all of this is possible, we believe, only on the backbone of a pool of empowered drivers, motivated drivers, a community that moves into the formal ecosystem. And only then can we solve for the current supply side concern that we are seeing. We hope to have this product available for you, for your use within the next 1 month. And we really hope for all of your support in our endeavor to create a great product that really helps this industry grow over the next few years. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please give a round of applause to our speakers here who spoke on a very important issue about driver welfare. And of course, we have a lot of new technologies also coming up, AI-driven, analytics-driven that give alerts to drivers, wake them up if they're sleeping, give the fleet heads also a lot of maneuverability. Thank you all for bringing that up. This session was powered by Signo Drive, and we thank them for their for organizing this. Now I would request Mr. Prem Prakash of Million Minds to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. Thank you for coming here and for sharing your thoughts on this important issue with everyone. I request you to please present a memento to Mr. Raman Agarwal, Chairman, APML. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for coming here. A memento and a gift for Mr. Piyush Chaturvedi. A memento for Mr. Abu Thakesh of Concord, India. And a memento and gift for Mr. Roshan Lal Agarwal. And a memento and gift for Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Founder, Center for Driver Relationship Management. Thank you. I request all the gentlemen to please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you for your insights, gentlemen. Request you to please take your seats off stage. We're now going to move into a presentation on the future of work in logistics, upskilling and reskilling for a sustainable and productive workforce. For this presentation, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Simi Shankdar, Director, Million Minds. Ms. Shankdar is a dynamic leader with a proven track record in driving strategic growth and innovation in logistics and manpower solutions. Her visionary approach and commitment to excellence have positioned Million Minds as a key player in the industry, fostering impactful collaboration and delivering exceptional results. Please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Simi Shankdar.
बंद है माइक बंद है माइक ऑन
आपका भी
It's working.
I think that one is working.
It is not working.
इसको आप दूर ही रखिए because you are standing next to the
I
mic.
use the podium. ठीक है. This needs to be started.
Good afternoon. Namaskar to all. Good afternoon to all, please. Thank you. I will not take much of your time. I know lunch ka time ho gaya hai and we are running short of time. We will compile it very quickly. So today over here we are to represent Million Minds on the stage. First of all, I would like to thank Logistics Shakti कि उन्होंने Million Minds को यहाँ पे आने का चांस दिया और अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करने का चांस दिया. If we talk about Million Minds, we are a company who is 70-year-old company and we are having around 10,000 associates with us, a happy workforce. We have 18 offices all over India and we have 100 recruiters working with us at present. As a company, what we do is like we have contractual staffing, permanent staffing, facility management. We do bulk hiring, payroll management, skill development, RPOs and BPOs as well. Our presence is across the India. We are working with all the 4 zones, east, west, north and south. Our main focus is on building happy blue-collar workforce and migrant supply chain. Why migrant supply chain is the necessity of the today's time, where we don't get local manpower, we work on migrant supply chain.
ये जो टॉपिक है ये हमारे बहुत दिल के करीब है because when we are talking about happy migrant workforce और happy blue collar workforce, it's very important. पिछले सेशन में भी हमने सुना था ड्राइवर्स को किस तरीके से रखा जाता है, हम क्या क्या उनके लिए करते हैं. तो this is something which is a part of our vision also. तो आप देखो इंडिया का जो ब्लू कॉलर वर्कफोर्स है, कम पढ़ा लिखा है, सारी प्रॉब्लम है उसको, लैक ऑफ कनेक्ट है, लो वेजेस है, पुअर वर्किंग कंडीशंस, एक्स्ट्रा आवर्स काम करता है, लिमिटेड करियर ग्रोथ है, आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहा है. सेम वे हमारे पास यहाँ पर लॉजिस्टिक्स वाले बहुत सारे हैं. वी हैव द सेम इश्यूज कमिंग इन, एक्स्ट्रा वर्किंग आवर्स, डिमांड के हिसाब से लोगों को बुलाया जाता है, काम उनको जल्दी कर दिया जाता है, कभी 12 घंटे की शिफ्ट, कभी 16 घंटे की शिफ्ट. तो ये सब करने के बाद एज फ्रॉम द क्लाइंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आप लोग भी बहुत चीज़ें ट्राई करते हो कि हाउ वी कैन इंश्योर कि हमारा जो वर्कफोर्स है वो रिटेन रहे, मोटिवेटेड रहे. थोड़ी सी चीज़ें हमने आइडेंटिफाई की है, मे बी वी कैन जस्ट लुक एट दीज थिंग्स. The most important part, even as per Maslow's hierarchy, is the wages compensation. Now, this is a debatable topic because अब आपके सबके budget होते हैं, ऊपर नीचे होता है, तो we can't work on this. Hygienic working conditions, lot of larger organizations are working towards it. But कुछ चीज़ें हैं which goes way beyond these things. एक personal touch जो होता है ना, वो worker का दिन बना देता है. Basically, career progression कैसे करना है, आगे कैसे बढ़ सकता है, अगर 500 लोग काम कर रहे हैं, how can he grow in the organization? Appreciation, recognition, clear communication. उसका छोटा छोटा जो इशू होता है, एक वर्कर का अगर 10 रुपया भी सैलरी कम कट के आता है, he is in panic situation. How do we address these things? Incentives and rewards, क्या उसको रिवॉर्ड दिया जाता है, लॉजिस्टिक्स में क्या हम उसको एंटरटेन करते हैं. लास्टली Is he deserving that smile from the manager? होता है सवेरे एक स्माइल मिल जाए तो दिन भर अच्छा जाता है. तो ये छोटी चीज़ें हैं जिस पे हम टेक केयर करते हैं.
That's what Million Miles into. We make happy blue-collar workforce and migrant supply chain. If we talk about happy workforce means we have to ensure जो भी लोग हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, maybe as a migrant or blue collar, they need to be taken care of. As in taken care of, we're going to take care of the LFT model, that is lodging, fooding and transport. जब भी हम migrant manpower अपने साथ लेकर आते हैं, we take care for small thing for them. उनका लाना, ले जाना, खाना, पीना, all what we do. We do take care of everything for them. उनकी इनिशियल ब्रीफिंग करते हैं एक फाइनल राउंड ऑफ इंटरव्यू से, HR इंटरव्यू से पहले, जिसके अंदर उनको बताया जाता है उनका वर्क प्रोफाइल क्या होगा, उनका सैलरी क्या होगा, उनको क्या काम करना है तरीके से. देन वी हैव ट्रेन्ड रोवर्स ऑल अक्रॉस द इंडिया, जहाँ से माइग्रेंट आते हैं और ट्रेनिंग दे के उनको लाया जाता है. रॉ नहीं लाया जाता है, ट्रेनिंग दे के लाया जाता है एज पर योर नीड्स, एज पर योर रिक्वायरमेंट्स. हमारे माइग्रेंट्स कहाँ कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? दैट इज़ ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया. द मोस्ट ऑफ देम कम फ्रॉम वेस्ट बंगाल, बिहार, झारखंड, आसाम, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान एंड ओडिशा. Now what we say, why Million Mind is specialized in migrant or blue collar happy workforce, the reason being we have our own USPs. If we talk about USPs, we are into payroll verification, in which we see that whenever there is a payroll, there should not be any kind of wrong transfers, any kind of problem in their bank account, any kind of problem in the KYCs.
एक मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है हेल्प डेस्क, जहाँ पर हम हर एक एसोसिएट से, आज अगर हमारे पास 10,000 प्लस एसोसिएट्स हैं, उन सारे एसोसिएट से 1-on-1 बात होती है हमारे एसोसिएट्स के थ्रू. सो वी क्रिएट अ हेल्प डेस्क ट्वाइस इन अ मंथ. वी टॉक टू दिस एसोसिएट्स. कुछ ग्रीवियंसेस है, कुछ रिड्रेसल है, कुछ एस्केलेशन है. वी इवन टेक इट टू आवर क्लाइंट्स ऑल्सो, सो दैट एवरीथिंग इज assured and our associates are happy.
Then we have client feedback meetings, in which we ensure कि to create a bridge where they should not feel कि हमारे associates को take care करने वाला कोई नहीं है, या client के grievances को सुनने वाला कोई नहीं है. सारी feedback लेकर पे उस पर काम होता है, grievances को taken care किया जाता है उसके ऊपर.
पेरोल के बाद में एक पोस्ट पेरोल वेरिफिकेशन भी होता है, so that everything is aligned. कहीं पे गड़बड़, wrong transfer नहीं हो रहा है, किसी को कम ज़्यादा नहीं आ रहा है. So this is the most important practice that we ensure.
And most important is Voice of Associate. Voice of Associate is a platform where we have 24/7 services, where an associate can call or can connect through mobile application whenever he or she faces any kind of problem. And he raises the ticket and the problem gets resolved within single time of minutes. So this is what Million Minds is all about, and what we do, how we do, and how we create a happy manpower or a happy blue-collar workforce. अगर हम लॉजिस्टिक्स की बात करते हैं, हमारा दिन से लेके रात पूरा लॉजिस्टिक के ऊपर डिपेंडेबल है आज की बिजी लाइफ के अंदर. सुबह उठते हैं तो चाय बनती है, दूध आना होता है, रात को सोते हैं तो समटाइम्स वी गो फॉर पिज़्ज़ा और फूड. So logistics is a very important part, and we appreciate कि we are into logistics, and it's a win-win situation. आप लोगों को लोग चाहिए, हमें आप चाहिए. So please do connected for any kind of services. Thank you all.
Thank you for that presentation. I would request Mr. Prem Prakash, if he's around, to please give a memento. Simi, would you please be back on stage? We have a memento for you. I'm looking for Mr. Prem Prakash if he's here, and if he can come and give a memento. Yes, he's also coming up on stage. Thank you for your presentation. Please give a round of applause to Simi Shankta, Director, Million Minds. Thank you for your presentation. We are now going to take an hour-long lunch break. Please be back in your seats in an hour's time. And just a reminder to you about the Logistics Shakti LinkedIn Engagement Award. To participate, upload your picture on LinkedIn, mention us, and use the hashtag Logistics Shakti in your LinkedIn post. We have a photo booth outside for LinkedIn. Get clicked and then upload on LinkedIn. The post with the highest engagement will be rewarded. Be part of the logistics conversation. We also implore all of you to upload your pictures or your experiences about Logistics Shakti Summit on Twitter. We are trending on Twitter as well, and I would love for you to also join in there using the same hashtag, Logistics Shakti.
मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं, थकते नहीं, यही है अपनी बात। धरती से चांद तक का सफ़र अमूमन बन जाती है एक खबर, लेकिन हमारे ट्रक हर रोज़ इतनी ही दूरी तय करने का रखते हैं हुनर। हम सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, हिस्सा हैं आपके विकास का। ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल। मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं। हमने कई रास्ते तराशी हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए। आप मंजिल सोचिए, रास्ते हम तय करेंगे। ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल। हमने कई रास्ते तराशी हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए। आप मंजिल सोचिए, रास्ते हम तय करेंगे। ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल। हमने कई रास्ते तराशी हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं,
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है। इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है। इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें, हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से। जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से, गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से, राजस्थान से। तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभा हो।
ठीक है, सही है।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है। इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है। इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें, हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से। जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से, गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से, राजस्थान से। तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभा हो नव हो नवीन हो देश हो विदेश हो जेके हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से विजय हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
Supply chains are now the lifeline of nations.
It's a full-time business. It's not a part-time business. It's a full-time business.
जिस तरीके से आपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल्ड किया है वो सपना तो जरूर लेके आप चल रहे होंगे।
नॉट माई जॉब नहीं होता बिल्कुल, एवरीथिंग इज आवर जॉब।
आज जो ड्राइवर है वो जिंदगी भर ड्राइवर रहेगा, हो सकता है वो कल को किसी कंपनी का ओनर भी बन जाए।
You cannot win the war without logistics, can you? टेक्नोलॉजी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नए क्या हम सोच रहे हैं हमारे होम लॉजिस्टिक्स में?
नहीं लगता इससे ज़्यादा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी कर पाएगी जितना आज कर रही है।
We are underrating AI. They are going to be major disruptor. One major satisfaction is today because leaving in 2007 it was more than 15,000.
Inventory sitting in the pipeline is a clot. It can kill you. Supply chains are now the lifeline of nations.
It's a full-time business. It's not a part-time business. It's a full-time business.
जिस तरीके से आपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल्ड किया है वो सपना तो जरूर लेके आप चल रहे होंगे।
नॉट माई जॉब नहीं होता बिल्कुल, एवरीथिंग इज आवर जॉब।
आज जो ड्राइवर है वो जिंदगी भर ड्राइवर रहेगा, हो सकता है वो कल को किसी कंपनी का ओनर भी बन जाए।
You cannot win the war without logistics, can you? टेक्नोलॉजी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नए क्या हम सोच रहे हैं हमारे होम लॉजिस्टिक्स में?
नहीं लगता इससे ज़्यादा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी कर पाएगी जितना आज कर रही है।
We are underrating AI. They are going to be major disruptor. One major satisfaction is today because leaving in 2007 it was more than 15,000.
Inventory sitting in the pipeline is a clot. It can kill you. Supply chains are now the lifeline of nations.
lifeline of nations.
It's a full-time business. It's not a part-time business. It's a full-time business.
जिस तरीके से आपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल्ड किया है वो सपना तो जरूर लेके आप चल रहे होंगे.
Not my job नहीं होता कुछ भी. Everything is our job.
आज जो ड्राइवर है वो जिंदगी भर ड्राइवर रहेगा. हो सकता है वो कल को किसी कंपनी का ओनर भी बन जाए.
You cannot win the war without logistics, can you?
टेक्नोलॉजी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नए क्या हम सोच रहे हैं हमारे होम लॉजिस्टिक्स में.
मुझे नहीं लगता इससे ज़्यादा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी कर पाएगी जितना आज कर रही है. They are going to be major disruptor. One major satisfaction is today, because leaving in 2007 it was more than 15,000.
Inventory sitting in the pipeline is a clot. It can kill you. Supply chains are now the lifeline of nations.
It's a full-time business. It's not a part-time business. It's a full-time business.
जिस तरीके से आपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल्ड किया है वो सपना तो जरूर लेके आप चल रहे होंगे.
Not my job नहीं होता कुछ भी. Everything is our job.
आज जो ड्राइवर है वो जिंदगी भर ड्राइवर रहेगा. हो सकता है वो कल को किसी कंपनी का ओनर भी बन जाए.
You cannot win the war without logistics, can you?
टेक्नोलॉजी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नए क्या हम सोच रहे हैं हमारे होम लॉजिस्टिक्स में.
मुझे नहीं लगता इससे ज़्यादा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी कर पाएगी जितना आज कर रही है. They are underrating AI. They are going to be major disruptor. One major satisfaction is today, because leaving in 2007 it was more than 15,000.
Inventory sitting in the pipeline is a clot. It can kill you. Supply chains are now
मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं, थकते नहीं, यही है अपनी बात. धरती से चांद तक का सफ़र अमूमन बन जाती है एक खबर, लेकिन हमारे ट्रक हर रोज़ इतनी ही दूरी तय करने का रखते हैं हुनर. हम सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, हिस्सा हैं आपके विकास का. ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल. मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं, थकते नहीं, यही है अपनी बात. धरती से चांद तक का सफ़र अमूमन बन जाती है एक खबर, लेकिन हमारे ट्रक हर रोज़ इतनी ही दूरी तय करने का रखते हैं हुनर. हम सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, हिस्सा हैं आपके विकास का. ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल. मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं, थकते नहीं, यही है अपनी बात. धरती से चांद तक का सफ़र अमूमन बन जाती है एक खबर, लेकिन हमारे ट्रक हर रोज़ इतनी ही दूरी तय करने का रखते हैं हुनर. हम सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, हिस्सा हैं आपके विकास का. ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल. मुश्किल सफ़र, मुश्किल रास्ते और मुश्किल मंजिलें ही सही, पर हम रुकते नहीं, थकते नहीं, यही है अपनी बात. धरती से चांद तक का सफ़र अमूमन बन जाती है एक खबर, लेकिन हमारे ट्रक हर रोज़ इतनी ही दूरी तय करने का रखते हैं हुनर. हम सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं, हिस्सा हैं आपके विकास का. ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल. मुश्किल सफ़र. हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं. कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है. तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए. आप मंजिल सोचिए, रास्ते हम तय करेंगे. ओम लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल. हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं. कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है. तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए, आप मंजिल से रास्ते हम तय करेंगे। ओ लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल। हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए, आप मंजिल से रास्ते हम तय करेंगे। ओ लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग सिंपल। हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं, कुछ रास्ते रेलगाड़ी नापती है, कुछ फासलों को हमने उड़ान भी दी है। तो आप सोचिए, बेहिसाब सोचिए, आप मंजिल से रास्ते हम तय करेंगे। ओ लॉजिस्टिक्स, मेकिंग बिजनेस सिंपल। हमने कई रास्ते तराशे हैं। कुछ रास्ते हमारे ट्रक तय करते हैं।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो। हड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से, गुजरात से, कर्नाटक
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। ये रास्ते ना खत्म हो, दिल में यही अरमान है, इंसान है हम इस बात की, ये रास्ते पहचान है। देखो हमें हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से। जय हो विजय हो, राम हो प्रभात हो, नव हो नवीन हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो। जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
logistics ecosystem globally, directly and indirectly providing livelihood to approximately 450 million people, making it one of the largest market shares with more than 9,850 billion US dollars and is projected to reach 16,794 billion US dollars by 2032. Asia Pacific is leading the global logistics market with the market share of almost 45%. India, a land of vast potential, where logistics is the backbone of trade and businesses. It is helping people fulfilling their dreams and livelihood, connecting the nation to the world. More than 282.3 billion US dollars logistics market, predicted to reach 557.4.
Welcome back. It's good to have all of you back on your seats. There are still some unoccupied seats. So all those at the back of the hall are invited to occupy these seats. We will begin with our post-lunch session. We have lots of ground to cover. So I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. I'm sure after lunch we have the energy for all the action that is coming up. Next, what we have is for you, Logistics Beats, drumming up transformation and growth. It's now time for a unique musical activity by Bhavneet Singh and his troupe from the Indian Drum Project. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause and welcome on stage,
thank you,
Mr. Bhavneet Singh.
Okay, hello everyone, how are you all? Did we have lunch or not? No, right? Like one person, itni bheed thi yaar, nahi kiya. Nahi kar lena chahiye tha, sir. Okay, so once again, my name is Bhavneet. You can call me Bhav, simple and short. And I'll be the one taking the next session. Thank you for not clapping. Ek zor se zara ek baar. Thank you. Thank you. I say some things you need to ask for in life. This is just one of them. तालियां मांग लिया करो. कोई शर्म नहीं है. So if I ask you, अभी energy कैसी room में? Low, medium, high. What do you think? Very low. Thank you, sir. I trust you. Anyone else? Any guesses? Low, medium, high? Average. Average. Okay. इतनी low है कि कोई answer भी नहीं कर रहा. Let's do something to take it up. ठीक है. So next session will be something around music. You can see the instruments अपने tables पे. You will be playing that. हम सब बजाने वाले हैं वो. And I'll teach you how to. But before that, let's take the energy up. So, for playing music, what do you need? What do you need? Instruments, okay. Something else, very important thing. What do you need? Skills, okay. Even more important, जिसके बिना music बजा ही नहीं सकते. Energy. नहीं, हम energy के बिना बजा लेंगे. Rhythm, yes, that's good. अच्छा, ठीक है. सब लोग एक चीज़ भूल गए जो है हाथ चाहिए यार म्यूजिक बजाने के लिए. So let me test. एक टेस्ट करते हैं कि हमारे हाथ सही से काम कर रहे हैं या नहीं. So quickly keep your left hand, अपने left hand ऐसे बाहर, palms out, ठीक है. And right hand index finger out like this, ऐसे teapot, ठीक है. Now keep this finger in the palm next to you. जो साथ में palm है, उनके हाथ में ये finger रख दो आप. Yes sir, आप उनमें connect कर लो पीछे. Yes, connected. Sir, you can connect it at the back. Yeah, like connected, make a connection ऐसे पूरे auditorium में connection बना लेते हैं, ठीक है. Now what we'll do is I will say 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, from left hand आपको finger grab करनी है. From right hand you have to save your own finger, ठीक है. So 2 things at once. So left hand grab a finger, right hand save your own finger. Ready? एक demo round, demo. Ready. In positions. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. कर पाए ठीक है. Once again, first round, be ready. First round, let's go. On the count of 3, everyone ready? Here it goes. 1, 2, and 3. ऐसे नहीं, 3 के लिए wait करना है. 3 is very important. Last round, let's see. On the count of 3, everyone ready? Here it goes. 1, 2, and 3. Big round of applause, yeah, for you all. And now it's time we get to the music part. So everyone, you see some instruments. जो भी पसंद आ रहा है, drums है, duffly है, shakers हैं. Pick one up, take one. check. Okay. Good job. आप लोग ये प्लास्टिक पेपर हटा सकते हो. You can play without that. ठीक है. So first of all, welcome my best friend. His name is Simba. So Simba, सबको hello बोलो. Say hello back. Hello back. Yeah, that's more like it. ठीक है. Before we begin, एक थोड़ा safety point, very important. If you are wearing any rings, अब rings उतार लो. Otherwise हाथ में blood clots बन जाएंगे. Gold rings आप यहाँ फेंक दो, rest बाकी रख लो. चलेगा. ठीक है. Ready? If you have done removing the rings and watches also, good for you. We'll begin after that. ठीक है. So, just count with me. Don't play anything right now. Just count with me. ठीक है. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Come on. Come on. Hey. Come on. Faster. थोड़ा वार्म अप हो गया. सो ये जो ड्रम रखे हैं आप यूज कर लो. अगर किसी आपको नहीं यूज करने, सो इफ एनीवन वांट्स ड्रम्स तो यहाँ पे एक्स्ट्रा भी हैं, साथ में बजाएंगे, मजा आएगा. ठीक है. रेडी. सो फर्स्ट बीट एक बार सुनते हैं क्या बजाना है, फिर मैं सिखाऊंगा कैसे बजाना है इफ यू आर नॉट एबल. ठीक है. फर्स्ट बीट साउंड्स लाइक दिस, विच इज 1, 2, 3, गो. Good job. Very good. 1, 2, 3 and stop. सब लॉजिस्टिक्स से ही है ना? कोई म्यूजिशियन तो नहीं है यहाँ पे गलती से? मतलब लग रहा है इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस के बाद. बट वेरी गुड आई हैव टू से. ठीक है. सो वंस अगेन वील बिगिन टुगेदर ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 3. 1, 2, 3 गो. Good job. 1, 2, 3 and stop. I think you deserve a round of applause for this. Very good, I have to say. बड़ी बहुत अच्छा किया सबने. I didn't know कि इतना अच्छा कर पाएंगे सब, but very good I have to say. So now इसी को थोड़ा फास्ट करते हैं. कर पाएंगे फास्ट? Can we? अब तो एनर्जी से बोलना है. Can we? Yeah, that's more like it. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 go. New beat. Now that we know how to play, एक नई beat, थोड़ी सी different. It goes like this. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Come on. Hey. 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 लवली. सो थोड़ा बजाना आ गया. एनी सिंगर्स हियर? गाना गाते हैं जो? काफी लोग हैं जो शावर में गाते हैं बट यहाँ नहीं बोलेंगे. हाँ बट कोई नहीं. We'll all sing together. साथ में गाएंगे सब. And कोई नहीं सर, कोई नहीं. हाँ, साथ में गाएंगे सब साथ में. ठीक है. And we'll sing a very good African song. African आती है किसी को? हाँ कौन बोल रहा है? अच्छा, जो हाँ बोल रहे हैं उनसे मतलब पूछूंगा मैं गाने का. ठीक है. So first song, very simple. You just have to sing one line. So repeat after me. Ashe, Ashe. Yes, yes. Once again. Sorry? हाँ. 1, 2, 3, go. Ashe, Ashe. Good job. Now first line I will sing, and उसके बाद आपको आशे आशे से reply करना है. So the song goes like, Funga I love you. That's right. Funga I love you. Funga I love you. Funga I love you. Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. And done. Lovely. Any guesses? आप बता रहे थे आदि क्या मतलब है इसका? ठीक है. So जैसे हमारे इंडिया में हम बोलते हैं ना अतिथि देवो भव, we welcome guest. So ये उसका African version है. So if you ever go to Africa, you might see someone singing this to you. ठीक है. So let's do it once again with the drums. 1, 2, 3, go. Funga I love ya. Funga I love ya. Funga I love ya. Funga I love ya. Let's go. Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. And done. Great job everyone. Great job. And now I think हम लोग सेम लेवल पे हैं. जितना अच्छा मैं बजाता हूँ आप भी बजा लोगे. Agreed? सर हिला रहे हैं. इंस्ट्रूमेंट पड़ा नहीं है किसी के पास, सर हिला रहे हैं. नहीं नहीं. We'll try. Okay? So whatever I play, just copy that after me. After me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. एकदम रिदम में. ठीक है. मतलब मेरे से भी अच्छे निकल गए लोग. ये तो गलत बात है. मेरे बाद बजाना यार. ठीक है. 1, 2, 3, go. ठीक है. सो थोड़ा टाइम कम है ना. ठीक है. वील अब एंड विद दिस. कूल. सो एनीवन, किसी ने ट्रेन में सफर किया कभी? हाँ ना. कोई नहीं, अभी नहीं भेज रहा मैं ट्रेन में, बस पूछ रहा हूँ कि है ट्रेन. सो ट्रेन कैसे स्टार्ट होती है? धीरे धीरे, फिर तेज होती है, धीरे धीरे तेज होती है. सो विल डू अ सेम थिंग. मैं इसको बुलाता हूँ ड्रम ट्रेन मेडिटेशन. ठीक है. यू कैन क्लोज योर आइज, प्ले अलोंग विद मी. इट विल बी वेरी थेराप्यूटिक. वील स्टार्ट स्लो और एकदम हाई पे एंड करेंगे. ठीक है. रेडी? सो द ट्रेन स्टार्ट्स. Thank you so much. This was my time. Thank you once again. You can leave the instruments on the table. We'll collect them. Okay, thank you so much.
That was a rousing and invigorating performance, not just by Bhavneet, but by all of you. Kudos to all of you. Lagta hai lunch ab sabko pach gaya hai, right? I request all of you standing at the back of the hall, please take your seats. We have a few empty seats on the left side. I request all of you to please settle down. We will now move ahead and we will recognize the frontline ambassadors and by presenting them the Frontline Ambassador Awards. After this soul-stirring performance by everyone here, it's time for our special Logistics Frontline Ambassador Awards. The Logistics Shakti has instituted these awards to recognize the unsung heroes of the logistics industry who tirelessly move the literal mountains to keep our world connected. This award celebrates the dedication, resilience, and extraordinary efforts of those on the front lines, drivers, handlers, coordinators, and all essential workers whose unwavering commitment ensures the seamless movement of goods across the nation. So to present these awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Amit Shankar of Million Mind, and I would like to invite on stage Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, PVSM, AVSM, and former Director General, Ordnance Services, Indian Army. I request him to please present these awards to our frontline ambassadors, and all the recognition that they get is more than well deserved. So I will request all our ambassadors to come on to stage and together, and we'll be giving you certificates. Mr. Amit Shankar and Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra will be giving you these certificates. And those in the halls, please keep the applause going for these ambassadors. Our first ambassador is Bishnu Prasad Shivkoti of CJ Darshan Logistics. Please welcome him on stage. The Best Driver of the Year award goes to Mr. Narayan Singh of Traco. The Best Driver of the Year award is also being presented to Mr. Adarsh Chauhan, CJ Darshan Logistics. Best Driver of the Year award, we are giving another one to Mr. Manish Kumar Shah of Signo Drive. So I request all these people whose names I am announcing to please keep coming up on stage. Mr. Bishnu Prasad Shivakoti, Mr. Narayan Singh, Mr. Adarsh Chauhan, and Mr. Mahesh Kumar Shah of Signo Drive. I request all of you to please keep coming up on stage. We will be presenting these certificates to you. Best Delivery Boy of the Year award goes to Mr. Nitesh Yadav, Million Minds people working in delivery. The Best Delivery Girl of the Year award goes to Ms. Neha, Million Minds people working in Blue Dart Express Limited. We have another Best Delivery Girl of the Year award which is presented to Ms. Kashish, Million Minds people working in Delivery Limited. We have the Best Picker Packer of the Year award which goes to Mr. Alok Singh of Houston Logistics. Best Picker Packer of the Year award which goes to Mr. Pankaj Pandey, Million Minds. Another award for Best Picker Packer of the Year goes to Ms. Vandana Vishwakarma, Delivery. I will once again call out the names of our brand ambassadors who are being presented with certificates. I request all of you to please come up on stage. Mr. Adarsh Chauhan, Mr. Manish Kumar Shah, Mr. Nitesh Yadav, Ms. Neha, Ms. Kashish, Mr. Alok Singh, Mr. Pankaj Pandey, and Ms. Vandana Vishwakarma. I request all of you to please come up on stage to receive your certificate. request all the ambassadors to stay back on stage. आप प्लीज़ वापस मत जाइए, आप स्टेज पर ही रहिए जब तक हम सबको ये सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देते. I request all those who have received their certificates to please come back on stage. I will once again call upon our ambassadors to please come up on stage to receive their awards. This is the Logistics Shakti Frontline Ambassador Awards. I request Ms. Vandana Vishwakarma, Mr. Pankaj Pandey, Mr. Alok Singh, Ms. Kashish, Ms. Neha, Mr. Nitish Yadav, Mr. Manish Kumar Shah, all of them to please come up to receive their certificates. A huge round of applause to our Logistics Shakti Frontline Ambassador Award winners. Thank you to Amit and General Kalra. Thank you, sirs, for encouraging all these ambassadors and presenting them with certificates. We will now move on to a fireside chat, and this is on the role of packaging in logistics industry, preventing losses and enhancing efficiency. Yes, packaging of products can not only optimize space and improve handling efficiency, but it can also directly impact customer satisfaction thanks to the visual and physical condition of the packaged products. In this fireside chat, we have Mr. Suresh Bansal, the founder and CEO of DCG PAC. And hosting this fireside chat is Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee. With his extensive experience and the deep insights into the logistics sector, Mr. Mukherjee will guide us through this engaging discussion. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Suresh Bansal and Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee. Would request for the hand mics to be brought onto the stage, please. Can we please have the hand mics on stage? Okay, yes. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee and would request him to please stir this discussion.
Hi, good afternoon. I think after Bhav's session also, everybody is not so energetic. So basically this session was supposed to happen just before lunch. So we had given option either before lunch or after lunch. So both had challenges. One is to keep you hungry, keep you waiting. And second is challenges after lunch is keep you awake. So we accepted the second challenge. And this is a fireside chat. And I can assure you, it will be real fiery. With extensive experience of Mr. Bansal and his passion and his commitment, conviction, I'm sure you will also, he will put the stage on the fire. He has some effect which is induced effect. If you are with him, you are also on fire all the time. I can assure you. So be ready. Just to introduce Mr. Bansal, he has over 3 decades of experience in IT, logistics, and packaging. He has been a serial entrepreneur. He has created IT company. He has been director of biggest logistic company in India. And now he has created, not in India, he has stayed in India, UK, US. So he brings here the global experience, various sector experience. So I'm sure this should be a good learning for all of us. And welcome, Mr. Bansal. So to start with, Mr. Bansal, you have over 3 decades of experience in running an IT company, then building and helping logistic company like DTDC, and now moving into packaging solution. Can you tell us a bit about your journey and role of packaging in the logistic industry?
Thank you, Abhijit. Good afternoon, everybody. All are in good energy? Yes, absolutely. So, Abhijit, about my journey, you already spoken, and I think I can skip that. Regarding the packaging, yes, it's absolutely critical to the logistic industry. This is a subject which was always neglected. I don't think anybody thought about logistic conference having a packaging as a subject. Very similar to drivers being a subject in logistic conference, right? We just saw before lunch how the truck chalak is so important and critical to the life of logistic industry. So is the packaging. Friends, our entire operations, warehousing, fulfillment, transportation, logistics, last mile delivery, everything relies on the kind and size of parcels we deal with. We never see product inside the parcel. What we see is the exterior packaging. And all our operation flows deal with the packaging, day in, day out. If the packaging is good, our life is good. If the packaging is bad, God save us. We have numerous problems. We never thought that packaging is our problem. We always thought packaging is the responsibility of the consignor, and whatever parcels come to our hubs, our warehouses, we're supposed to deal with them and we handle them. Let me give you 2 very small examples to amplify what I'm trying to say. Let's say in a transport hub or in a express hub, a truck is getting unloaded, and there are a number of boxes which are getting unloaded. The labor or the loader or unloader will usually put it on a pallet, and you put 6, 8, 10, 20 boxes on one on top of the other. And then with the help of forklift or with the MHE, you want to take it from the ramp to the put away place. Can 1 or 2 parcels fall out? Is it possible? Yes. It happens every day in our hubs that some of the parcels will fall. And what will happen to this parcel? Will it stay cool? Will it burst? Will it break? Will the contents come out of the parcel? If that happens, what do you do? In a logistic hub, you don't carry packaging stations. You don't have packaging arrangement. This was a lot of 50 boxes under one consignment note. And now you have a problem with 2 boxes which are damaged. What do? You repack them? Do you have the boxes? Do you have a carton of the same size? If it's a printed carton of the brand, where do you get the carton? So do you hold the entire lot because a new carton will come and you can pack it? Can you send a parcel back midway? Let's say you are transiting a parcel from Ludhiana to Chennai, and the parcel breaks down and it breaks in your Bangalore hub. What do you do with this parcel? Will you do a short delivery? What happened to the invoice, the e-way bill? Will the consignee receive the short delivery? So it's a big problem. Take another example of a packaging product which costs only 50 paisa. A 50 paisa packaging product, if not up to the mark, can create havoc with the logistics industry, with your parcel. Take a shipping label. What if the adhesive of the shipping label is not good quality? The consignor has put the shipping label, or your hub has put the shipping label, and the label comes out. or the label doesn't come out, the quality of the paper or the thermal quality is very bad, so the printing goes away, or the parcel got rubbed with another parcel and the address is now not readable, the barcode is not scannable. What happened to this parcel? This becomes unidentified parcel and goes to your held-up department. Would you agree that almost every single logistic company has a large held-up department, and as of today we are talking, there are millions of parcels lying in the held-up department unidentified, just because the marking is gone or the shipping label is gone. So is this relevant to us?
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
critical to us?
Yes, very
It
much.
is very much.
Everybody will be able to relate to it.
So our entire life, our entire operation process or planning, the success of our operation rotates around the quality of the packaging we receive. If we deal with a good quality, good brand who knows how to do the packaging, our life is very good. But what happens to 10 million MSMEs who have no idea how to do a packaging? They don't know how their parcel will get transported. And we at logistic companies, we receive all. We welcome all. We seldom refuse a parcel because of the poor packaging. And that's the reason I said it's so critical.
Yeah, it is happening with all of us every day. But it's a really, I think, eye-opener. But now e-commerce is picking up. E-commerce is growing by leaps and bounds. So, Mr. Bansal, with the growth of e-commerce, especially small parcels, what problem does the e-commerce industry face due to poor packaging quality?
So, Abhijit, it's the same problem as you face with the large cartons, B2B cartons. Only thing is the volumes are very large, huge. Numbers are big. And customers are unforgiving. No customer would like to receive an e-commerce parcel which is damaged or contents are missing. And when you are dealing with e-commerce parcels, millions of parcels, and if the quality of the parcel is poor, they're all subject to tampering, pilferage, damages, which leads to a customer satisfaction problem. Big problem for each and every customer. One of the study by one of the big 3 companies in the e-commerce, they found that their courier package, which was flap sealed, could be easily opened with a knife. The content can be replaced, and what customer receives is a different product than what was shipped by the e-commerce industry. So with the research, they replace all those courier bags with the flap seal concept so that the parcel cannot be opened. Problem with e-commerce is that the e-commerce companies will usually put heavy penalties on the logistic industry, on the service provider. And not only they put a penalty, they will even deduct the value of the content which is lost or which is misplaced or which is damaged by the LSP. So there's massive loss. Whenever we see companies who deal with B2C parcels, you will see that there are a huge amount of settlements happen, huge amount of deductions happen by the e-commerce platforms. And there is a bigger problem on the RTO side. E-commerce is all prone to RTOs and return of parcels. Most of the packaging cannot withstand double logistics, that you can ship a parcel and you can bring it back. One of the studies showed that more than 30% pilferage happened in the RTO parcels. Because sometimes the customer opened the parcel, it gave it an open condition, there is no packaging available to pack it again. The RTO parcels come back to your hubs and the contents are coming out of it. They are kept somewhere and some content got mixed up. And net result is if you don't return them on time and you don't have them up to proper counting, then the deduction is paid by the logistic industry. So there are big losses because of the packaging to the logistic industry itself.
Yeah, there is another big implication to both logistic company and the e-commerce company is the customer dissatisfaction. Yes. I think that is even much bigger than this. Okay, now, Mr. Bansal, you have shared the problems faced by the industry, by the company, by the customers. Can you just tell, with your experience, what are the suggestions or remedies to reduce or eliminate these issues?
So, Abhijit, basically, first of all, why does this problem happen? Because of lack of knowledge, lack of appreciation, lack of investment in the packaging side, and lack of training to the operation hubs. So, both brand owner, product owner, manufacturer, consignor need to collaborate, and the logistic provider has to collaborate with each other. The brand owner must understand how their parcel will get transferred from location A to location B. How many times it will be touched, how many times it will be loaded, unloaded in their trucks, how it will be handled. Once they have the knowledge about how their parcel will be handled by the logistic company, they can plan and do a better packaging, quality packaging. A parcel going from one point to another point within New Delhi is different than a parcel going from Delhi to Kerala. When it will get loaded, unloaded in 6 places, and then the parcel has to withstand the quality of the packaging. So those are the problems.
So, yeah, I agree. So this has to be a collaboration or a teamwork between a product company, that is a customer, logistic partner, packaging partner. It has to be a total teamwork. That's
so
what.
I will give you a case study when we saw these things happening in DTDC hubs. At one time, I visited the logistic hub of SF Express in Shenzhen, and I saw in a big, large hub, there are conveyors which are sorting the parcels, but on one side there was a nameplate called hospital. And I was very curious, what is this hospital doing in a logistic hub? When I got closer to this place, I found that all the parcels which were broken, damaged, where the label has come out, the label was not readable, were all sent to the hospital to get it treated immediately so that it can go back to the journey of the parcel. So what they were doing, they had set up a nice packaging station, and they will do it in a real time. They will repack these parcels and then send them back. So when I came back from Shenzhen, we created something called packet stations. In DTDC, all the major hubs now have a packet stations where DCG Pack provides men, machine, and material, where every single broken parcel can be sent to the packet station. It will get packed instantly, and then it will go back to the journey of its own. In the last 5 to 7 years, I'm happy to inform that more than 150,000 parcels were repaired, and we could save ourselves from so much of damages and so many complaints from the customers and from the consignors. So it has been a very successful experience. I would suggest all the logistic companies to implement some kind of packaging station in your major hubs so that the parcels can be immediately packed, repaired, and they can be sent onward to the journey. Thank you.
This gives the actual flavor of his global knowledge of logistic industry. So now coming to a new topic, which is the talk of the town, is the sustainability. What are the recent trends in the sustainability in packaging, and what will be your suggestion to the audience here?
Avijit, the whole world is talking about sustainability. And they only see 2 large industries which they think is impacting the sustainability. One is the logistic transportation industry, and one is the packaging industry. Yeah. We already spoke about the sustainability for the logistic industry since morning, and now we have a subject matter on the packaging.
I agree.
I think the awareness has only increased every single month, every single day, that the entire industry has to move together to adapt the sustainability practices in the packaging industry. We have seen over the last few years, a hard effort is made by the governments as well as by the industry to replace plastics with the sustainable packaging materials. We have seen different kind of materials being introduced for the sustainable packaging. Today we see food packaging, disposable food packaging from bagasse, from cornstarch, areca. We see cutlery made from bamboo, from wood. All of these are 100% biodegradable packaging products. More and more research is being done to create new materials. I know a company in Pune which has got over 100 patents that they have created packaging from seaweeds, which is absolutely green, and it does not even do deforestation for the paper. In paper we call it sustainable, but paper also takes away the wood, and therefore it is not fully sustainable. What they have done, the seaweed is available in abundant quantity, and they could create paper from seaweeds. They have also created bio coating for the food packages. It is 100% safe and 100% biodegradable. I know another project which is going on with IIT Madras, where they have used non-edible mushrooms to create a replacement of polystyrene. I met another company in Australia which has used the waste wool of the sheep to create pads and 100% biodegradable packaging material. So a lot of research is going on the new materials, Abhijit. On the other hand, plastic itself is being made compostable by use of certain chemicals and certain vegetation. The plastic, which usually takes 500 years to 1,000 years to decompose, can now be decomposed within 180 days. If you saw the very lightweight poly bags in the malls, greenish type, they all are compostable plastic bags, which are fully acceptable by the industry in India, in the US, in the UK. Fortunately, the costing has come down over the years, Abhijit. It used to be 450 rupees a kg, now it's 250 rupees a kg. So the costs have come down also. On the other hand, every government is trying to reduce the use of plastic, reuse the plastic, recycle the plastic so that the plastic wastage is reduced. In the year 2022, UK made a law that all plastic brought into UK must have minimum 20% recycled material. If the plastic is virgin and it does not have recycled material, there is a 260 pound per ton tax, which they call it packaging tax, environment tax, which they put it on the plastic which is brought into the UK. This law is changed last July, and they have increased the recycled content to 30% now. At DCG Pack, we do 100% sustainable packaging as an exclusive partner for Myntra. We do sustainable packaging in plastics for Flipkart as again a countrywide exclusive partner, where we use 30% recycled material for the poly bags used by Flipkart. So like this, at DCG Pack, we run a very large innovation and design center. We run a sustainable packaging development center. We run a QC lab. So we are able to do a lot of research on the new materials, new packaging, new development, and we keep adding new and new products and industry practice to the packaging industry. Thank you.
Good suggestions for the sustainable packaging. So my takeaway from this sustainable packaging is, one, what Mr. Bansal has said, use sustainable, this whole sustainable journey of logistic actually becomes a sustainable vehicle carrying sustainable products packaged in a sustainable packaging. Then the entire sustainable journey gets completed, absolutely, I suppose. And what Mr. Bansal said, 3R principle, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Correct.
So just taking away from the subject, Mr. Bansal, and I know he is so passionate about his work. If you are in touch with him, you get a mail at morning 5 o'clock also. So he is active. I don't know how come in the evening and in the morning. So I'll just want to take your suggestion on how do you manage work-life balance. This is more personal.
I think, Avijit, health is #1 issue and must be a #1 issue with every single one. I believe that my health is in my hands. And I have to make sure that how I grow up is for the longevity and for the good health of myself, good thinking, and you always say a beautiful mind stays in a beautiful body. So for many years, for last 25, 30 years, I do a lot of meditation. I have gone to Vipassana, I have gone to Jindal, I have gone to Ananda, I have gone to several places. I've learned the art of living. So 30 years I have been doing meditation, I do yoga. And in DCG Pack, every single day we have a yoga session just before lunch, so that people are, now got tired from their work. Morning they were fresh, and there's one more half day coming up where you need another fresh approach. So we do a 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes yoga just before lunch. So it cuts you off from the busy schedule and give you a quiet mind to rethink and re-energize for your second half of the day. It has worked very well. We also have in DTDC also, our chairman carries a Health for Life. In DCG Pack also we carry Health for Life group. Every single employee participates. Every single employee takes a resolution about the health for the week, for the month, what they will do, what they will not do this week, this month. And that's how I think it is our duty not only to keep a good health, but also to motivate others to keep good health. Thank you.
So I'm sure everybody has some takeaway from this fire chat session from Mr. Bansal. And now we have, because of limitation time, we can take one or two questions if you want anything to Mr. Bansal. Any question, please? Okay. If there's no question, thank you, Mr.
I'm
Bansal.
available, so we
Thanks
can
for
talk.
your.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bansal, and thank you, sir, for this fireside chat. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Naresh Sharma of CCI and Mr. Prem Prakash of Million Minds. I request him to please present our speakers with mementos. A memento for Mr. Suresh Bansal and a memento for Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee. We'll now move on to our third session, and this is on gig workers in logistics. Retail trade hired about 39% of gig workers in India in the financial year 2020, and this was followed by the transport sector employing about 20%. Now, gig workers often struggle with precarious employment conditions, limited access to benefits, and fluctuating income streams. In the absence of effective social security initiatives for gig workers, in this session, we will explore innovative solutions and collaborative approaches to address these pressing issues and empower gig workers in the logistics sector. So for this session, please welcome our speakers on stage. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Ajoy Clement Salve, CHRO of Express Bees, Mr. Pankaj Kalas, Vice President Delivery, Mr. Bhupesh Swant Desai, CHRO Green Line, Mr. Abhijit Kadam, Senior Director Flipkart, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Hemant Vishnoy, Mentor iSource. If you could have one more chair on the stage, please. Okay, I think we're good. We have enough chairs. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Vishnoy to steer this discussion. Sir, request you to please wrap up in 30 minutes.
So good evening, everyone, and thank you, our delegates, Ajoy, Chirag, Pankaj, Mr. Bhupesh, and Abhijit for taking out time. I think Chirag is not here, so today we are going to discuss about gig workforce. Chirag, please. So, gig workforce in India is basically one opportunity which is transforming the employment landscape very, very fast, very rapidly. And it is being done with the help of some very intelligent technology and platforms which are available, which are leveraging their artificial intelligence to match up the opportunities with the skills. They also bring to the table the business intelligence to optimize the operational efficiencies, and also machine learning to create forecasting models. Also, these platforms are providing great opportunities to companies in the sector of insurance and microfinancing, because these sectors can now tailor-make products for the workforce data which is readily available with these platforms. So it's a significant opportunity for us to have such a good panel over here, and I'll start with some questions to the panel. I'll start with Ajay. So Ajay, how do you foresee gig economy going forward in next 5 to 10 years?
So the gig economy is not just expanding, it is going to explode in the next few years. One is because the e-com industry itself is booming, and the next 10, 15 years is going to be a complete rage from an e-com perspective. Also the fact that automation, technology, use of platforms, IoT, what you call machine learning, and AI has enabled creation of what you call movement of people, not just from the rural sector, but also from the urbanized service sector. Everything is available on your mobile handset, right from the e-com booking that you do, to how it is getting delivered, how the efficiency is getting improved, use of technology for deliveries, is all going to enable the gig workforce. There are going to be various models which will be available in the gig workforce. People will have the ability to choose what they want to do, when they want to do, how they want to do, as part of the gig workforce. I think a lot of enablement will happen with the gig environment as such.
Right. So, which means that we'll be able to give a lot of flexibility to the workforce with regards to when they want to work or choose their working hours, and identify their ideal hours and utilize them. Would we be ready in next 4 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years with that kind of business intelligence or artificial intelligence which can predict workload in a particular pocket? What do you think about that?
I think 5 years is a very long shot, Hemant. A lot of companies today are enabling that, and use of technology is the backbone of the logistics industry. I think the newer generation logistics industries are utilizing it very, very efficiently and effectively. And, I think some of the traditional companies will have to step up. Otherwise, they might lose out on the effectiveness and the efficiency that the newer generation companies are offering. Also, technology, today itself, logistics companies are able to tell with using geotechnology, for example, what are the routes, what is the efficiency, how much can be delivered, what time can be picked up, what is the shortest possible route that can be used to deliver things. I think all of this enablement is not 5 years down. It is happening right now. And I think it will all get enabled much more and faster in the next couple of years' time.
Okay, one very important question to Pankaj, since you guys are one of the leaders in implementing, variable model into the last mile. How do you cope up with the challenge, or how difficult it is to meet the demand with supply? I think that is the biggest challenge which a gig working environment today is facing, especially in the e-commerce packet deliveries. So how are you guys, how do you foresee it, how to handle it, and what are you doing currently to cope up with that problem?
Sure. Am I audible? Yeah. So, honestly, there are two facets to it, right? When it comes to gig economy, and especially into last mile deliveries. Companies like ours, where primarily we need people for the morning shift, and then there are other folks who are primarily operating in the night shift. And when it comes to demand and supply, and I would also like to bifurcate it between gig vis-a-vis someone who has a regular job. A lot of people these days, a lot of candidates are preferring to work in a gig model just to have that flexibility in place. And so far, it's only in certain cities where we do see that demand and supply challenge, but otherwise, majority of the folks are preferring these days to work in gig model rather than working full time and have not to have that flexibility of how many hours to work in a day. They want to operate with which partner at any point in time. We do give that flexibility also to gig workers. They can probably be working with Ajoy as well as with me at the same point in time. There is certain challenge, but that is limited to specific cities, not everywhere. Folks are actually liking the gig model more than the regular one, especially when it comes to making deliveries.
But especially in your logistic company scenario, wherein a lot depends on the projection versus what is actually landing. And when you see that there is going to be a 25% or 30% surge in the landing scenario, how do you handle it real time? Or do you feel that gig working environment today is able to cope up with that kind of scenario?
Okay, so one thing, how we do it, right? So we also manage our first mile. Luckily with that, we have a head start of about 24 to 48 hours about when and which particular pin code, how many volumes or how much surge we will be having. And accordingly, we reach out to our folks. So typically, whenever and whichever facility we operate in, we do have certain projections which are broad-based projections 2 weeks, 3 weeks before, and very precise projections 24 to 48 hours before. And accordingly, we do place our resources, and we have been fairly successful in doing so.
Okay. Chirag, I have a question for you. Generally, you see a lot of gig workers are engaged with different platforms, right? So what do you feel should be done to keep them engaged with you? I mean, there is always an opportunity for the gig worker to work for 10 platforms, but as an organization, how will you keep them motivated to get themselves engaged with you? And whenever you have a demand, they should be able to fulfill the demand, or whenever you create an opportunity for them, they should be able to grab up the opportunity.
So basically, there are 2-3 layers into the value chain. So one is, for example, I will say the end business they're working for. So let's say they're working for delivery or e-com or ExpressBees or somebody else. And then there are aggregated platforms like us, and there are other aggregation platforms. So in a way, platforms like us are already giving them the opportunity to work with multiple businesses. So the one layer is already there, right? Now she's saying that will there be a second layer and they can be choosing with the multiple platforms? I will say they really don't want it, but we have to understand the role of aggregator. The role of aggregator, one, is basically to ensure the transparency. So for example, if there is a transparency in terms of the wages, how much is going to earn, what are the conditions? For example, if there is a penalty, if the penalties are communicated well to the person, if he's well informed about what are the, for example, there can be a penalty for late reporting. So if he's aware and understand these criteria, this is one area. The second area is basically that is he getting his money on time? Like transparency is one part, but the logistics of the money. That if he's getting the money by delay or is he getting, so for example, the ideal is that, for example, let's say a guy working for Swiggy, and the moment he delivers the order, he receives the money and get an SMS, right? That's an ideal way. Because then he says, oh, I did my delivery and I got the money. Now, these are the areas. Third area is basically some kind of a security. So, for example, are there some benefits in terms of accidental insurance? Is there a network of support if something happens? Can there be people coming to him to support him on a road if there is an accident happens? So, these are the basically the 2-3 layers which differentiates one aggregator with another aggregator.
Okay, Bhupesh, I would like to ask what should be done to encourage these gig workers to continuously enhance their skill sets, because technology is growing, right, and there many new things are coming. So what do you feel should be done to ensure that these people are up to the mark with regards to the skill sets which are required?
Okay, so I think more from a skill set enhancement standpoint and make the workplace more attractive for them. Efforts need to be done at an organization level. When these gig workers or these employees come at your workplace, at what extent they are enabled to, or how that performance enablement happened because of that skill. If that is evident to them and they start earning more, probably that is another subtle message to that community that this is the company who invest on them and enable them to earn more. That is one part. And another, some kind of a reinforcement mechanism from the organization side also need to be looked at. If I reflect back on my few experiences in various organizations, the clear efforts on how you make them more employable, how we make them more, how they gain more, and their well-being is something that has been looked up. Rather, we used to have a boomerang hiring ratio in few of the organizations. So for example, we hire people for 30 days, 45 days. My HR team used to have a clear metrics, whether we have a 75% boomerang hiring. What does it mean is that what kind of experience that we have offered to them, what kind of a learning opportunity we have provided to them, and whenever they are coming back, are they getting an enhanced role? So I think that efforts need to be done. While we do everything, we may have a good intent, but we need to have a right mechanisms in place. It is well said, right? So a lot of time we need to invest more on the how we build the skill academy, how we put effort on them, how they deploy, and how we refresh their training. There should be some structured effort and deliberate effort from the organization. Today it may not be required, but looking at the future skills, looking at the future knowledge which is required to be delivered, probably that investment ahead of the curve from the organization side we need to do. And we need to create as more of an attractive place so that this entire 98% is unorganized workforce right now. Only 2%, 3% is in the organized sector. 50% is in the rural side. How we can create that attraction for them is more important. Yeah.
Okay. Abhijit, you have a very unique opportunity. I think uniquest of all. You are on both sides of the table, right? So you generate business as well as you deliver your own business. And nowadays you are, one of your concern is offering to other customers also that services of delivery. So one is that you have a very unique and special insight on what is coming, right, with regards to if we want to do a modeling for, how is the landing going to happen. One is that how are you utilizing that information which is available with you, and also are you seeing some cross leverages with your service providers in giving them information and making their modeling strong with regards to how they can strengthen their supply side by utilizing your intelligence?
So what we normally do is that, of course, there are predictions like Pankaj also said about it, that we generally have a leeway or a lead time when FM picks it up. But if you look at the technology, how it is progressing now, with AI and machine learning being part of the platforms as well who are selling, you get to know, so there is a lot of predictive analytics that happens, and you get to know how the seller trends are happening, how the customer trends are linking towards. Basis that, the entire demand generation starts happening at the back end. We get much, so these days the technology has progressed so much that almost 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, we know which pin code will have what kind of landing, what kind of shipments will come. So the shipments are also further, the logistics industry has evolved so much that they have further categorized the shipments into specific elements like, say, people call it large, non-large, grocery, and so on. Now, everybody in the system is aware that what kind of shipments will land in what pin codes, what type of people or what type of vehicles, etc. would be required to deliver these shipments. Now, we work very closely with our own supply chain team, but apart from that, we have series of partners across the country. The reason being is that none of the companies right now is able to cater to the entire demand that the country is offering on its own. So you would require, and of course, all of these partners are present across the country, because nobody is present across the country everywhere. So this is where the partners take so the organizers take full advantage of the partners, and we normally share that insight with all of the partners that we have, and that is how it starts working. So we work very closely with delivery. So delivery, expressways, ecom express, etc. are very, very integral part to our supply chain. So we this entire stuff works in such a manner that it is almost like a business partnership that you land on the ground. And customer expertise comes through, and there is a cross-utilization of technology also. Their technology is synced in with our technology. So that is how it works.
One more very important question for you is that unlike the hyperlocal scenario wherein the customer who's ordering food, he's giving the location of his address, right? So over here, while we take the order, or if I go to Flipkart or Amazon or any other e-commerce site and give the order, it is a non-mandate to give your location, Google location over there. So there is a big challenge on, and here comes the dissatisfaction level also in the gig worker, because non-accuracy of the location also leads to wrong routing of the shipment, or maybe at the last mile allocating it to the wrong person. How do you deal with these difficulties?
See, these used to be problems of the past now. Most of the companies now have started verifying their customers upfront when they are registering themselves or enrolling them on the platform. So that point of time, it is mandatory that you have to share your Google locations, because see, what happens is a lot of people, and there are a lot of fraudsters also involved in buying and selling goods on the platform. You don't want to land into a situation where, and there have been examples where some illegal materials have been shipped through platforms. So the organizations have to be extremely careful on who is a seller, who is a customer. And similarly, you have to take care, and there are multiple organizations who have now started doing background verification of customers as well, to ensure that they have a good track record, they do not have legal background assets. So all of that keeps taken care of.
No, but speaking from the logistic industry point of view, when you provide us the pickup data, you don't pass on the Google location to us. The PIN doesn't get passed on, right? So either they use a local geocoder to convert the address into a PIN, or it is manually allocated at the branch, which creates a lot of, I think that is one area where, a lot of work has to be done, or a lot of help is required for the logistic industry. What are you planning to, or are there plans to, pass on such data to them also, so that they can utilize and they can be more accurate with regards to their allocation logic?
So what Flipkart as an organizer started doing is, we are trying to work on specific technology syncing with
our partners' tech so that the entire information gets passed on without sharing the Google location or sensitive data with the entire org as such. So it will be like the wishmaster or the delivery person would directly get that access in their application, because this is the sensitive data that the organizer has to take care of, because every customer's geolocation, name, mobile number, these are considered as very, very sensitive data. But there is work going on from the backend tech, etc., that we are looking at directly syncing the delivery person's application with our system, so that
which is a third party app, right? So delivery app, e-com express app,
Correct.
Express Bees app. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll I'm throwing a question to the forum. I mean, you can answer basis your expertise on this. So what are the legal challenges that the industry anticipates with regards to when we engage a gig workforce, because there are no legal labor laws that governs them, and maybe Government of India very soon is going to, formalize certain legal laws to it. So how do you foresee that shaping up the gig workforce and gig economy?
So I'll take that first. So first thing that the logistics industry has been struggling, as the newer players specifically, is the categorization of workforce. So basically the classification of workforce, we can say. If you have to engage gig workers, then you have to ensure that non-exclusivity is in place. You have to ensure that mutual application of giving and taking work is there. You have to ensure that there is no supervision control. So those elements have to be taken care of really well. What the logistics industry has done really well is taking care of the social security of our people. So if you look at all the platforms that are deploying gig workers, you will see they have given their own insurance. While ESI and PF is not applicable to them, still they have gone ahead and ensured that they get all social security benefits like best-in-class insurance scheme, best-in-class accident insurance. There are certain companies who have gone ahead and are giving leaves for absence due to sickness and accidents, etc. So all of that has now been taken care of. There are organizations who are offering retention-related benefits, which is very, very similar to how gratuity works. While the code of social security is coming in, but the organizations have really done well in treating their people fairly. So working conditions, etc., require some work because of the excessive productivity-linked, customer-obsessed work culture. But broadly, that is where the progress is all about.
Okay, also to the forum, one last question, because I have been told to wrap up fast. There is a shift which we are seeing towards how we ship. So from a centralized warehousing model, it's a dropship model which is taking up very fast, and it's coming up with a lot of challenges, because there can be 40,000-50,000 sellers in one city. Maybe 150,000 active sellers, out of which on a particular day 30,000 wants to give the pickup. So how do you utilize the gig workforce to cater to this? Because this is going to eat up the maximum cost for a logistic industry. So maybe Ajoy and Pankaj, you are the best guys to answer this.
So I think this whole thing has to evolve, Hemant, because right now we are very focused on pickup from a particular place, a particular vendor and all of that. Over a period of time, and using resources who are very demarcated. But the way I see it evolving is, over a period of time, you would have a plethora of people available in your pool. And, if somebody is going along that lane, can do that pickup and bring it over. It does not have to mean that only Ajoy will go and pick it up. They will be registered on the platform. They will be available. And on the app, they will have the ability to choose that I'm going on that path. I will go and pick it up for you and deliver it at that location. So I think there's still some work to be done in that arena, but that is where the model is going to work.
Yeah, so thank you. I think, Pankaj, you were saying something.
I was just saying that while at delivery, we work with a mesh network across the country, right? So doesn't matter the shipment has to be picked from which pin code, which location. Nobody regionally has to use any decision at any point in time, right? Everything is system driven. A very latest example is yesterday my wife was sending Rakhi gifts to her brother. So same thing, right? So pick up in code, drop in code. Morning the agent came in, picked up, and then most likely in 2 days it will be delivered as well. So with the enormous amount of network, these things have become much more simpler these days.
Yeah. So thank you. Thanks to the panel, and thank you everyone. If you have any questions, if we have any questions from the audience on gig working, yes, please.
But my question is, apart from the logistics or apart from the last mile drivers that we are talking about, what all different segments can we gigify? Because if you're talking about, there are, let's say, a survey or a national data that has been published, it says 23.5 million gig workers by 2030. So it is not only logistics, it is much more than that. It goes beyond that if we want to enable the gig, let's say, ecosystem. So on your experience, what all different departments you see can be gigified in coming years or are already being gigified? Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think, yeah, Bhupesh.
No worries. I think just I would like to throw some light on the rural part of it, because that will be more interesting, because more than 50% workforce is there. I experimented one model for the sales workforce in the rural. Initially, there was apprehension because largely gig workforce or a contractual workforce or the entire labor workforce is in the agriculture or agri-tech related. But when we want to appoint the sales representative to get the orders for the rural retail stores, I hired more than 4,000 workforce in more than 80,000 stores in the rural India. I think that is giving a really good confidence that that paradigm is shifting now. They are moving beyond the agri-tech or the process or a manufacturing setup. The sales and the new generation is trying to look at, they rather want to mirror how my friend or my relative is conducting himself in the town. So there is a really good behavioral shift and the acceptance. And now the FMCG companies are also appreciating to appoint the people. The whole day, it's morning 7 to 12 o'clock, they take the orders, and the rest of the day they go on the rural commitments or a family business or whatever responsibilities they have. There is a really good paradigm shift I have seen in this particular.
Chirag, you also have some inputs on what are the industries which can be gigified.
So I have some inputs in this. So one is that we have to look into the workforce of India. So, like for example, some 10 to 15% of the workforce is, we can say, formal, and while 85% is informal. Now, while the gig is a modern word, but this in pockets was already existing. So, for example, we used to have a mechanic working on the mechanic shop, and he was actually a gig worker. Or, for example, you will have an electrical shop and a hardware shop, and a plumber is working there, or an electrician is working there, is actually a gig worker. So the one question is that, okay, how much of this workforce is getting formalized? Now, gig is a way where formal industries are engaging the informal workers in a semi-formal way, right? This is basically one definition of gigification which is happening. The second is that formal workforce, which is, for example, the classical engineers, or the classical, for example, the digital marketers, or for example, the coders, now working as a freelancer, which means they are choosing it for the lifestyle purpose. So their motivation is different, and then they are actually moving from formal to semi-formal for the purpose of flexibility. So that is the second facet where it is happening. The third facet which is happening is that, for example, the people who are, like, say, post-retired or in the later stage who actually leave a skill set now want to have some work for the purpose of their mental health, engagement, or you can say some personal reasons. So these are basically the few reasons. Or, for example, the same lies with the students. Now, when we get into the industries, for example, logistics is definitely the one which actually we synonym with gig. But there are, for example, the service industry, and we as a platform are working for a lot of service industries in which we, the installation work, like for example, the urban, likes of urban company. Now, when you buy a fan, the fan also need to be installed. Now, this work of technical work, EPC work, plumbing work is getting gigified. Urban company has done to one level. Now, we have seen businesses engaging these workforce for the after-sales services also in the gig format. Just to put an example, I'm sure even in this house, we are having so many people in the events. Many of them will be actually freelancer today, and they will actually be a gig worker. So I think it is basically more about the shift of formal to semi-formal for the flexibility, and informal to semi-formal for the purpose of benefits and recognition are the key drivers.
Thank you.
I'll give you some examples. Doctors,
Yeah, I
who
will
have their own practice, are gig workers. Musicians are gig workers. Journalists are gig workers. I think IT promotes a lot of gig workers. So these are, and this has been in practice for a very long time. So,
yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you, panel. Thank you so much.
Please give a round of applause to our speakers. I would request Mr. Amit Shankthar and Mr. Prem Prakash to please come up on stage to present our speakers with mementos and gifts for coming here. We thank them for their insights on this important issue of gig workers. Request you to please present a memento to Mr. Ajoy Clement Salve of Express Peace. A memento and gift for Mr. Pankaj Kalas. A memento and gift for Mr. Bhupesh Swant Desai, Mr. Abhijit Kadam, and Mr. Hemant Vishnoy. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now have some of our Logistics Shakti frontline ambassadors who have joined us. I would request Mr. Prem Prakash to please stay back on stage and present a certificate to one of those ambassadors. And I request you to please come up on stage and present the Logistics Shakti Frontline Ambassador Award to Nitesh Yadav, who has got this recognition for Best Delivery Boy of the Year, a Million Minds working in delivery. Would request Pankaj Kalas to please come up on stage. We have some fine ladies who have been awarded the Logistics Shakti Frontline Ambassador Awards. To present these awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Naresh Sharma and Mr. Varshal Sudhera. I request you to please come on stage and present these certificates to these exceptional ladies. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Neha. She's received the Best Delivery Girl of the Year award. Million Minds people working in Blue Dart Express Limited. Kashish has also received the Best Delivery Girl of the Year recognition, Million Minds people working in Delivery Limited. Vandana Vishwakarma has received the award for Best Picker Packer of the Year. She's in delivery. Request Vandana to please come up on stage. Thank you to Naresh ji and to Varshal ji for presenting these certificates. We now have awards for the Union of Concord, and I will request the award winners to come up on stage. Mr. Binay Kumar Chaudhary, Mr. Dheeraj Sarma and Mr. Devashish Majumdar. I will request Mr. Sonu Asrani and Mr. Narendra Vedi to come up on stage to present these certificates. I would request the winners of the Union of Concord to please come up on stage. Binay Kumar Chaudhary, Dheeraj Sharma and Devashish Majumdar. Congratulations to all our brand ambassadors. Our fourth session, and this is on empowering startups and investment opportunities. The funding winter for startups has not completely lifted, with the deal flow still trending down since 2023. Have startups in the logistics sector fared any better? This session will delve into the unique challenges and opportunities faced by logistics startups, ranging from managing cash flows to investing in technology. Additionally, the deliberations will cover various funding sources available to logistics startups, including venture capital, angel investors, and government subsidies. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Suresh Bansal, founder and CEO of DCGPAC. Please welcome Mr. Anand Bhatia, CEO of Bhatia & Bhatia. Mr. Raj Atri, Executive Director, CCI Group. Mr. Shailendra Kinda, Associate Director, Anand Rathi Group. And this session will be moderated by Mr. B.L. Bajaj, Chairman, Dynamic Orbits Consultants Private Limited. I'll hand it over to Mr. Bajaj to steer this discussion.
Good afternoon. I think this drum beating session and two enlightening conversations post-lunch have helped keeping the audience awake in spite of tea still not being served. And thanks to the audience for their patience. We have heard a lot since morning, but ultimately it's time to talk about some money. Ultimately, every business has to generate cash, and we have to talk about finance. Everything else is secondary. So I think timing for this event is quite appropriate. The industry is having a lot of tailwinds. The country's economy is doing well. And most importantly, within the economy, the kind of push which is there for manufacturing and infrastructure sector currently, I think we have not witnessed since independence of this country. The Make in India, PLI schemes, China Plus One, and very strong disincentive to import products and to incentivize to produce the same stuff in India. This is resulting in a significant momentum growth in the manufacturing sector. And on the other side, we see a lot of push on infra, the ports, airports, roads. That's all creating a very conducive environment for the industry. And the scale of operation has also increased multifold, which is providing opportunity and challenges for the industry. Now, this kind of probably event will help us in brainstorming. Are we geared up to take this challenge and face these opportunities and encase these opportunities? What we need to do, what we have done. Do we have enough resources? The industry has transformed a lot in the last 20 years. The kind of entrepreneur we see, the startup culture, the scale of operation, the use of technology, the face of the industry in the last 20 years has changed a lot. And I think the one important part of the whole change is the availability of money through different mechanisms. Earlier, the bank funding was probably the only source. You want to buy a truck or you want to create a warehouse, you go to a bank, take a loan, or there were some small NBFCs, and you go and take a loan. And one important thing which has changed is equity as a source of funding. Now today, every startup, every small company, or every growth stage company, or every large company is using equity as a source of money. That's very interesting, and that has provided enormous opportunity to capture value which is there in the system. Now the question is, and we have some very enlightened speakers today who will probably guide us on that. Now, selling equity, this thought is probably in every entrepreneur's mind. But the question is at what value? And that drives to the question, what drives value? In our profession, we meet a lot of people every day. They come to us that we want to raise money through equity. But then we talk about valuation, probably their expectation would be to the companies who would command highest multiple on the stock exchange. Where do we get there? There is nothing wrong in having that ambition. But what makes the difference? What drives the valuation if you are intending to sell equity, and whether it is just financial numbers, whether it is corporate governance or management or technology? So let's start with this as first question. And I would like to start with Mr. Suresh Bansal. Bansal Sahab, you have significant experience in the industry, and you have seen different phases of evolution of the industry. What do you think when you are talking about selling equity, whether minority to a strategic partner, to a private equity fund, or to public market? What do you think, what are the drivers for the valuation? Why a company is valued less or more while being the same business?
Raja sir, thank you very much. Actually, I'm not the professional advisor, but I will only share my own journey because I have gone through all these phases and the question which you raised. So, right from taking an investment from family office, going IPO, selling a listed company to Birlas, then dealing with strategic partners in DTDC, buying companies, selling companies, and similarly, in my new business now, I have the entire gamut of funding and equity, equity sale, where we have taken seed money, we have taken family offices, we have venture capitalists, and we have the debt funding also. So various options are available for all kinds of logistic companies. It all depends at what stage and what size they are. Okay. So if they are mature organization, of course IPO is the first option for everybody. If you're a profit making, you are a mature organization, then IPO will give you substantial capital, but it's a highly regulated scenario. On the other hand, if you go to private equity, you get a little bit less valuation, but you get a lot of advice, you get strategic inputs, and you can build your organization on their advice, you can do networking, but they also put a lot of pressure on you. So it's your decision how and who you want to go. Coming to the valuation, it's not what an investor will pay you. It is what you create as a valuation. I think creating valuation is a completely different game. From the day one, as you start the company, or even if you started a company, if you know today also how to create valuation, then the journey starts from that day. So there are a lot of check boxes for creating a valuation, and your valuation depends exactly on what you have built as an organization. How valuable it is, it depends on so many parameters. For example, your past profit, revenue growth, your profit growth, your margin growth trajectory, your future growth areas, and overall whether you are completely compliant organization. Now the social environment and the governance has become a very big piece. A lot of valuation gets tagged to the ESG, especially. Also, apart from that, how strong management team you have kept, what is the quality of the founders, these all drive the valuation for every company. So I think you must go to some good advisors like people sitting in the left of me, and they are the people who can tell you how to create the best value for your company. Thank you, Vijay sir.
Great, thank you, Bansal Saab. This is what you call real life experience. Let me come to you, Mr. Shailendra Kinda. You are highly connected with the stock market and public market transactions. Now, when we see a public market, there is a company which is valued at a P multiple of 10, and there is another company in the same industry which is valued at a P multiple of 50. What is the difference? Because when we talk to entrepreneurs, they would all aspire to be in the range of that 50. So how do they reach to that level, and what makes the difference between a company commanding a multiple of 10 and a company commanding a multiple of 50?
Hello. First of all, thanks a lot, Bajaj sir, for inviting us. I think from an investor point of view, because I represent on the other side of the table who gives the funding. So what normally we look at the management team, that's very important. And these days, the focus is mainly on corporate governance. What kind of systems, what kind of procedures, what kind of team, like, as Bansal Saab has rightly mentioned, the team is very important. And what USP you have, whether you will be able to sustain that USP when the company becomes large. That's very, very important, because when you're a small company, it's very easy to maintain that culture. But when you become a large company, how you are able to manage that culture, that USP, that is very, very important. And what we look is that how you are able to sustain that high growth. Because P is the function of price upon earning. If your earning keeps on growing and there is a clear visibility of earnings, then I think you can command a high PE. So that is very important. First is corporate governance. Second is system and procedures. And the most important thing, what kind of future leadership team you are building. Because these businesses, if you see the businesses, it started with one-man show, but now they are in the hand of professionals. So this is how you create homogeneous, homegrown leaders. That is very, very important. So these are few criteria. I think it's a very complex thing, but I just try to summarize the key pointers which we look at when we are funding any startup.
Great. Thank you, Shailendraji. Thanks for the insight. Mr. Rajatri, I think your group has seen how to create value, how to exit, how to have joint ventures, and probably you meet investors every day in your profession. What is your experience? What has helped you in creating value within your organization? And when you meet investors, what are their expectations when they try to value your company or put a value to your company?
Right. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Right. So we as CCI, we represent both the sides of the table. There are cases where we try to take investments from private equity, and there are cases where our family office also invests in a lot of companies, right? So when it comes to valuing a company, I think there are many matrices to it. First is how strong is the founder or the co-founder in the company. Second is how strong is the business model, how solid is the business model, and how strong are the financials that they're willing to maintain. There are other matrices like the revenue of the company, the EBITDA that they are generating currently. And also, when it comes to valuing a company, effective storytelling by the founder or the co-founder, I think it plays a very important role, because when you're funding a startup, you don't know where it's going to reach in the next 5 years or 10 years. So effective storytelling by the founders in terms of what the company vision is, or how are they going to aspire to achieve that vision in the company, I think that helps a lot in terms of raising funds.
Very interesting. So I think great insight. Another question I think which is in the mind of every entrepreneur, everybody wants to grow, and to grow you need money. As I mentioned earlier, historically the bank and some small NBFCs probably were the only source of finance. Things have evolved a lot in last 10, 15 years, and now there are multiple options, and that is, I think, very useful and very helpful for the industry to raise resources. Now we have new age fintech startups, we have family offices, we have NBFCs like Bajaj and all, which are larger than several banks. And we also have these platforms like REITs and InvITs. So another interesting question probably where I would like to be enlightened from the speakers, what are the different modes of finance which are available for the logistics industry beyond the routine bank funding where they could look for when they need resources for their growth? So let me start with you, Mr. Anant Bhatia. You are in the profession and you are helping a lot of clients in these processes. What do you think, what are the new age options beyond the bank funding for the logistics industry which can be tapped for their growth.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. So, friends, I'll just start by sharing a very small story. This story dates back to 2009. One day, I received a call from one of my professional colleagues, and they said, "तूने Zomato का नाम सुना है?" I said, "सुना तो नहीं है कुछ खास, पर आप बताओ." So they said, "There is this company which is coming up with a very interesting business model. Can you meet the founders?" I said, "Okay, we'll do that." And I took my vehicle and reached. He said that they are actually working out of a farmhouse in Chhatarpur. When I reached over there, I had the golden opportunity of meeting Mr. Dipinder Goyal. He was in a t-shirt and shorts and playing football along with his colleagues. So immediately when he saw me, he came and he said, "I have exactly 15-20 minutes. Can we have a quick chat?" And I will tell you this. He spoke about several instruments for raising funds, right from convertible preference shares, CCDS, which is convertible debentures, convertible notes. He spoke about safe agreements, which is a secured agreement for allotment of future equity. So he spoke about multiple instruments in 2009, which even me as a finance professional, I was in my earlier days then, had not even heard of, or had barely, scratched the surface. So friends, historically, if you look at it, the modes of raising funds were two, broadly, if I were to bucket them up. One is debt and one is equity. Now, debt also has now various connotations in the new age startup regime. But if I were to talk about pure play equity, in the earlier phase of a startup, many investors are wary of actually taking equity upfront. They prefer something like a safe agreement, which is an agreement for an allotment of equity at a later date when a funding round happens, or investing in a convertible debt or a convertible note. So what is the essence of a convertible note? It is a debt instrument. It will attract a coupon, so you can take an interest on the debt till the time it is compulsorily converted into equity. And at the date of conversion into equity, there will be a valuation metric that will be applied to it. So these are the broad, criteria or the categorizations of the instruments that a lot of the current investors and even investees are actually looking at for raising funds. Again, it boils down to the fact at what stage of maturity is the startup at. If the startup is at a very nascent stage, even the investor and the investee both prefer for a convertible instrument. Why? Because if, let's say, for example, there is a startup which has just, let's say, commenced its business or is pre-revenue, they have a very nominal paid-up share capital, sometimes 20,000, sometimes 1 lakh, maybe 3 lakhs. Now, if you have someone from whom you're raising funds to the tune of, let's say, a 2 crores or a 50 lakhs also, they will actually eat up your entire capital base. So that is why these convertible instruments are very, very important, and they are very watertight in terms of their execution.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Bansal sir, based on your practical experience, beyond bank funding, what are your options to raise money from a logistics industry perspective?
Bajaj sir, I will give you my recent experience. In the startup company, when we wanted to raise some money, the first stop was to my friends, which should be the first stop for any startup company. That when you are experimenting, when you are growing, when you want to do the proof of concept, you want to showcase that you have done some business model, you must rely on your own money or on your friends and families, who should be the first, first call basically. After that, we went for the seed money. When we went for the seed fund, exactly what Anand Saab has said, the investors offered us the CCPS. These are compulsory convertible preferential shares, for which there was a floor value fixed, that this is the floor value which they were very comfortable with, which I was not comfortable with. So I said, nothing doing, I will not sell at this price. They said, no worry, if you are promising you will deliver such and such number, then we will have a upside and we will convert this CCPS into an equity at a higher price. So they had put a floor value of X money, and they had put a up value, or the upper limit
at 70% higher than the floor value. So over the period of next 12 months, we were to execute a plan which was as per what commitment we made, and we reached the highest of the valuation, and we were successful in converting our floor value into the upside. And therefore, we got the valuation what we wanted, and investors got the valuation because they now have a confidence the company is growing. So that's an actual story. Thank you.
Great, wonderful. So Mr. Rajatri, I think you said you are on both sides of table. So you are definitely in the middle of something where the money is available beyond the conventional banks. So what is your take on this? What are the options you would recommend for the industry where they can look for money other than the normal commercial banking channels?
Right. First is definitely your equity sale in terms of privately selling it to venture capitalists, or you have a secondary sale transfer, or if you're mature enough, then you go for a public offering, right? And otherwise, as Mr. Bansal said, it's the first option is friends and family. That is but obvious, or you go for debt funding. So under CCI, we also have a logistic and industrial park vertical, where we currently own and operate about 7 million square feet of industrial and logistic warehousing space across India. So in that part of the business, we also have REITs and InvITs, right? And when we see the response of REITs and InvITs from institutional investors, from HNIs, right, it is tremendous. The kind of money that flows in through REITs and InvITs for this particular asset class is remarkable, right? Somewhere that shows the response, or that gives confidence on or it recognizes the constant cash flow that is there in the logistic and industrial park business.
Bajaj sir, can I add something to what Mr. Raj
please.
and Mr. Bansal has said?
Please go ahead.
So I think this is with regards to the private equity. I think from an entrepreneur point of view, you should not only look at the financial side of it. Any private equity player comes and give money to you, you should also look what value add it's giving to you. That is very, very important. Because if somebody comes as a financial investor, they will only look at what returns they are getting. 20, 24%, exit, put option, all these things. But the person who is coming with a rich experience, and mainly these global players, so they can help you in reaching the next level. So I think that's very, very important when you're raising private equity. Don't just look at the financial partner. Look at the private equity player who can add value to you and who can get you to the next level of the growth. That's the small thing I wanted to add.
Yeah, great comment. Great comment. Thank you, Shirendraji. Yeah, please. Anand, want to add something? Yeah, please.
So I'll just give a recent example. All of you out here would have heard about Ship Rocket.
Mike.
And it's been a story that has been going on for a very long time, that Ship Rocket is going to be going public very soon. Now, very few people know that Ship Rocket recently had acquired a company by the name of Picker. Picker and Ship Rocket were competitors to a great extent, though Picker was in a slightly different customer category as compared to Ship Rocket. But broadly, the categorization of the service offerings were broadly similar, and they were competing all across the spectrum. Now, how did Ship Rocket acquire Picker? And not for a small amount, for almost $200 million US. Because they had the same set of private equity investors which had invested in both the companies. And when the conversation happened with the management of Ship Rocket, they planted this idea that Picker has a lot of service offerings which are complementary to your service offerings. So don't look at Picker as competitors. See how jointly you can make 2 + 2 = 5 or maybe 6. And that is a classic example of the value addition that a strategic investor brings in. So rather than looking at a pure play financial investor who is just looking to max out and look at an exit at a later date, the idea should be to onboard a strategic investor who truly understands the business, has a global ideology about how business has to be conducted, and opens doors for the investee company.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia.
Sir, I would like to add on what Mr. Bhatia said. So we've done this very recently. There's a Noida-based startup, and since we are in the development business, the company is called Indosub. They are a building material aggregator company, which goes hand in hand to what we do. So we develop assets, so we need a lot of building materials. That's how we've invested in that company. We picked up about 25% stake, and half of their order book is filled by our orders. So that's how it's a strategic partnership that we've done. So that is one way of raising funds, where we pick up equity in terms of partnership, and we also increase the value of the particular company.
Yeah, a lot of interesting thoughts and a lot of interesting observations. Very helpful. Thanks, the panelists. Now, we talked about raising money, but raising money is only the beginning. That's not the end. We have to manage the money well. And that brings to the question of financial management. Today, the scale of operation is no longer what it used to be 20 years back, where it used to be a one-man show. The owner used to manage purchase or sales or finance or operations or whatever. Today, we are talking about large organization, thousands of people working, 100 locations, multiple customers. So the complexity of business has increased multiple, and the amount involved in the business, the numbers have completely changed what it used to be 20 years back. So that the financial management, the management of money, and particularly also, if you look at in the current scenario, the working capital cycle has become very long, because all the customers, they want to use your money to fund their working capital. And even the input cost, whether it is in terms of fuel or people or rentals, those costs are increasing. So the in-house financial management is absolutely become very critical once you raise the money. Otherwise, we have Baijus and a lot of other stories around where there was a huge money, but we couldn't even make a mess. So let's try to understand this dynamics from a financial prudence or financial management point of view. Mr. Bhatia, when you look at various companies in the process of management audit, or in terms of when you advise them on the cost optimization and all, what are the things which you observe that a lot of companies are not doing right, or they should do right from a financial management point of view?
So, sorry. You asked Bajaj. So, Bajaj sir, I'll give a very simple answer to this. So, whenever I'm sitting with any client, let's say it's a promoter-run company, where typically there would be, let's say, a father, maybe his brother or sister is also involved, and then the kids, the second or third generation is also there. The first and foremost thing I tell them, don't claim to be experts on finance. There is a common, and I will take the risk of saying, because I know there are a lot of very esteemed promoters sitting in this room, and very, I would use the word, people with a lot of intelligence, people with a lot of depth. But the truth of the matter is, in 2024, the era that we are in right now, leave the finance to the experts. A promoter comes with, they have some key responsibilities as the owners of the business, which is running the business, operationalizing the business, onboarding customers. And finance today in India is a very challenging and a complex, subject. There are a lot of bureaucracy still involved. There are a lot of pitfalls. So what I tell them is, you have to ensure that you have a very capable CFO. Now, I'll give you an example. Recently, I was in Haridwar, and there's a manufacturing setup over there, where they have a CFO, but the CFO spends the entire day only addressing GST, income tax, and those compliance matters. Now, that is not the role of a CFO. The role of a CFO is effective and optimizing of the financial management process, is ensuring that the funds are deployed in the best possible manner. The investments are yielding the desired results. And all the compliance framework within the organization are being managed with utmost governance. So now, friends, it becomes imperative that when you have experts, you have the best professionals, it helps in streamlining the financial function. Now, coming to the other side, which is I would say logistics also in the last 5 to 7 years has undergone a massive change and a massive transformation. Logistics is not about now, just being a trucker or running a warehouse or probably, let's say, being into logistics. It is about how you integrate technology. It is how you actually make the whole process more effective and efficient for yourself. So my submission to all of you here is, and here is where the real dichotomy comes. Because on one hand, all these modern day technologies and technological advancements like AI, machine learning, it could be blockchain, while they're very good, but they're extremely capex intensive. And they also do not yield an ROI as on the next day. Sometimes it takes not only one, but maybe multiple years before the organization sees tangible benefits. So it's imperative that the organization starts planning for them, because these are the technologies that will ensure that the entire financial management process becomes very, very optimal. Otherwise, every process is going to be very human intensive and not yield the desired result.
Yeah, may I just
Bansal sir,
add,
please.
Vidas, what Bhatia sir has said is absolutely important. But what we did in DTDC when I came back from the US in the year 2006, I learned only one thing in America. Cash is king. Cash is king, and that's what we took in DTDC, that let's work on our cash flows.
True.
Are you generating cash? Is your operation generating cash? Are you having net cash available better than the last month, better than the last year? Then you are a strong organization. So one single discipline, that cash is a king. Always remember this. And as long as you have the cash in the bank, you're a strong organization. That's the first thing. The second thing we did as a principle, that we will not invest money, a borrowed money, on a long-term project. That's the learning we have done, that we'll never borrow a short-term money for a long-term projects. So we will either make profit and invest, or we'll take investment and invest in long-term projects. Fortunately, till date, we have been profitable, and all the expansion has come from the profits. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I've been.
Bajaj, can I add something to what Bansal Sahib has said?
Yeah, only thing I have been reminded to close the session in 5 minutes.
Just give me 2
so
minutes.
Be mindful
yeah,
of
2
that.
minutes. So I think I fully agree with what Bansal Sahib has said, that cash is king. And I give example of Aditya Birla Group. So it's a big conglomerate. And what used to happen in this group, there were a lot of sister companies. So there was a free flow of cash from one company to other company. And when the cash, you get a free cash, then you don't value that cash. So what they did, so then they decided a system called Padta system. Padta system means, for example, me and Mr. Raj, we are part of a group. I need money. So I have to go to the chairman and I have to present the case to the chairman that why do I need money, and then give a full case study for that. And then if Mr. Raj is a cash-rich company and I need cash, then he will lend me cash at interest so that I value that cash. So I think that is very, very important. Professional management of cash flow is the key. Thank you.
Great. So in the interest of time, the last question I will request panelists to answer just in one line. Today, there is a lot of talk about startups. And in the logistics industry, we have seen large number of startups, some highly successful and some miserably failed. So if you would fund a startup, please answer in one line what you would look in that startup if you want to put in your own money. Start with Bansal Saab from this side. One line, please.
Quality of the founder.
I would second Bansal Saab on this. Management team and quality of the founder, hands down.
Same here. I mean, I would just hear how convincing the founder's story is and how desirable he is to achieve the problem that he's solving.
Walk the talk.
Great. So ultimately, it boils down, you fund the people, not the company. Great. So we have time for just maybe 2 or 3 questions. If And please let us know whom you want to ask, because we have great panel here. Anybody? Great. So the explanation, oh, sorry, there's one. Otherwise, I thought the explanations are so, there's no need for any question. Any mic for?
Hello. Yeah, so this is more related to, early stage of any startup. So let's say someone wants to have a new startup, and that is where, the value of death exists. Like, I'm a very small startup and I need to scale up. At that stage, what is your advice to the founders? How to navigate the uncertainties, and what should be your North Star metrics at that specific point, so that you can reach to a stage where probably you go for Series A or Series B. But the first, what are some death trap that we can avoid as founders, so that we actually navigate these scenarios?
Who wants to take this?
Hi. Now, as an investor, right, when we put money into any startup, I would want the maximum equity out of the money that I put in, right? So that is one debt trap that every investor is going to put on any startup. So I think you should be very cautious in diluting your equity, because as you scale up, as you require more funds, you would want that equity to get diluted, not now, but at a later stage.
Great. Any other question? Maybe one more. Okay, great. So I think that brings us to the closure of this great session on finance. Thank you all the panelists for their enlightenment, and thank you audience for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for sharing this wonderful discussion. I will now request Mr. Subhash Agarwal, Chairman of Globe International, and Mr. Satpal Bedi of Bedi Realty Warehouse Developers to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos and a small gift for coming here and sharing their insights with everybody when it comes to empowering startups and investment opportunities, especially for the logistics-focused startups. So please welcome Mr. Subhash Agarwal and Mr. Satpal Bedi on stage. Applause. I request you to please present mementos and gifts to our speakers who are on stage. A memento for Mr. Suresh Bansal, founder and CEO of DCGPAC. DCG PAC. A memento for Mr. Anant Bhatia of Bhatia and Bhatia. A memento for Mr. Raj Atri of CCI Group. And a memento for Mr. Shailendra Kinda of Anand Rathi Group. A memento for Mr. B.L. Bajaj of Dynamic Orbit Consultants. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now move on to our fifth session on smart logistics and connected mobility, unleashing the power of digital technologies for efficient and sustainable operations. With the advancement of artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, and new technologies, the supply chain is becoming more efficient and streamlined than ever before. In this session, we'll discuss connected mobility and predictive analytics, optimizing supply chain flows to autonomous vehicles and smart analytics, revolutionizing fleet management. I'm sure all of you have had a look at the drone, which is part of the exhibits in the booth. So you can get a glimpse of where technology is taking the logistics industry. We will also discuss other new technologies that can give competitive edge to logistic companies over their peers. For this, I would like to invite on stage our speakers for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Monica Saxena, Chief Strategy Officer, RevFin, Mr. Mukesh Diogun, Co-founder, Traco, Mr. Satrabata Satapathy, CEO, Bonvi Technology Private Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, AVP Mobility Solutions, JK Tires, and our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, Associate Director, Agarwal Packers and Movers. I would request Mr. Sanjeev Sharma of JK Tires to first give us the presentation. The speakers are most welcome to come and take their seats on the stage, but I would request Mr. Sanjeev Sharma to give his presentation first. Then he can take a seat and the moderator can then drive the discussion.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Sorry, I will not give the presentation because since morning I think most of the topics are covered in detail by the eminent speakers. From JK Tire, I will just share with you what we are doing different for the next generation fleets in space of what we call it mobility, right? And where we are talking about technology and where we are moving away from the product, what we are doing in the entire ecosystem and how we are connecting. In fact, what I find is, this work like this? Where to target it? Okay, so I would share with you because tire is such an item where any logistic company have to, meet a number of times before they decide on the budget. And where when we are talking about the story of India, we have heard about the highways, we have heard about many companies, what they are bringing individually, and then what is happening around the world globally in terms of the startups and the research in area and investment in area of logistics. India is on the heat map, if you see, is actually doing as good as the logistic companies across the world are doing. And also, if you see the where we are going to land up in 4 or 5 years, in fact, in transport industry, we don't find new investment and new transporter coming up. Are diversifying into it very, very less. And even this industry is consolidating. Somebody having 10 truck, 20 truck, they can't even implement smaller things, and they can't invest on technology. So there is a consolidation which is happening across the country. So today's transporters have a huge opportunity to grow, because we heard about the economy and we also heard about NHEV presentation. So who are going to do it? In fact, the logistic companies today in India, they are going to actually grow, double up, even triple up. So there is a need to understand and collaborate with all the stakeholders today who are talking whatever technology they can bring to the logistic industry. And we have targeted few things where we as a JK Tyre should concentrate going forward and do our bit of investment in technology, research on technology, or you can say deploy our resources in area where we are talking about fuel and the tires. They take away larger chunk of your spending for any transporter, and there has to be something has to be done in this area. So what we thought few years back, we thought let's have a 360-degree solutions around the tire. Tire can be given by any company to any transporter, be if not JK Tyre, it will be Apollo, it will be Amara for a Seat. I mean, it has got nothing, a big differentiation except from the nylon tire to radial tire to now we are talking about tubeless, and then proudly saying that now we are making tires for EV trucks and EV buses. Right, but that is a product made in factory. But the challenge is to put together all those things to create efficiency, to bring down the, breakdowns on the highway, to have more visibility of assets on highway. At the same time, have platforms which integrate with the truck, which integrate with your ERP, which integrate with all the stakeholders, so that you have 24/7, information to act upon. So that is the area we call it 360-degree, and we are investing in, let's say, something called real time. We are spending in hardwares and software, starting with the tire pressure monitoring system, where that system keep the tire visible to the owner wherever he is through the cloud, right? And then even the driver gets the information and an alert when the tire goes bad. And we have so many use cases in 2-3 years where we are able to bring down the breakdowns on highway by 70%. That's a big number. Now, if you see even the city buses, the EV buses, the penalty for each breakdown goes up to 5,000, 6,000 rupees. If the breakdown is more than 1 hour, 2 hour, this will soon come to trucks. I guess those truckers who are sitting here will agree with me that many companies, maybe depending upon the client in e-commerce or express logistics, this is also coming up. Then the tire breakdown is the major reason on the highway when the vehicle has to be stranded, and it adds to the cost. So we have done a bit in there, so I will not take much time. So where it is 24/7 service, and then we have also entered into it. One of the big area where transporters are finding tough to expand. They can get, money is available to add 100 trucks or 200 or 1,000 trucks to anybody today. But the challenge in the morning we discussed about was driver. Another one, how to manage the assets on highway, be it tire, batteries, truck, parts. Because of the nature of this business, there are thefts, there are less responsibility from the driver or the mechanic side on the highway or the workshop on the highway. So we thought what can be done. We started thinking about Uberization of the tires. Today, large transporters need not to buy tire. Yes, that's true. In fact, many of the big companies big logistic companies, you heard also, they are under that program where they pay per mile to us. And we tell them, keep the tire out of your domain, concentrate on your growth and the business and other side of the technology. Leave this to us, because a lot needs to be done. They don't get right people for their workshops. They don't have the right softwares to give them analytical support to take better decisions. They know everything, but they can't execute. They can't cope up with the technology. And tires, battery, these technologies are changing very fast, and they take away a lot of time from them. whereas their core business is, you can say, logistic, providing, logistic support to their client. They are too much engaged in that. So we now have that in place, and luckily we are the leader in this space. And today we have huge service center on highway and the pit stops on highway, where every service is cashless, and the transporter pay us as per the GPS in the truck, right? And they pay us monthly on that. So this is the big change coming, which is a big enabler to the industry to grow and then take advantage, collaborate. And we are also, in fact, collaborating with the, although there's this system, GPS and you can say TPMS and other things, hardware around the connected mobility, we manufacture ourselves, other than the tires. And we feel that that is something which will change the, trucking industry and make it easier and comfortable and bring some efficiency. Because in the morning I was hearing that the cost per mile in India and abroad, it has to come down, in fact. Okay, it has to come down by 30%. That means our freight rate will also go down. Still we have to cope up with that. Then we have to open up and we have to implement this. I'll just show you one AV, if the AV can come. Yeah. Anyhow, he's talking about the same thing which we are talking about, the use of technology. If the volume can come, or I explain. Okay.
Is there an X factor that could improve the performance of your business and at the same time provide you the safety and protection needed for a steady growth? Well, here is the answer. It's the good health of your tires. As you know, tires make a huge difference in running a business. Let me begin by asking you some factual questions about your own business. How often does a vehicle break down because of tire-related issues? Maybe due to a run flat or over or under inflation. Actually, this halt could cost us a lot. It would naturally take a lot of time to get the vehicle back on the road. The fact is, if the tires stop running, so does your business. All because of the turnaround time. What if we could help reduce these losses by 60%? Failing a timely delivery, downtime business loss, extra time in fixing the problems from the right place, the client satisfaction and goodwill, and so on. All these crises could be averted. Wouldn't that give you a sigh of relief? Well, what about fuel efficiency? Up to 3% fuel efficiency is reduced if the tire has low or high pressure. As per our research, a fleet owner with 100 vehicles in the fleet ends up saving 1,75,000 rupees a month, which is 25 liters saved per vehicle every month. Surprising, isn't it? But how can you always be sure to get your tires inflated correctly for better fuel efficiency? Not just the overall breakdowns and fuel efficiency, but also, what about the tires being scrapped? You would know that flat tires usually occur at a low tire pressure. And a conk happens when overinflated tires hit any object. What if we tell you that your scrap cases could be reduced by 80% for flat tires and 40% for conks, increasing tire mileage? Wouldn't that be a fleet saver? But wait, is the actual problem even bigger than this? What if we already knew the problem areas, yet were helpless in getting them fixed in real time with preventive care? Who will prompt us even before we could notice them? All of this without adding a single member of this work? Well, we at JK Treel have brought this dream to life with the help of our state-of-the-art tire pressure monitoring system, EPMS. It's a one-stop solution.
All right. I mean, this fine you have understood this, and this technology talks and give real-time visibility. And in the interest of the time, since you may be aware of it, we have a lounge here. We can give more information to the interested people. With these things, I just want to thank everybody for listening to me. Thank you.
And now for the panel discussion on smart mobility, on smart logistics and connected mobility. I would like to invite on stage our speakers, Ms. Monica Saxena, Chief Strategy Officer, Refin, Mr. Mukesh Diogun, Co-founder, Trackco, Mr. Satyabrata Satapathy, CEO, Bondby Technology Private Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, AVP Mobility Solutions, JK Tires, and our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, Associate Director, Agarwal Packers and Movers. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. I will request the speakers and the moderator to please come up on stage. Request Ms. Monica Saxena to please come up on stage. I'll hand it over to Mr. Krishnan to steer the discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. In fact, our session was a session prior to tea, but I think most of them had the tea because they could not wait that longer. We are delayed by it. We will try to wrap it up as fast as possible. The session is about smart logistics and connected mobility. What is smart logistics basically? Smart logistics is actually an effort to minimize, if not completely eliminate, manual effort and put mechanized, automated, robotic software application in handling operation, in handling equipment as well as data, thereby reducing error, avoiding duplication, optimizing time and effort, and supposedly reducing the cost. We will discuss in detail about how we manage to reduce the cost with the team. And connected mobility is not only about bringing technology, but also it is to create an ecosystem which brings collaboration and innovation. Mobility operator, I mean the transporters, infrastructure operators, providers, town planning, state, center, and other ecosystem joined together to develop a platform, technology platform, which enables seamless integration of all these stakeholders and help in effective data sharing and data crunching and enable you to take balanced and known decision, solution. We have in this panel Monica Singh, who is not exactly into logistics but into financing. They are connected to, their company is connected to us in the way that they finance only e-commerce, electric vehicle. They finance electric vehicle. Mukesh Duagne
is a co-founder of two startup logistics. He's a young man with two startups. One is Traco, which is a operating software for logistic industry, and he has one more company called Signo, where he helps a very crucial problem of transport industry of providing drivers. Am I right? So he has created a platform where he helps you finding drivers, which is the most vexing problem in the current logistic industry. Then we have, these are software supporters. Now we have on hardware, which is Sabrata Satpathy. He is into hardware, he is into drones. Drones are, of course, still in a long way as far as India is concerned, but they are still into defense and healthcare sector. We will discuss in detail how it's going to grow in the country. Then we have in the other side of our industry, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, who is from JK Tire. He is the seeker of our service. So we will see how we, it's a collaborative effort here also, how we are able to collaborate and we are able to satisfy Mr. Sanjeev Sharma. I'll now go and sit there and we'll start the discussion in the panel.
Hello.
Yeah. So we will start with Mukesh. You are trying to solve two of our major problem. One is, how do you think you have been able to solve? See, if you ask most of transporters here, the major problem they face is to get a reliable driver. If either they are good driver, but good and honest driver, in fact, and then who is there dedicated to you. Because probably what is happening is somehow we are not able to satisfy a driver in the industry, and the next generation is not getting into driver. So it is getting more and more complex to get a driver. So how do you manage to solve the problem? Is it only through software and system you are able to solve it, or you are giving something else again, apart from providing manpower?
Thank you. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity. I'm being the youngest among all. There are some industry veterans who can answer this pretty much. But what currently we are doing is, thanks to my team and my other partners, I got opportunity to solve the problem from 0 point. That's first the driver point of view. We initially started solving the issue of driver, how the driver sourcing has been done, how to make sure that we have recruited a proper driver who has been properly verified and vetted by a proper thorough checks and whatever the checklist is there. So we solved this issue via various solutions. We initially implemented some AI sourcing to onboard almost 10,000 drivers in our own platform via our AI sourcing call bot. Then we started analyzing, okay, we have started solving the problem for the driver. What are the other problems which need to be solved from the transporter side? Sourcing has been done, but transporters need to have a proper verified drivers. So we then onboarded multiple partners for verifications and other things. Some AI algorithms and other for verifications of all the KYCs and informations, so that drivers are properly vetted. And they have we have a thorough mechanism to making sure that drivers already experience of 15 years of experience, and they have a proper training to drive that specific skill set of the vehicles. Then we started analyzing the second company. We analyzing the problem set is probably much bigger. The manufacturers, those who does not have any assets, are relying on third-party logistics vendors. To solve their issues, although they will be having a SAP, Oracle, and IBM, but managing this large tier 1, tier 2 logistics companies is pretty hectic.
We are currently restricting ourselves to driver.
Yeah. No, so we started with the driver, then we started solving the problems for other stakeholders. So from drivers, we started solving the problem from transporters to the fleet owners to the manufacturers, those who does not have any assets.
So you take care of the requirement that a transporter have about a driver.
Right.
How do you take care of a problem that the driver is facing from the transporter?
So, for that, we have a multiple helpline which is created.
Which is the main source of the shortages happening because of that, I would say.
So for shortages, what we are doing, we have a driver training schools various across the India, where we have some digital as well as manual training schools for drivers. For digital, we have some simulators which we are working on as of now. We have a few partners we are in talks with, where we're making sure the specific skill set, there are some hazardous specific skill set which has been required, are been fulfilled. For that, we have some driving school which has been implemented. We are in
Again,
talks.
what I'm saying is you're doing everything which will help a transporter get a effective, efficient, trained driver. How are you doing anything to solve the challenge that a driver is facing? And that's why it is becoming slowly a huge problem.
So for driver side, what we are doing, we are making sure that they are getting a proper timely payment. The corporate employee gets the payment at 31st or 1st of the month. For driver, the payment cycle is like per trip or per day, something like that.
Okay.
So we make sure that they get a timely payment through my platform.
Well, Monica ji, you are into financing of e-vehicle.
That's right.
Why this? Is it a niche plan of being a niche market, or why are you being so exclusive only on this thing? The industry has very frugal percentage of e-vehicle now. So you're looking at a future and you're trying to target that, or is it any calculated reason why you're only into e-vehicle?
So, am I heard? Okay. So when we talk about electrification of vehicle, neither it is niche, nor should it remain niche. India has a goal by 2030, 30% of our vehicles should be electrified. And we are sitting in a forum today where we are talking about logistics, we are talking about supply chain, and you talked about the cost. I think it should be the primary objective of logistics to start talking about transition of vehicles from ICE to electric. Because the savings that you do when you are driving an electric vehicle is much, much higher than what you do for ICE vehicle.
Incidentally, Monica ji, e-vehicle is neither cost effective currently, and the recent report globally is that all the e-vehicle owners are going back to normal vehicle. They would like to go back. That's the report I just saw a week back. So are you betting on the right horse, or you are looking at anything that is sustainable?
No, I think we are betting on the very right horse, and when we talk about EVs are expensive, never ever should you go by the cost of the vehicle. What you should be looking at is TCO, which is total cost of ownership. When you have a vehicle which is being driven for years, and today when we talk about, as I speak, we are partnering with Tata for their EV ka product hai, ACE 1000, where the truck would be used for transportation. We are talking with Bajaj, three-wheelers. We are talking to all the two-wheelers, kinetic and the bounces, and e-rickshaw. So the reports will come, reports will go, but the point is this: we have to look at a total cost of ownership that comes with electric vehicle, the savings that people do, and importantly, this is a goal that UN has. UN SDG has goals on sustainability. India has goal on electric mobility. So it is not just about riding a cycle, a rickshaw. It is about making sure that we are also creating a sustainable world. So REFIN is an organization which is exclusively financing electric vehicles and doing it for financial exclusion, giving financing to those who do not have access to financing. So to your point, it is not niche, it is something that every organization, and importantly any forum which is talking about logistics, electrification of their vehicle should be their top agenda, because that's where the savings are.
Just to do a reality check, is it that government is pushing everybody towards electricity, so they have no choice, so they are going to electric vehicle? We will like to go to the other side of this
Sure.
thing, and
Thanks.
maybe Sanjeev ji, you can tell me your experience. How is electric vehicle being put to use by the user, and how effective are they? How are they benefiting you in the larger?
Yeah, on the I'll touch on the truck and bus side of it, right? And
I'm just playing a devil's advocate, so I'm not saying that I should not. It's a devil. I'm just playing a devil's advocate. Yeah.
You should.
All right. This is not only catching up, but the government is actually enabling the, so that it is adapted at a faster pace. You see, in all those cities today, the new buses are all electric, which are supported by the government, financed by it, and there are a lot of incentive to the operators. And
Still it is costlier.
Sorry?
Still it is costlier.
No, I tell you, it is not costly, as Monica ji said. Why? Because when something is difficult, there are solutions. In case of buses, the bus cost is, let's say, 1 crore 60 lakhs, and the normal bus, even the best of the bus, will be 70 or 80 lakhs. So there are now, but the public needs it. right? They don't want, smoke in the cities. At the same time, people like you and me would prefer to sit in an electric bus rather than the other one. Then there are, the framework is designed that now the contracts are for 10 years, 15 years. The investment itself is done by the manufacturer. There are people to invest to the manufacturer and promote it. And now you see all the electric buses, 99% across the country. If I'm right, there are 2,000 buses and 10,000 more will come, right? And they will be, no one need to buy, but use it. There is a manufacturer to run and repair it.
I was discussing to few transporters. A service seeker would put this thing that we are going green, so please I want only electric vehicle. Now he is not investing. He says I want reduced cost and I want e-vehicle. The transporter is facing a problem that if I invest, which is slightly costlier, I don't know whether it is really, it has not been tested. Maybe you were saying that 8 years it will take, 7 years it will take. So that's why they are not willing to be, they are funding only 70% or different thing you were saying. So it is not still tested. Cost is high. The resale value may not be as high as, that's what is being predicted. It's not as high as this thing. So transporters actually, in many cases, does not have a choice. He's investing, he's forced to invest because the service seeker says, I want electric vehicle. And then he says, since it's electric vehicle, I want the cost to be coming down. One is hoping that in due course, maybe in 6 or 7 years, he will actually benefit. But it's still shooting in the dark. So as a service seeker, have you ever bought any vehicle and tested and seen that it is good? No, you are just depending on transporter. You are instructing a transporter to go for electric vehicle. And do you think it's sustainable? That has to be seen. So it would be very interesting again to seek the opinions of transporters here, whether they would like to willingly go for electric vehicle or they feel that they don't have a choice.
I tell you, see, there is the whole model is going to change soon, right? A transporter, I feel, like I said, I tell people don't buy tires. Now you can imagine what I'm talking. A truck needs at least 2 lakhs of tires every 8 months or 10 months. And I'm talking about transporter having 500 trucks.
50% of the buyer in US and quite substantial people in India have said that they would like to go back to the traditional vehicle.
No,
I'm talking about passenger cars.
No, there are sorry, just intervening here. See, the transporter need to use the truck. He should be master of using it efficiently for his business.
Are we having enough infrastructure to charge it? Have we created that much of infrastructure?
We heard NHEV presentation. Of course, I'm with you on that. It will take some time. But why now, since somebody is there to lease you a truck, use it. You are a logistic provider. You are not. You need not to be a owner of a truck. Why should you be?
No, I'm talking about the actual who buys. I'm talking about.
It is happening. If it is happening,
the one who is actually buying it.
I'm telling you. Let's say if we are talking about trucker, bus owners are also transporter. 99% of the buses are today running in the country.
See,
they are not bought.
Again, buses cross country. You were saying cross interstate.
Yeah, that is also, we heard about New-Go, you just see they are Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Himachal, even in Andhra, and nobody is buying that. There are people to finance it, manufacturer itself provides it, and the guy should use it. Transporter should use it, they should think of it. They should think of why to own trucks. And then comes the efficiency, why to have 100 trucks every year added to your fleet, buy 90 and have same profits and the same efficiency. I think that is coming to the, if I tell you my experience when dealing with the top 100 transport companies, having 500 trucks or more, they are really thinking, trying. Of course, it will take a little time.
Monica ji, then is it you are fixed on electric vehicle or any sustainable? I think you will be okay with any sustainable.
We talk about revolutionizing sustainable mobility.
Mobility, yeah.
And at this point of time, electric vehicle is our focus. And I know you are stuck onto the word, the cost of the vehicle. Please change your mindset.
No, I'm not stuck on cost. No, I'm sorry. I'm saying the infrastructure that is support ecosystem,
I'll come to both the points.
the cost, the resale value. I'm talking about everything.
Yeah, so
and I said I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, you should be playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
But when we talk about electric vehicle, what we need to look at the cost of per kilometer.
So normal vehicle you fund 90%, and electric vehicle you fund 90%.
So it depends. We fund from 75 to 90%.
Why not 90%?
Because it depends. It depends on your credit, the person who you are funding. So let's not get into why 90. So first, let me just explain it to everyone in the room. Anything, any form of energy which is new takes time in settling down. Electric vehicle has already reached the stage where it is considered as one of the major form of any form of fuel, if I may use, or something which has already found its space. It takes time for mindsets to change. It's changing. When we talk about all the e-commerce, from the Swiggies to the Zomatos to the porters, everyone is partnering with us, and many of them are partnering for electrification of their vehicle, three-wheeler, four-wheeler. So it would take some time. It needs education. And along with education, it also needs some support from different partners. So when we look at government, they are coming up with some subsidies. The organizations, the transport or the logistics company may have to help the transporters or the drivers to begin with start adopting electric vehicles. Lease or loan is one form, but the point is this: are people adopting electric vehicles? And the moment they get the right education, there is absolutely no reason why they would not, because the total cost of ownership and the cost of driving is so much cheaper than buying any other ICE vehicle.
Right. So that's how connected mobility comes into focus. Connected mobility is developing an ecosystem where all these players, the service provider, the financer, the operator, the transport operator, all of them come together in an ecosystem. They develop a platform where they help each other and grow. So that is what is the discussion. That's why they took this discussion to that side, because that is what is mobility connectivity all about. It is the developing of ecosystem where we need to, in case of electric vehicle also, we need to develop that ecosystem. Subrat, Satya, you are into a very technologically high sector, and you are into drones. We saw your drone, very impressive. Congratulations. And in India, drones are still at a infancy state, and probably development can happen better in India probably because we are technologically very sound. But the actual use of drone may still take time, commercial use of this thing. But still it is now majorly into defense and healthcare sector. So what do you think, what is the future of drone, and how do you think it's going to grow, and what are the challenges that you think we'll face in India?
Thank you for your question.
Again, for developing ecosystem, you will need to develop that.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, it is a deep tech sector. When every deep tech sector actually takes some time, okay? And our Prime Minister vision is to make India drone capital of the world by 2030, right? With that, I think today, government is the market maker for aerial vehicles. You say, so we are in the development of aerial vehicle for transportation class. As in, if you could have actually, seen the vehicle outside, it's made out of aluminum, and it's like it's a very metallic body, and which is going to go through like lot of maintenance, repair, and those process. So it is, now India is also caught up to the Western world, also, kind of at par with the China, actually to compete in this sector. Because if you see actually a drone, it's about a minimum number of moving parts, right? This vehicle has like motors which are more or less of 10, 12 number of moving parts. Then there is like flight control system, and then they had a lot of electronics. It is less of mechanical and more of electronics. And India is definitely doing well in integrating electronics and writing softwares. Our engineers are actually writing softwares all over the world, like, for every kind of industry today, even in aerospace, like deep aerospace, our Indian engineers are writing. We are definitely heading in a big way of, you can say, democratizing this, aerial mobility for masses, okay? Definitely, it will take time because our regulation is evolving. Our entire industry is new, and there is a lot of new players coming in this sector, and which is also very good. I must tell you that when you get into a sector where there are a lot of new players in the market, then the real innovation happens, kick in, right? And all these are actually startups and doing a lot disruption, in this space. Of course, defense, disaster are the first level of use cases where these drones actually have got certain exemptions to be operated, right? And once, these in the future, we will see that, emergency evacuations are happening through between hospitals. These vehicles are operating. The electric, aerial vehicles are like eVTOLs now in US and Europe are actually talking about people transportations. And like our Indigo has actually signed for like 100 number of vehicles with US-based companies, and these are coming in a couple of years. It will not actually take 10, 20 years or so to come. It will be actually in a couple of years. And definitely
These will be basically in controlled environment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there has to be corridors, as in this,
Yeah.
the design of the corridors,
Yes,
and we
yes.
definitely are working as industry. We have our subcommittees, which is formed under Ministry of Civil Aviation, where we are continuously working on policy changes, because we as OEMs actually take a lot of responsibility of the safety and the security of the vehicles, and that's definitely, and that's already happening in this space. It is happening at a faster rate, I would say. Like I am in this, drone industry for last 13 years. Okay. Now, I started my career, post BITS, in BITS Pilani, after my computer science in masters. I kind of, last 12 years, I'm seeing actually, this industry is evolving. And in the last 4 years, I must tell you, this is like evolving at a much faster rate. What you're seeing is probably another 2 years down the line or so, you will see, many more companies would be there who would be actually working on real, transportation of people. Goods is, one part people, definitely. Goods transportation, as we speak, are happening, right? Government is definitely, using in certain areas for good transportation. And our private sector have actually started adopting, these at a pilot stage. They are,
A private sector, I don't know. I see tremendous potential of this in a controlled environment. I see tremendous potential of this in a closed room, this thing, and also defense and healthcare. I see tremendous potential in that coming. But see, always one thought that drones, especially when you compare to India vis-a-vis Western countries, the cost of manpower is very cost, so it makes also sense. And the density is, but they don't have density. And in case of US, the density is very good. In case of China, density is very good. They both are using it. We have density, and the labor is very cheap. So in that sector, what happens is that is the labor is a major issue. In fact, I do remember quite some time back, Flipkart had completely robotized their operation in warehouse. They had completely done it through Grayscale, but they could never implement it because it was not working out. So same thing happens in case of drone also. There is a typical this thing. US has huge cost and the density, so it becomes much faster going by, instead of taking a car, you go by drone. And in case of China, the density is very high, but they're still managing it. So how do you think India will take this?
So for example, today like Amazon and Alphabet, the Google's parent company, are doing a lot of delivery in US and Australia, right? And if we see the scenarios here, right, in India, like it is actually not because their people are not available, and it is
no, in US it is density also. It's such a spread place. It is easier to do it through drones.
It's actually spread, right? It's spread over.
Yeah.
But here you see also like these vehicles are carbon free. These are carbon neutral, right? When you target to actually become net zero emission and carbon net neutrality, as in flying wise, they're not actually emitting
I personally feel carbon neutral is a term which is मजबूरी का नाम महात्मा गांधी जहाँ होता है वैसे carbon neutral everybody speaks, it's a jargon, but practicing is always by force or
but Mr. Ramesh, I must tell you, like everybody
no, India is taking it very seriously.
Start with a jargon, but they need to really like deeply need to work on that, otherwise this neutrality will never be achieved. I have seen like factories in the US, okay, even some of them are in India are operating on hydrogen. Like they have actually get away with ICE, the generators. The gensets are not there and they are all on hydrogen. Hydrogen production is also not less. Okay, it is not that complex also. And they are better energy efficient. much better energy efficient, just that initial investment cost and so are, right, high. But, with that, if you run your entire factory with like a renewable energy, like, then you actually are, achieving, you are even supplying energy to the grid back, right? So solar, also some of the actually are, some of the companies today actually operate on solar, and they also supply some to the feed to the grid, and we have seen like in practice. Definitely things like these are, happening, and in the India, I see that with right policy in place, okay, with the corridor, with the, the drone corridors in place, we will definitely have, drones flying in the sky. At the same time, the helicopters and other flying objects should be flying with proper regulations and having like the unmanned traffic management system, which is the UTM. And those testings are just beginning, but it will happen at a rapid scale. Most of our Indian companies, the software companies, are actually working in the Europe to make the unmanned traffic system happen. It will not take time for them to actually switch to the, the Indian context, and some of them have actually at least also started trialing it. Things are happening at a faster scale than before.
Yeah, definitely. Government is also very serious on this,
yes.
and they are trying to develop the ecosystem to do it.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, what do you think what do you think of all these sustainable new initiatives?
Sustainability, as you said, and the carbon neutral, these are the things, the first is the good that the industry has adapted and they are working on it, and then they are also investing in it. In our product, we are talking about recycling, right? And then, a lot of technologies will come in this area to India. In fact, fortunately, unfortunately, we have to follow what is happening in the US or in Europe in area of research. But this country is adapting very fast, and there is a lot of investment going on, as all the responsible manufacturers are investing into this, and so are we. We are looking forward to a time when we will take back the rubber, oil, and few things from the used tire and put it in the new tire, and reduce our dependence on import of the raw material like rubber and other components. So that is what is happening in this area as a tire manufacturer.
Mukesh, what is your take on how is software supporting this sustainability of
So if you draw a single line,
and the ecosystem?
Yeah, so if you draw a single line, multiple stakeholders are involved for one point of delivery to another point. Consignor, consignee, financiers, LSPs like logistics partners. Each stakeholders contribute a certain level of data. The supply chain visibility also provide make a stakeholders make a proper decisions in terms of sustainability, making sure that data is properly visible to all the stakeholders, so that any actions, any SLA criteria, whatever they want to take, the actions can be visible to all. The actions can be to proper control towers and other things. So that is my take. Making sure that all the data should be visible to all supply chain stakeholders can provide a much more help in making sure the
I
mobility.
believe ULIP has given a lot of thirst to all these software operators, and
Yes.
they have given a lot of platform where you can develop the ecosystem. So maybe that is one area where you would like to.
Yeah, with the help of ULIP, I think what we have seen in India, there are multiple companies are already involved. I think hundreds of companies who are helping these manufacturers and multiple stakeholders via various integrations. They have integrations with verification of drivers. They have making sure they want to provide a visibility of ICE gate, ICD visibility, making sure that they also provide a visibility of all the EV bill, GSTs and other things. So they are also helping in making sure that data is visible to all the stakeholders.
Great. I think that's in gist what we have covered. If anybody wants to say a last word on mobility and connected mobility and this thing.
I think this is more of a definitely ecosystem, and we are really growing in this ecosystem. For example, actually, I was just speaking to Mukesh on, can have actually a lot of support in terms of the knowledge ecosystem that actually can help us to enter into the logistic segment, and Monica can come forward and actually help us to finance these system, because essentially these are also EVs, right, operated by battery powered vehicles, and can be also like Sanjeev can take certain services, from our side, like companies like
Quick
JK Tires
one-line
and
wrap
others
up everybody should do.
things. Yeah.
So, so just a one-line wrap-up. Just wanted to highlight what I understand from this industry. Adaptation is the new ROI. Many people have built the technology, in-house technology, but due to the poor adaptation, there is a poor ROI. So that's just wanted to highlight that point.
Yeah, when we talk about mobility solutions in India, so there are certain areas which deals with the technology and the long-term adaptation by like EV or the drones but there are certain immediate challenges in front of the truckers and the logistic companies to grow, which is about database decisions, right? Whether it's truck, engine, or maybe the tire and the whole operations. I think there we need to have a more collaboration. All manufacturers, all stakeholders, whether truck companies, tire companies, transporters, other people, developers, they should come on board. We are seeing it happening also. And so that ultimately the objective is to reduce the cost of operations. So that is what is this. And I shared with you on tires what we are doing as a responsible partner. And we look forward to what Satya is saying on things like that in future.
That's all. I think sustainability is not an option anymore. It is something that we all should move towards, and mobility should accept it with open arms and mind.
Lovely.
That it is. Thank you so very
Lovely.
much.
Anybody would like to ask anything? Otherwise, we'll wrap up the session. The August panel, if you want to ask anybody, any doubt, anything, your point of view.
Yeah, like Bonby, we say, let's do one flight at a time. I think one step at a time is right, the right thing right now. Yeah.
I guess nobody has anything to ask, so we'll wrap it up. Thank you very much, and thank you for bearing with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for coming here. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Vikas Chawla and Mr. Balveer Bhadana. I request them to please present our speakers with mementos and gifts. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing the wealth of their knowledge with the audience here. Would request you to please present a memento and a gift to Ms. Monica Saxena, Chief Strategy Officer, RevFin. A memento and a gift for Mr. Mukesh Deogun, co-founder Trackco. A memento and a gift for Mr. Satyvrata Satpathy of Bonby Technology. A memento for Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, AVP Mobility, JK Tires. And a memento for Mr. Ramesh Krishnan of Agarwal Packers and Movers, the moderator of the session. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. If Monica can just spare 2 minutes and come back again for a group photograph, that will be awesome. Thank you to all of you. We have a very exciting session coming up next, but we can only begin this session when all of you are in your seats and all the chit-chats have been parked for a later time. You can continue with all your conversations, but post this session, and if you have any urgent discussions, I request you to please take it outside the hall. But in this session, we have something very, very interesting and electric that all of you can look forward to. Here we're going to be talking about Logistics Franchise Shakti, the DTDC way. We're going to learn about the Franchise Shakti to create entrepreneurs and employment generators to boost progress towards a Viksit Bharat goal. And in this fireside chat, we have an iconic personality joining us to talk to us about their experience. They are the fire starters when it comes to the franchisee model in logistics. And we are going to learn from this iconic leader on how this can be done. In this extraordinary session, we have Mr. Subhashish Chakraborty, founder, chairman, and managing director of DTDC, who will be in conversation with Mr. Amit Shanktar, Director Logistics Shakti. In this discussion, we will try to find out how this acclaimed franchise model pioneered by DTDC worked, which not only has fueled the company's impressive and sustainable growth, but also has made a profound social impact, creating numerous rags to riches stories amongst franchisee holders. I'm sure all of you are very excited to hear Mr. Subhashish Chakraborty, but this can only happen once all of you have settled down in your seats. So we have a number of empty chairs up ahead in the first few round tables. Request all of you to please settle down. And like I've requested, please park your chit-chats for a time later in the day. You'll get a chance to catch up with all your friends, but for now, I want all of you to settle down because this is one session where you don't even want to miss a second of the conversation. We are going to be speaking to the pioneers of the logistics franchisee model and try to understand from them how important is this kind of model as a tool for expansion. Can other logistic players use this as a copy-paste model to expand, to scale up? So this is what we're going to be talking about in this session. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Subhashish Chakraborty, founder, chairman, and managing director of DTDC. He's going to be speaking with Mr. Amit Shanktar, director, Logistics Shakti.
Good evening. As Anisha told, our voice is coming clear? Last bench. People at the door, please close the door, and the people outside, please either come, otherwise there will not be entry, please. Good evening. So are you really excited for a most exciting session for the day? Are you ready to listen how DTDC empire has been built up? Would you like to listen and understand how most humble, ordinary man in DTDC has given extraordinary performance, and a simple, humble man become an extraordinary businessman, and thousands of such success stories of DTDC franchisees are there. And based on that inspiration and learning, we have carved out Logistics Franchisee Shakti. So today we are going to talk about, of course, the little journey about DTDC and of course our respected chairman who has changed millions of the people's life, and I am one of them. Thank you, sir. It's after a great decade or so, I am sitting along with you, my life guru and my professional guru. Thank you very much for your time, sir, for Logistics Shakti. So I'll take it forward, this discussion, with your opening session, and then I'll take it forward, the chat session, sir.
Thank you, Amit, for inviting me, and I'm very proud to see that the person whom I recruited as a sales executive, today he has reached to these positions to conduct such a fantastic, well-organized, well-coordinated Logistics Shakti program. For any creator, for anything, like a mother feels very happy when he sees his children become successful in his own area, own function, and have been appreciated, because a mother is a creator, and I think I have the same pleasure when I see thousands of young people whom I taught this industry. They are in different organizations.
Thank you very much, sir.
They are doing great job. So as a creator, I feel proud and happy, and I think people like you also take so many people going ahead, and that's the way the logistic journey of our country will grow. And as a chairman of Indian logistic industry, I also tell our country's top bosses that our country has a fantastic opportunity, because our country has fantastic young logistic personnel like you and many others sitting here. They are the future of our country, and we will do great in this country now. That is for sure. Right? Would you agree to me? That our country, we will do great job. Yeah. Thank you.
We would like to understand from you, lively here, how could you bring so much from an ordinary person and make him an extraordinary leader? That too, so many people are hardly having a formal education even.
See, I tell you, anything taken birth anywhere in the industry, it is coming from a challenging situation. The birth of franchise system in this country, which I take a pride as a father of franchise system in this country, it has happened not just like a magic. It has happened because I faced a challenge. What kind of challenge? Imagine the year of 1988, when I thought, because of some circumstances, that I have to start, those days, people used to call courier business. Today you are talking Logistics Shakti. Those days people are not talking Logistics Shakti. These people are talking about courier business. Courier is not a respected industry those days, but I thought about, I'll start a courier business.
I can recall just lighter way, courier का काम करने वाले का शादी होना difficult होता था.
आज उल्टा होता है भाई. आज हमारा कंपनी में नौकरी करता है, नौकरी इसलिए करता है कि शादी जल्दी हो जाए.
तो रिवर्स हो गया.
है ना? और ऊपर से आजकल लोग को शादी के लिए डीटीडीसी का फ्रेंचाइज लेना पड़ता है. लोग जानते हैं डीटीडीसी फ्रेंचाइज लेंगे तो जरूर लाखों रुपए इनकम होगा, तो बेटी को दे देते हैं फ्रेंचाइजी के पास.
डीटीडीसी के एग्रीमेंट में टर्म्स डालना पड़ेगा, शादी करवानी है तो आप ले सकते हो डीटीडीसी का फ्रेंचाइजी.
तो I faced a challenge. Because I thought that I will open Bangalore, Chennai and Hyderabad, and किसी से टाई अप कर लूँगा, दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, कलकत्ता, तो मेरा कोरियर की काम चालू हो जाएगा. बट जैसे ही कस्टमर के पास गए, कस्टमर तो खाली बैंगलोर, चेन्नई, हैदराबाद नहीं देते थे ना, बॉम्बे, दिल्ली, कलकत्ता नहीं देते थे. देते थे बोले कि ये भी लेके जाओ, वो भी लेके जाओ.
Any corner of the country they can give.
तो लोग उस टाइम में बोलते थे क्रॉसिंग करा दो. कि मैं सोचा कि इस तरह तो नहीं हो सकता है, इस तरह काम बड़ा नहीं हो पाएंगे. तो आई थॉट आई हैव टू ओपन मोर एंड मोर ब्रांचेस. लेकिन मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था. ये ऑर्डिनरी मिडिल क्लास घर के लोग जो बिजनेस करना चाहते हैं, जब मैं ये बिजनेस शुरू किया, मेरे पास इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए पैसा नहीं थे. तो मेरा बीवी, जब मैं बैंक के पास गए, बैंक बोला कि आपके पास कोई एसेट है तो दे दो,
कोलेटरल लेके आओ,
कोलेटरल लेके आओ। अब वो जमाना और आज की जमाना तो अलग है ना। आज के जमाने में लोग स्कीम देते हो, स्टार्टअप करते हो, लाखों रुपया, करोड़ रुपया लोग दे देते हैं। हमारी उस जमाने में बैंक के पास जाते हो तो बैंक बोलता कि आप कोलेटरल देके आओ। हमारे पास कोलेटरल होता उस दिन में तो मैं बेच के बिजनेस करते, नहीं था तो करे क्या। बीबी वापस आए कि आप ले लो मेरा जेवर। तो उनकी जो भी कुछ मिला दिया, 70,000 रुपया मिला, 70,000। उसी से कंपनी चालू की है। लेकिन थोड़ी दिन में मालूम पड़ गया हमको कि 70,000 से नहीं होगा। And I was thinking that my business will not grow. So that was a challenge. But I also know very beginning, from my early days, somebody taught me, and I have learned, why there is a challenge, there must be some opportunity.
Some opportunity, absolutely.
And I suggest to everybody in this industry, everyone will face a challenge. But one thing the people in the industry must know, in this industry, one door gets closed, 10 doors will open, because opportunities will be available for all of us.
Absolutely.
So for me, because I faced this challenge, and that was the boon for me, I understood maybe many middle class, lower middle class people like me, also who has a dream to be an entrepreneur, who has a dream to start a business, must be having the same problem.
Absolutely, sir.
So I thought very clearly that this challenge को मैं opportunity बदल देना चाहिए. So I thought, if my dream, if I can connect with the dream of those lower middle class घर की unemployed या semi-employed people, जो जिंदगी में कुछ करना चाहता है, बनना चाहता है, जो एक कोरियर इंडस्ट्री में आना चाहता है, जो एक दुकान तो खुल सकता है, सारा हिंदुस्तान नहीं खुल सकता है, मैं उनकी ड्रीम और मेरा ड्रीम इकट्ठा कर दूं, मेरा 40 साल हो सकता है.
So partnership in dream.
Absolutely. And so the India's first franchise system
Started.
taken birth way back in 1988, and today you know that today DTDC has having the India's largest franchisee network of more than 16,500 franchisees in the country. And today possibly we require a minister's recommendation or some recommendations to take a franchisee. It is not so easy to get a franchisee, but there was a time when I had to start this business to take a 5,000 deposit in 5 installment to start this business. So challenges was there, but possibly opportunity also was there. And you know the rest is history. History today. That 70,000 with which we started it, today our business is crossing 2,500 crore. With the from 70,000. And that to mind it, unlike all the startups, we have no investors, we have no bank borrowing. DTDC is run purely on our own cash, not from any bank cash or any investor's cash.
And the turnover of franchisees are not included into it.
Yeah. Oh, turnover of franchise not included. If I include my franchisees turnover, our turnover of the company, market share, will cross possibly 7,500 crore.
So that take you my second question or discussion with you, sir. In general, in today's perspective and maybe before that as also, a lot of people have a perception that having a franchisee network, there will be an issue of control mechanism, an issue or challenge of, having the standardized and uniform process. So how did we, DTDC, you thought of, what was your vision, the way the process to be managed? Because they are entrepreneur end of the day.
Public perception is not absolutely wrong. You know that today, whole world franchise system If something happening in USA today, there are franchises all over the world.
Yeah.
But this perception is franchise system and the quality cannot go hand in hand. It is true also, false also. Why it is true? Because unless you can bring your own technology, your own process, and you can connect the entire franchise system to the same technology and process, you cannot establish your process and control properly. Your quality is bound to go down, right? So from the very beginning, one thing DTDC did it, even today. DTDC will never allow any franchisee to do multiple courier jobs.
So exclusivity has to be driven.
DTDC has to be exclusive. It has to be exclusively our consignment, our software, our process, our technology. So a franchisee can maximum do the pickup and the delivery. A delivery depending on, we decide now, if the quality is there, we'll give, otherwise we'll not give. But entire mid-mile, logistic operation happen in 3 words. You know it better.
Yeah,
First mile, last mile, and mid-mile.
Middle mile,
Mid-mile, which is most importantly controlled, the first mile and last mile, that entire mid-mile is controlled right from the infrastructure to the digitization, to the technology, to the material sorting system, to the tracking system, everything controlled by DTDC to maintain the quality. That is the way we
control is, driving the uniformity in the system.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we don't give the mid-mile connectivity control to anybody else. We control it. Even the technology, we control it. Even the consignment, they will be booking it. That is controlled by us. They have to deliver to our own system, right? Everything is that. But yes, it is a challenge that 16,000 people may not have the same intensity, same commitment to do this. And this challenge is a challenge which daily has been interacted by a bunch of more than 1,000 people in our belt who strategically located. Each franchise is connected to a system through which we control those systems, and through technology we capture who is doing what and why is falling, who is going up. That's the way today, thanks to technology, we control everything.
So technology has helped us
Absolutely.
to drive the entire uniformity
Absolutely.
into the process.
Absolutely.
Are you really enjoying? Should I continue with more questions? Thank you.
नहीं ऐसे मत बोलना. अच्छा लगता है तो बोलो, नहीं तो कौन करते हैं. कोई बोर करते हैं तो बोर करने नहीं देना चाहिए. हाँ? टिफिन के लिए ब्रेक करते हैं.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, I would like to take a next step towards this fireside chat. 2 decades before, the entire courier market was maybe X thousand or 3,000 crore, if I can recall correctly. And today, after the evolution of e-commerce, and of course the entire economy evolution in the country, so the entire potential has gone multiple times. Very difficult to call and have a right kind of a figure at this point in time. So how you look at, from your perspective, the e-commerce evaluation and quick commerce evaluation in the country?
See, that is the requirement today. No organization, no company, no human life today, in particularly post-COVID, without the B2C, I think there is no existence. Now, B2C can be done in different organizations, do different way. I don't want to name different organizations, different funded organizations. Different company does different thing. Our system, DTDC, as we are the one company where we are physically present near the customer, right?
Positioning is nearest.
Positioning is near into the customer. We are taking the advantage of our physical location to take care of the reverse business, return business. At the same time, the sellers who are very near to our franchisee offices, a lot of people, they are in home, manufacturing goods, a lot of women, a lot of social commerce happening using this Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. Those people are very near to our franchisee. Now today, we are covering that market. We are definitely not going to cover such big companies. I don't want to name these, Amazon or all these things. That sector we are not going. We are now millions of people in this country is growing and further grow to do the social commerce and the D2C business.
Yeah, millions of people are doing a home business.
Brand are going to sell to the people. When the brand going to sell the people, we are covering the brands, we are covering those small shopkeepers, those women who are manufacturing the goods, be it in Shillong, be it in Kashmir, be it in Trivandrum, be it in Ahmedabad or Surat, anywhere. Because our benefit is, our franchisee, customer can interact with them, they can physically talk to them, they can physically pick up. Physical touch still has a huge value, and that is the reason companies like us equally growing year after year, including COVID year.
In logistics, physical touch will always remain. That is the reason we call it logistics is a real people and real emotions.
Right.
So, sir, another question I am having in my mind, the way DTDC is expanding, now it's a 35-year old.
We have just our 35 years.
Yeah.
No?
So, young organization. Now many of the channel partners of yours time who has been appointed, their second and third generation must be there in their own business. And at the same time, a lot of aspiring young Generation G people might be looking for a DTDC kind of a brand to become a channel partner. And of course, their taste and their aspiration and their expectations might be a little different, which may not be there 30 years before. Right. So what is the way DTDC is looking at, and what is your, seek bolo to next generation ke liye?
See, we should very simple, Amit. The time I started it, imagine those time, DTDC has not having that brand impact or that brand value today what we are enjoying in the market, right? I always say, other day, I was attending a program in Paris. I was telling very clearly, they asked me that, you tell a single word about DTDC and India. I say, there cannot be any Indian in this planet who use courier service and not use DTDC. Right? It is not possible. Any Indian sitting over here, cannot be one Indian sitting here who never use DTDC. Not possible. He is not an Indian. Because we are the only Indian company today in India fighting with all multinationals and still growing, and we are the only Indian company who take the business from India to USA, to Canada, to Europe, to Australia, to New Zealand, to Middle East, to Saudi, everywhere. Others are coming to India. We take an Indian brand to the abroad. We are the only company in India. So coming back to the question, those days, only people. My always philosophy is, today, if any company come to me, they tell me, give me this entire city, I give you this many crore, give me the city. I say, no, I will not give. DTDC has been built by have-nots, and DTDC will continue to be future also supporting those people who are have-nots. So our franchisees will come from the common middle class, lower middle class people, educated, half educated. That's the way DTDC built it. If I tell the story of the success of some of the franchisees, people will not believe it. I remember, I think one of my, another person whom I grown, Mr. Patil is here, who one time was our national channel head. Patil, you know the story of, people like Abhinash Kamble's of this world, right? I tell you a story of a franchisees. One young boy, they come from a पिछड़ा हुआ जाति जो है उससे वहाँ से आए थे पूना में किसी फ्रेंचाइजी का मतलब पूना में रोड में और क्योंकि वो बड़े बेटे थे उसके भाई बहन सब थे लेकिन बड़े बेटे कुछ करना है तो क्या करे पैसा नहीं है कुछ भी नहीं है पिछड़े हुए जाति से आए और पूना की फुटपाथ में बैठ के गजरा बेचते थे गजरा नो फ्लावर किसी ने उसको बोला कि भाई ये काम कर कितना दिन फ्लावर बेचोगे तुम तेरे इतने भाई बहन सबको देखना है तेरे को तो एक काम कर किसी का डिलीवरी कोरियर का डिलीवरी कर तो कोरियर के डिलीवरी करने के लिए एक फ्रेंचाइजी का ऑफिस में गए डिलीवरी शुरू किया कुछ दिन के बाद उसको लगा कि ये तो अच्छा चीज है मैं भी ये कर सकता हूं तो उन्होंने DTDC का अप्रोच किया मेरे को मिल सकता है क्या ना उसको एजुकेशन था, ना उसका पैसा था। डीटीडीसी ने क्या सोचा, इसके अंदर में आग है। You know, what we need in this industry, we don't need industry today in our, we don't need money. We need the people with fire. If people have a fire, they will create the road. Nobody can stop them. And that's my message to everybody. You need to have fire within you. You may be middle class, you may be educated, you may not be having any government support, any bank support, but you have the support of yours, that is your own fire. And that kind of people who has built DTDC, who has created DTDC, Avinash Kamble. Avinash Kamble has the fire. He started this work from a franchisee. Today, you will not believe, the same Avinash Kamble who was selling the flower on the footpath of this, today, with this DTDC's income, he made one of his brother doctor, right? Understand, a man who himself is not educated, elder son of a family of 5 or 6 those days, he made his brother educated and made a doctor. Today, he runs at least possibly 50 crore of enterprise. 50 crore of enterprise under DTDC. He runs his Mercedes Benz. Yeah. His brother runs, Amit, I think Audi, huh? Audi. Yeah. Imagine a man coming from a village, Adivasi, today selling this thing. DTDC has transformed his life. It is not one Avinash Kamble. I can talk about thousands of such common people in this country who have started from nothing. Today they did. Now the interesting part, your question. What happened? Today Avinash Kamble's children are educated now in English medium. Right? Our franchisees who came from very ordinary people, they are not themselves educated. But DTDC and DTDC's scope of income has created such a situation to them. They start earning money. They start giving that education, that life to their children. Children are seeing how their father has struggled. They watched it. They have also seen how their father, from a cycle to motorcycle to a small car to a Mercedes Benz, from a rented house to a palatial bungalow, they've seen the journey. And now they are educated. Some of them, they are in USA. Some of them, they are Australia. Some of them. Now, what's interesting part, you know? Recently, one of our franchisees' daughter, being post-graduated from Bangalore College, went to London School of Economics. After training, came back, joined back father's business.
Beautiful. That's fantastic.
The beauty story of DTDC today, all these children who are engineers, who are educated, who are taking management degrees, but they are deciding not to work for anybody else, but come back and join the father's business and start as a second generation entrepreneur. And that is the reason DTDC's journey is beyond Chakrabarti, beyond the first generation. The journey has started for second generation, and I believe as long as logistics will be there in India, DTDC will be there in India, middle class story of success will be continuing in India, and we will create the revolution in India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My last question for as a closing, we are also started the journey of Logistics Shakti, and this is a journey of collaboration, journey of celebration, and today we are celebrating your success, DTDC's success as a logistics franchisee Shakti, and this collaboration and celebration for overall transformation of a logistics industry to become a global player of such organization. So we'd like to receive your blessing and your last word, how to go about it.
See, it is not logistics Shakti. Logistics done by whom? By you and me.
People.
You and me.
Yes.
Machines work for us.
Yes.
Today our millions of parcels are sorted by our sorting machine. Right? But behind that machine, who are working?
People are there.
People are. I believe the strength, the power, the energy, what we as an Indian in general, and the people in this, like these people who are sitting in this hall, there are thousands and thousands of people, millions of people, they are strong in our country. But sometimes, you know, my problem is, sometimes we don't understand what is the strength we have within us. We depend on somebody to tell us that we are strong. But I only, last word to everybody, please discover, rediscover and understand you are strong. There is a strength within you. And with that strength and Shakti, you would take up any job in this industry, nobody can defeat you, and success will be kissing your feet. And that is the way we should have a hope. I think, I have a meaning of hope. I believe the hope for me is harvesting opportunity and possibility every day, every time, every hour, and that's the way we will grow. That's the way we are hope. Thank you very much. All the best.
Sir. I am sure you must be having a lot of questions, but we can allow 1 and 2 maximum, and sir is available with us. Of course, you will get the privilege to, talk to him and, take his blessings. So 1 or 2 questions only we can allow, if it is there. Otherwise, people are mesmerized, may not be having. Yeah, please. Agarwal sahab. शॉर्ट में रखिएगा अग्रवाल साहब.
गुड इवनिंग जेंटलमैन. मैं चक्रवर्ती साहब को करीब 25 साल से जानता हूं और बहुत बड़ा समय देखा है चक्रवर्ती साहब ने. सिर्फ एक ही सवाल पूछ रहा हूं चक्रवर्ती साहब, क्या आज भी आपके पास कंप्लेंट आ जाती है? कंप्लेंट हो जाती है.
अग्रवाल साहब बहुत अच्छी बात बोले. जिस दिन कंप्लेंट आना बंद हो जाएगा ना, मेरा चिंता होगा कि मैं काम कर रहा हूँ या नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
क्योंकि जनरली जब फ्रेंचाइजी या कस्टमर हार जाता है और गलती से चक्रवर्ती साहब के पास या चेयरमैन साहब ऑफ एनी कोरियर कंपनी पहुंच जाए, तो नेचुरली उसकी तो कंप्लेंट सॉल्व होनी है. तो लेकिन चेयरमैन होते हुए अगर आप सॉल्व आज भी कर रहे हो, प्लीज गिव ए बिग हैंड, ताली बजा के स्वागत करा जाए. जनरली चेयरमैन कोई करता नहीं है. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
मैं सबको ही बोलूँगा, जिस दिन आप इंडस्ट्री में हो और आपका सुबह से कंप्लेंट नहीं आ रहा है, मतलब आप समझ लेना आपको कस्टमर लोग आपको नहीं चाहते हैं. बिना कंप्लेंट ना करके दूसरे के पास जा रहा है. कंप्लेंट किया मतलब वो हमको चांस दे रहे हैं, आप मेरा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करो, मैं आपका विश्वास करता हूं, मेरा साथ काम करो. ऐसा सोचो ना. दैट्स द वे आई टेक द कंप्लेंट एज ए ब्लेसिंग. कस्टमर इज गिविंग मी ए स्कोप, कस्टमर गिविंग मी ए चांस टू रेक्टिफाई. एज लॉन्ग एज इंडस्ट्री रहेगा, and it is always happen, there will be somewhere some challenges. Don't say complaint, challenges. And there is challenges, you must sort it out. जब तक इंडस्ट्री रहेगा तब तक challenges रहेगा, तब तक solution भी रहेगा. ये सोच के चलो.
Thank you sir, thank you very much.
So long back you had a dream to have your own aviation or own plane. So what is your plan about that?
See, मेरा माँ ने एक कहानी बताए थे. माँ बोलते थे कि एक इंसान के पास एक गाय थे, गाय से दूध मिलता था, और जो ताती जो हुई बार तात बुनते थे, वो सोचता था कि रोज मैंने उसे गाय से दूध खरीदना पड़ता है, तो मैं क्यों ना एक गाय पाल लूं. तो क्या किया, बाजार से गाय खरीद के लेके आए. अब गाय का पीछे उतना टाइम जाने लगे, इतना तकलीफ होने लगे, उसके तात बंद हो गया गाय के चक्कर पे. अरे जिस दिन मैंने बात किया था, इस दिन हिंदुस्तान में कितने एयरक्राफ्ट थे भाई. आज हिंदुस्तान में जो एयरक्राफ्ट की, जो कमर्शियल एयरक्राफ्ट की बेली में कितने स्पेस है आपको मालूम है, और कितने स्पेस आने वाले हैं. जब किसी ने प्लेन चला रहा है, उसकी तकलीफ समझ रहा है, सब कुछ कर रहा है, बेली का स्पेस मेरे को बेच रहा है, और मैं बेली का स्पेस ब्लॉक कर रहा हूं, मेरे को प्लेन चलाने की जरूरत क्या है. वन थिंग यू मस्ट नो, you must have a dream in one time, but over a period of time, as the time changes, you may have to rediscover, reorganize, re-amend your dream, but your goal must not be changed. That is the reason I said your aim must not be changed. So if your aim is correct, your action is correct, your achievement will bound to happen. So aim, act, and achieve. That's my only mission, nothing else.
Thank you very much. This is the promise of Logistics Shakti. Logistics Shakti journey will continue in various form. Maybe we'll reach out to you through podcast with such kind of a inspiring leaders journey. Raj,
सर गुड
हो
इवनिंग
गया है.
सर एक लास्ट
प्लीज करियो.
यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए सर की क्या एक जो गाइडेंस हो सकती है वो क्या हो सकती है?
भाई आप मेरे को बोल, मैं यंग नहीं हूँ.
सर आप यंग हो, आपके बच्चों के लिए.
भाई सुनो, एक इंसान 25 साल में भी बुढ़ा हो सकता है, एक इंसान 70 साल में भी यंग रह सकता है. यंग सोच में है भाई.
Absolutely right, sir.
Young is in here. If your mind is not young, खाली एज यंग से होता नहीं है. But still आपने पूछा था ये बात. Today I can say that for the young entrepreneur, this is the right market, right circumstances. Our country is respected. Our country is getting stronger. Our country is stable. And never ever will have that opportunity and situation what today it is facing it. You just need to believe in yourself. You just need to understand that nothing will come in a plate easily. Even at this age, if I am working till 16 hours, because it is not money, it is for the creation. You must have your creative instinct, creative mind, creative passion. Your passion, energy, and your dedication, it is available. That's the way young entrepreneur can do better than us, because they have the energy available with us. But that energy, raw energy, to be transformed, to be channelized in the right direction.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next question we can take after, of the session.
Done?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Subhashish Chakrabarti, the founder, chairman, and managing director of DTDC. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. The entire industry looks up to your model and to your words. Very inspirational. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj and Mr. Arvind Gulati to please come up on stage and present speakers with mementos and a small gift. So ये यादगार रहेगी Logistics Shakti conference की. We would like to present this memento to you. Would request you to present a memento to Mr. Amit Shankar, Director, Logistics Shakti. Thank you, gentlemen. We would now like to invite on stage Mr. N.M. Prusti, Director of CDD MASS on the stage, and we would also like to invite on stage Mr. Satpati, CEO of Bonvi Technology. Both companies are signing an MOU, a significant MOU. So please give them a round of applause and welcome them on stage, Mr. Satpati of Bonvi Technology and Mr. N.M. Prusti, Director of CDDMASS on the stage. This MOU is to explore and deploy aerial technology in humanitarian aid and disaster response. Congratulations to both companies, and we look forward to this innovative technology being utilized for emergency humanitarian aid and disaster response. There is a lot that technology can achieve, and we're very excited over this partnership. Thank you, gentlemen, and all the very best for this partnership. Yeah.
I'll just take a couple of minutes in sharing something very different. This CTD MAS is called Strategy Center. It works in this social sector and humanitarian sector. And logistics is a subject which is as important to commercial industry, also for the social sector. And social sector, you know, are the agriculture, health, education, and the humanitarian crisis, like disaster management. It needs the logistic operation very much. And the innovation and the technological transformation is the essence of the new generation humanitarian logistics. And this MOU today we are signing is to promote this transformative technology of drone through a platform called Drone for Humanity. And in this platform, we are bringing this technology to serve the social sector and the humanitarian sector. And specifically on the disaster management, in the pre-disaster surveillance, during disaster when the crisis is occurring, the victims and the responders, how they can be supported with technology. And after this, in the aftermath of disaster, how this rehabilitation and restoration work can be done efficiently and effectively with due monitoring. This technology will have immense use. I want to see a time when an organ is transported in the least possible time without any, the fastest possible manner to the hospital, from the drone, from the organ bank to the operation theater. I want to see a child is able to reach a school in the least possible time. I want to see a situation when a person in the flood zone is able to be rescued by a drone. I want to see a situation when the person in a remote place where is not able to get out of the crisis zone is able to be provided with life-saving support like food, drugs, etc., so that he can survive and get rescued in course of time. So this is the situation we are looking for, and that this MOU is an work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, sir. Definitely, at the rate at which we see national and natural calamities happening, I'm sure this joint venture will be very useful in getting relief across to those who need it the most. Thank you for coming here and talking about this MOU, and wish you all the very best. We now move on to our focus session on transforming specialty logistics for diagnostics and pharma supply chain. This session will focus on the critical evolution and transformation needed within specialty logistics, particularly in diagnostic and pharmaceutical supply chains, essential for safeguarding the nation's health. We'll explore the latest innovations, challenges, and best practices in specialty logistics to ensure seamless delivery of drugs, diagnostic materials, and equipment from the manufacturers to the end users. Before I call these speakers on stage, I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. I request you not to crowd at the back of the hall. Please settle down and take your seats. If you have any important conversations that are very crucial and time-bound, request you to please take it outside the hall, but please settle down and take your seats. For this session, please welcome our speakers, Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi, Head Distribution and Logistics, Mankind Pharma, Professor Dr. Ashok Ratan, Chairman, Medical Committee and Quality, Redcliffe Labs, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Head Cargo, Air India, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Kamal Narayan Omar, CEO, IHW Council. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers and welcome them on stage. Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi, Professor Dr. Ashok Ratan, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, and Mr. Kamal Narayan.
Is Mr. Rathi here? Good evening. In a way, it's going to be very difficult task for me to hold your attention after such a inspiring, heart-touching session by the, beloved chairman of DTDC, and also after those stories of inspiration which we heard and which puts us on the path of, achieving that which is valuable for individuals, for societies, for the nations. So for this session, I'm going to keep it short because we are already running quite late. Thank you so much, our esteemed speakers here. We have been discussing about the various facets of logistics throughout the day, but this session going to be most important among that because this is related to the life and death of the people. This session is about how logistics play an important role when it comes to protecting lives, saving peoples, and ensuring that the health reaches to each and everyone who need it, because it is only the health which can make people go on the path of achieving the dreams, kinds of fulfilling the aspirations, and optimizing their the best when it comes to achieving anything in life. So we have seen that logistics applied in many areas, but logistics in health is one of the most critical area which I would be discussing here. You all have seen that how we as a country fought with the pandemic. We undertook world's largest vaccination drive. We ensured that vaccine reaches to the remotest area of our country, whether by planes or drones or boats or anything. Humans carrying those vaccines for the people all across the country. So when it comes to healthcare, logistics is also something which demands a more precision, more focus on quality, more focus on maintaining that the essence and maintaining those deliveries in a shape and in a nature that actually help people who need it at the time of disease or at a time of sickness. So let me start with Mr. Rathi. Mr. Rathi, I will limit on one question only. So we'll like to hear from you, and you can kind of build your thought accordingly. You are heading the supply chain of one of the largest pharmaceutical company and the brand in our country. You have definitely been ensuring that the medicines, the pharmaceutical products reaches to they across the length and width of our nation. What have been the specific challenges when it comes to maintaining or managing the logistics for a pharmaceutical company or a pharmaceutical product, given the sensitive nature of the product which you are delivering, the storage of that, maintaining a certain, maybe temperature. Your company just bought one of the major, company which is largely into vaccinations, vaccine of multiple kind. So in that way, this is going to be a very, very specialized space, and you already is dealing with that. So what are the major challenges in that, and how mankind is leveraging its supply chain, its logistic backup, and the infrastructure, and ensuring that the product reaches in the best shape, best form to the patient and to the people?
Thanks, Kamal. And I request audience, if we can maintain 10-15 minutes only. We understand that we are between your drinks, and we will not bore after the energetic session of Mr. Chakravarti. What a thought, and what a personality. And Kamal has prepared a lot for this session, so please respect that. Okay? Okay. See, now coming back to what are the challenges? Challenges are too many. But yes, we have a plan. We have a right channel partners. We have right distribution strategies. We have right people, right team who are ensuring that products got delivered, products got within same efficacy, product will be delivered at right time, right quality, and right cost. We are the company for serving life, so our motto is serving life. In this, we are maintaining all the qualities, and specifically, it should be affordable. See, just give me a thought that we want to drive from class A to class B, point A to point B. There can be two ways. The one is the Rolls-Royce ways, and the other one is through Maruti. So it's upon what segment you are serving to people. And that's more important. If your segment is for Maruti, please don't give a Rolls-Royce solution. So we are discussing with vendor for a particular route, for a particular solution whenever we are launching a product. So they are saying that sometimes some vendors are giving me such a solution which is not at all economically viable. So we need to understand what exactly the other side of the table wants. Now the second question is, how we are doing? We are taking the help of technology, apart from the people and training that we are doing. Yes, digitizing our value chain is one of the tasks that we are doing right now. We are a way behind in terms of if we are comparing it with e-com or with CPG companies. But yes, now we are taking it, and all the companies in the industry understand how important it is to maintain and digitize your value chain. For pharma, it's more important because we need lots and lots of records. And we are governed by authorities. When I'm saying authorities, so it's a licensed product. So complete value chain, complete channel partners got license from the local FDAs. So it's a state-run product, so it's from local FDAs only. So one thing in complete value chain is critical, that in every step, you need a designated authority who can sign a particular document to dispatch the goods. When it's a designated authority, That means it's something that who understand how we can say, how we can store the products, how we can transport the products. See, if you are saying it's completely loading and unloading ही तो है, ultimately transport ही तो करना है. But at the same time, it's the product which needs certain guidelines, which needs certain environmental conditions. Every pharma product, you name it, every pharma product, in India at least, or in outside countries, we have a temperature maintained label claim. So anything that it's now there is nothing called ambient. From 2017, it's in pharmacopoeia chain, wherein they are specifying the temperature right now. So below 30 degrees Celsius, store in cool, dry place. It's below 25 degrees Celsius, or maintain 2 to 8 degree cold chain, or below sub-zero. So why it's so? Because every pharma products have an API. And API have its inherited property that it is disintegrated with time. And it's have a shelf life. Shelf life under certain conditions. So you need to maintain, it's your moral responsibility. Yes, because we are Indians, so there is common phenomena of breaching the cold storage and value chain, which should not be there. And now here comes the technology. So there are loggers available there where we are mapping complete supply chain within an hour, within a two. So these are the small things, steps that we have taken so that we will not be able to mistake and we can give a quality product to our customer.
Wonderful. So technology is something which is coming to help for that, and maintaining that highly regulated both from the state side, and also, as you said, that it's also the moral responsibility of a company to ensure that the product reaches in the same kind of form which it should be. Let me go to Professor Ashok Ratan. Though he mentioned that it is not as intense as of now as quick kind of e-commerce and all, especially the pharmaceutical related delivery, though we have seen a lot of 1mg and PharmEasy also coming into that space, so it is not far from the e-commerce as well. Professor Ratan, you are representing Redcliffe, and the diagnostics market has changed dramatically over the period. Gone are the days when we used to go to a clinic or a collection center of Lal Path or SRL to give the blood samples for any kind of diagnosis. Today is most of the people are, especially in the metro or urban settings, they are looking for the home collection, which puts a lot of kind of a logistic involvement in the whole system. And more important that it is a very sensitive product which you are carrying, or a substance which you are carrying. The blood sample has to be, the quality has to be maintained so that the right diagnostic happen. The whole this value chain, if we see, requires a very specialized kind of handling. How do you see this becoming a big opportunity as well, because the market is growing? People are going for more and more testings, especially the preventive testings these days, and how logistic is playing an important role, and what do you see from the industry coming up with the even more better solutions which can help your business deliver the right kind of outcomes?
Let me say that healthcare has changed tremendously before and after COVID. Before COVID, it was more like sick care. When you get sick, you go for diagnosis, and only say 10% will get sick. They'll go to the hospital or to the doctor. The doctor will suggest some test. 2% or 3% would get the test done, and 90% had never got themselves done. No test was done for 90%. After COVID, there's been a great upsurge in person's requirement and understanding that preventive health is not only for your car, but also for yourself. You must find out if everything is right and take preventive steps. Our forefathers used to say, a stitch in time saves 9. And I think we now understand that if we can identify many of the diseases in time, we would be much better off and much cheaper we can handle it. Now, logistics plays a very important role. It's like the skeleton of the body. Without solid logistics, lab cannot do the function that it can. Because people live not only in the metropolitan cities, but also in far places. And our aim is to reach the last mile. So one is IT, which is the backbone, and logistics, which is the skeleton on which good lab service can reside. So you have to have a good lab, but the processes have to be defined, and we have about 700 phlebotomists who go home. So we believe in home collection. So you just have to get in touch with the phone number that Redcliffe gives. Then the person will make an arrangement to come home, and he will collect the sample. The sample is barcoded there and then, so that even though thousands of samples are collected, there is no chance of any mix-up because before he moves from one person to another person, he has barcoded not only the test requisition form, but also the vacutainer in which it is. Now the analytes are in such condition that some need to be frozen, that's -20. Some needs to be transported between 4 and 8 degrees Celsius, and others can tolerate 25 degrees Celsius. So that is all given in our directory of services, which every phlebotomist have. So he has a soft copy. When a request is made that these are the tests to be done, he knows which tube has to be done, what temperature has to be taken, and we have special containers so that then once the sample is collected, barcoded, then it has to be triple layered packed. Once triple layer packing is there, then that is ready to be transported. So this has to be like a hub and spoke model, because the spokes will be right to your house. Once it is picked up from there, then a rider, which will be from logistics, will pick it up and get it to a center. From there, it will be then processed to the lab. In India, quality is #1, and turnaround time is next only to God. So unless you get the results in time, nobody is satisfied. Therefore, instead of having one central lab, which many of the big companies have, we have 70 labs, 70 processing labs spread all over India, so that the routine tests which will take care of your health would be done there and then, and by the evening through web reporting, the results will come to you, so that you can then be. But logistics, the diagnostic field can be divided into pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. Analytical is now all, as you know, there are hundreds of instruments available. They're all handled very well, and they're very precise. Post-analytical is sent by email or by, so there is not too much of difficulty there. It is the pre-analytical which is a great challenge, and that is why many of us spend a lot of time paying attention to making the pre-analytical more controlled. There are hundreds of people involved. Chances of errors are always there. That's why we have to be vigilant, and we have to be careful, and we need to pay attention and to make sure that the policies are implemented so that the sample is not lost. But I can assure you, because of the barcoding, there's no chance of any mix-up in the beginning or at the end of the reporting.
Right. Professor Ratan, one follow-up question, because when we are talking about phlebotomist coming to home, collecting the samples, one thing we had in the previous session when we had that gig workforce session, so we were talking about how to maintain the quality, how to maintain the customer experience and all that. When it comes to something related to health, and especially something which is something like diagnostics, collecting samples and all, the service experience or the presentation in form of your phlebotomist reaching to a place, the hygiene factor, the way he's kind of doing his job, how easily, how without causing certain discomfort or pain, all that matters when it comes to collecting the sample. How do you maintain that the quality of and what is the process of training and all that which you apply with these phlebotomists which are engaged with your organization? Do you outsource them, or they are on roles of Red Cliff? And is there a model of gig workers also, gig phlebotomist as well in your space and industry?
See, phlebotomist, as I said, we have 700 phlebotomists spread all over, but this is work in progress, because again, once they are hired, they are trained. Then they are given special bags which will have containers which can transport at various temperatures, and they are trained. And of course, during the time, they are mostly qualified as DMLTs. So they have got diploma in laboratory technology, and during that time they would have used the vacutainers. But once they join us, then we have an arm which can train them to do phlebotomy. Most of them were hired also during COVID, where only throat swab was required, which is not as challenging as taking out blood, and especially blood from a child. Especially blood from a child. So it's an ongoing training, and I guess it's continuous training to them and giving them feedback, because if the blood gets hemolyzed or if the sample leaks, then that sample is useless. And as a consequence, it has consequences, right? So it's a continuous process of training, and yes, we have some outsourced persons and some which are on the roads.
Right, wonderful. Mr. Mamidala, so Air India has played quite a remarkable role during the pandemic, also ensuring that a lot of that essential supply reaches to different part of the country, world, and we can also get that essential supply from different part of the world when we needed it most. What do you see in terms of the pharmaceutical cargo or the product or produce being carried by airlines or players like Air India? What are the opportunities and challenges in that area, and what are the specific protocol which you feel that the airlines are following, which helps them ensuring that what I asked Mr. Rathi also, to ensure that the delivery of these product reaches in the shape and in the form and in the nature as it should be?
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. I need to thank Prem and his team, for having invited Air India, and also me to represent Air India here. This is the first time that I'm attending Logistics Shakti conference. It's actually wonderful to be here. I see a great participation across the supply chain, representing many companies here. And for those of you that are possibly seeing me for the first time, I head the cargo business for Air India, and I'm extremely pleased to be here. Going back to the question that you asked, the pharmaceutical healthcare logistics, as we call it internally, this is a product which is very important for most of the airlines globally, the large airlines for sure, and even for us in Air India, it is very, very important. I'll tell you the reason why it is important for us. If you look at the Indian air freight market in totality, The market size is about 3.5 million tons, right, which is roughly about $6.5 to $7 billion revenue market. Out of the 3.5 million tons, roughly 1 million ton is about domestic market. Even there, pharma is important. And the rest is international, which is 2.5 million tons. Out of the 2.5 million tons, which obviously more yielding cargo to the airlines, and which is very important for the country for managing exports of pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceuticals today across the country is about 18%. So which is obviously close to 300,000 tons of, most of that is fortunately export cargo. So which is very, very significant market for all the airlines, and more so for us because we are a direct operator. So the protocols that you've asked, the pharmaceutical shipments obviously need to be handled with great quality, as both the gentlemen talked about. We need to follow very stringent regulatory processes and norms, which is very important. So if one chooses air cargo as the mode of transportation to take the shipments from the point of manufacturing to the consumption, it is very important that these shipments reach the destination very quickly as they can. So the direct operation which we do as an airline is very important for the shippers, agents, freight forwarders, and also the consumers at the destination. So we give that advantage. You don't need to go through global hubs, right? Well, you go from the origin to destination. There are cases where we kind of got across the shipments in 20 hours time. Very important that, we talked about COVID. So during the COVID, there were many medical supplies that were coming into the country, and we were also supplying supplies outside. Very interestingly, from the time the aircraft arrives, by the time you take the delivery of the shipment, it can take anywhere from 8 hours to 24 hours time. But during COVID, there were hundreds of instances where we, working with the airport operator, we managed to, from the aircraft to the delivery in about 15 minutes time, right? It's unimaginable. So everybody is actually working collectively together to ensure these are actually delivered very, very quickly. This is not domestic cargo, this is international imported cargo. I think, so that kind of momentum, that kind of teamwork is continuing even still, even now. So I think from the airline point of view, I've talked about the size of the industry. And if you look at the three segments that most of the Indian airlines work in, which is domestic and imports into the country and exports out of the country. And fortunately for us, pharmaceutical is important in all the segments. The percentage contribution varies from one to other. At this point in time, export pharmaceuticals are more than import. But the regulations, the processes, etc., they are important for all of us. Again, going back to the temperature zones that the colleagues on the panel talked about, again, we recognize that there are different types of shipments that we need to manage, and we need to maintain different types of temperatures as well. So we recognize 2 to 8, 15 to 25, and sub-zero. And then we have, and most of the airlines for that matter, large airlines have the solutions to make sure that the shipments that are meant to be handled in these zones are monitored that way. And we work with various vendors. There are many container manufacturing companies that we partner with, that we work with very closely. And they help us to provide the passive as well as active solutions, which kind of help us to maintain the protocols, respect the protocols, and deliver the protocols. So this segment is growing at about 15 to 20% for us, even on the air cargo, which is less than 5% of the entire export that out of the country. Very small in terms of the contribution, but it is very important for us because the volumes are actually very high from the point of view. We see it growing 15 to 20%. And if you look at the Indian market, the size of the market that I've talked about, almost 95% of these exports happen out of the 5 cities, right? So which is Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. And that I don't see changing in the years to come. The support that possibly the pharmaceutical industry needs to be able to manage exports efficiently in future is that we need to ensure we have enough direct operations, which Air India is committed to give. UC is operating, today we operate out of these cities into most of the European and US cities directly. And you see these frequencies increasing as well in the near future, very importantly. But the second thing is we need to also ensure that these airports have the quality infrastructure. Fortunately, the airport operators, most of these airports have the private airport operators, so they have invested money. We have very good quality, global quality infrastructure there. But we need to invest more money to ensure that the capacity increases and we don't face any challenges in future. I think on the regulatory side, we still have to do some more work on the on the regulations. We still see in some of the places where the exports can happen are happening today. In some places you don't have the regulatory inspector sitting. People have to go to the city, which is 15 kilometers away. So we have those kind of challenges. I think we need to work on ensuring there's a single window of clearances, single window of government agencies present in all the airports. Some of the tier 2 airports are examples of that. So that is one area that needs improvement. The other area that needs improvement is a technology integration. We have some difficulty in terms of integrating with the shippers because we work with the freight forwarding companies, and the shippers also have difficulty in terms of getting the data from us in real time, and some agents may not have the capability. Some of the regulatory agencies are not fully integrated with us. I think that is one area that we need to work on to ensure the entire trade is collectively integrated seamlessly with each other, so the information passage is seamless and more efficient. I think as long as we ensure that we have these ingredients falling in place, I see nothing is actually stopping us in growing this industry, which is anyway growing at 15 to 20%, even more aggressively in the time to come.
Wonderful, Mr. Mamidala, and it's good to hear that this is, the load is growing almost 15-20%. You said that especially the pharmaceutical healthcare, you talked about the export, which is going. I'm sure it's a quite a big opportunity for the many people who are involved in the whole supply chain and value chain of pharmaceutical and healthcare. Healthcare SCM or supply chain management or pharmaceutical supply chain management is a whole big topic for that matter to discuss, and we can take the whole day to deep dive in that. In the interest of time, we will kind of wrap this up, this session, as we are in a way the last wall standing behind, between the awardees for the evening and their awards and the celebration after that. So thank you so much, all our audience. Do you have a question? Okay, so there is a question there. So can we pass on a mic over there, please? I was actually trying to skip the questions, but anyways.
सर मेरा सवाल पब्लिक अवेयरनेस के लिए है, जरूरी भी था, इसलिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूँ.
नहीं बिल्कुल पूछिए.
सर any action without which doesn't meet the purpose, it's a totally useless. आप हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं फार्मा की, सब लोग यहाँ लॉजिस्टिक्स से बैठे हुए हैं. तो फार्मा में जैसे टेम्परेचर वेरी होता है और उसका एडवांटेज भी आने लग जाता है. तो मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि सब लोग बैठे कोई इसमें से ऐसा इनिशिएटिव लेगा कि द पीपल हु आर वेरी मच नीडी बट दे आर नॉट अवेयर. आप जाइए रूरल में जाइए, 40-50 किलोमीटर दूर से जो ले मैन है उनको पता ही नहीं है. फार्मा विच इज़ not after dispensing, not carrying the proper way, वो फार्मा का पर्पज़ ही यूजलेस हो जाता है. जितना लॉजिस्टिक में आप टेम्परेचर और कोल्ड चेन कर लीजिए, लेकिन जब वो डिस्पेंसिंग होती है तो नोबडी इज गोइंग टू टेल देम कि आपको इसको किस टेम्परेचर में रखना है और कैसे ले कैरी करना है. तो क्या कोई लॉजिस्टिक कंपनी इस तरह की सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर सकती है कि रूरल एरिया में जहाँ पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं वो दूर हैं और पेशेंट वहाँ से अपना दिखाने के बाद में पेशेंट घर पे आ जाए और उसको डिलीवरी बाद में दे दी जाए, क्योंकि वो 2 घंटे 3 घंटे या 1 घंटे ट्रेवल करता है. मई जून जैसे टेम्परेचर के महीने में जहाँ 40, 42, 45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर होता है तो वो फार्मा यूजलेस हो जाती है तकरीबन.
Professor, I'll give you one example that I had. I'd gone to Digboy for a continued medical education. And in the evening, after the talk, I met a doctor who was a DM, gastroenterologist, from PGI Chandigarh. So over drinks, he said, thanks to you, I can practice the same kind of practice that I did in Chandigarh in Digboy, because whatever test I require, I collect the sample and give it to you, and by the next day, you get me the result. So I can practice in my place. I may tell you, there is a concept known as lab on bike. in which about 35 tests can be done in any village. So the aim now, as you know, Government of India in 2015 decided that the diagnostic labs, at least 35 essential diagnostic tests, will be done free for everybody. Now it is left to the governments to each, because health is a state subject. So it is left to every state to decide whether they want to do the testing themselves or they want to outsource the testing. This lab on bike is suggesting that after PHC, about say 20–30% of population lives beyond PHC. In that case, for every village, there should be one lab on bike where 35 tests can be done, and then this need to be linked through telehealth so that the results can be helped, and if mankind also joins in, then the treatment can also be provided, what has been suggested by somebody in the center, so that a person can stay in Digboy or maybe in Kohima or Dimapur and still get the same kind of treatment, the same kind of diagnostics that you would have got in a bigger town.
Right.
So it is possible, it just needs to be, the ideas need to be converted, and always it takes time to get that conversion.
Right. I think one of the aspect of this question was कि जो storage medicine का होता है, तो एक तो logistics का role हो गया, but वो जब pharmaceutical shop में, chemist की shop में वो जो final storage होता है, उसको लेकर के भी उनका question था कि उन गाँवों में या उन छोटी जगहों पर जो छोटी chemist की shop है, उनमें उनका storage कैसा है. तो मुझे लगता है कि Mr. Rathi, the little, some pertinence of this question is to you also, because Mankind is, I think, a brand that wherever the Coca-Cola can be bought in India, I think Mankind products can also be bought for sure. So, is that some protocol or some?
See, you need to understand. Yes, majorly companies sorted their primary supply chain. Okay, so we are mapping all the temperatures, all the loggers, till up to the stockist level. See, now, you need to understand, see, it's not company, obviously, we have our moral responsibility and we are playing that role. But ultimately, stockists also procure a license from Government of India or a state where that stockist belongs to. Then from stockist to retailer, the retailer also procure a license. So all these having abiding certain conditions. उस license पे लिखा होता है कि आपको कैसे कैसे करना है. You can always say क्या ऐसा होता है क्या. Obviously there are vigilant authorities who are taking in caution when they are doing or not. But yes, it's a matter of concern for us also. But we are moving in the right direction. 2 decades back, and now the infrastructure improves a lot.
So Mankind invests some time, energy, and effort in educating
we
these
have a CSR wing.
retailers and all that,
Yes,
so that to
yes.
maintain, because
See,
ultimately
that is my business. That is my business.
Yes, ultimately
my business.
any lack in the efficacy will
Obviously.
come back to the brand. So thank you so much, and thanks for that question. Thank you so much, our audience, and now over to you, Anisha.
Thank you. I would now request Mr. Dharmender Singh and Mr. Paniraj Murthy to please come on stage and present our speakers with mementos and a small gift. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing the wealth of the knowledge with the audience. I request Mr. Dharmender Singh and Mr. Paniraj Murthy to please present a memento to Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi of Mankind Pharma. A memento for Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi. A memento and gift for Professor Dr. Ashok Ratan of Redcliffe Labs. A memento and gift for Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Head Cargo, Air India. And a memento and gift for Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council. Right, request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. We have now come to the time that all of you have been eagerly waiting for, and it's best that you all become comfortable so that you enjoy these precious moments coming up for those amongst you who are being applauded today. So request all of you to please take your seats, settle down, because it's now time to recognize, honor and applaud organizations and individuals who are doing exceptional work in the logistics sector to bring in innovation, efficiency and fresh ideas to transform operations and the strategy for their organizations. First off, we'd like to play a video showcasing the strengths of the logistics sector. Request all of you to please settle down and take your seats.
The logistics ecosystem globally, directly and indirectly providing livelihood to approximately 450 million people, making it one of the largest market shares with more than $9,850 billion and is projected to reach $16,794 billion by 2032. Asia Pacific is leading the global logistics market with the market share of almost 45%. India, a land of vast potential, where logistics is the backbone of trade and businesses. It is helping people fulfilling their dreams and livelihood, connecting the nation to the world. More than $282.3 billion logistics market, predicted to reach $557.4 billion by 2032, exhibiting a growth rate of 7.85% during 2024 to 2032. India's strategic location, implementation of favorable government policies such as Make in India, Digital India, Gati Shakti initiative of PM Modi, Bharatmala and Sagarmala, GST implementation and the National Logistics Policy, fast improving infrastructure, including roads, railways and ports to improve transportation efficiency and connectivity. The growing population, rising disposable income and the increasing number of online shopping, specialized e-commerce, advanced automation technologies, AI-powered inventory management, advanced route optimization algorithms, technology-enabled supply chain solution, propelling the market growth, scaling logistics businesses to unprecedented levels. Digitalization and innovation are driving efficiency and growth, penetrating and connecting rural India. With increasing businesses and employment opportunities, making India a model for global logistics. Indian companies are making a mark globally, bridging the gap with expertise and innovation. The logistics sector contributes around 13 to 14% to GDP, providing livelihoods to over 22 million people and projected to add 1 crore jobs by 2027, making it one of the largest employment sectors in India. As logistics ecosystem continues to grow within India, opportunities abound for global collaboration, investment and enhancing business scalability. Growing concern in environmental sustainability, green logistics becoming increasingly important. Companies are adopting various renewable and alternative energy, green building solutions, e-heavy vehicles, and also focusing on new technology to reduce carbon footprints. Over the last 5 years, India has consistently improved its ranking on various global manufacturing performance indicators. Logistics and ease of business, while rising 6 places to 38th among 139 countries on the Logistics Performance Index. While logistics sector poised to grow with rapid pace and building a strong pathway to achieving GDP of $5.5 trillion by 2027, Million Minds and IHW Media realized the need to create a robust forum, Logistics Shakti, to bring the entire logistics ecosystem and the captains of the industry together to deliberate the proceedings of taking Indian logistics system to the next level and contribute to Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat. Welcome to the launch edition of Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards 2024.
Are we all excited for the awards? No, it doesn't look like anybody's excited. If you are excited, give a round of applause to all the winners who are going to be receiving their trophies today. We are very delighted to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari, the Honorary Consulate General of the Republic of Montenegro. I would request Kamal Narayan, Mr. Amit and Mr. Prem to please welcome her on stage with a bouquet. Would request Her Excellency to please come up on stage. Dr. Janice Darbari. I think she's on her way and she's just about to come. So we'll just give a couple of minutes for her to just walk in. Right, till the time she's making her way here, I would like to request Mr. Amit Shankar, Founder Director, Milan Minds, and Mr. Prem Prakash, Founder Media, Milan Minds, to please come up on stage and present our media partners with a certificate of appreciation. There are a lot of people whose efforts have gone in to make the Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards a big success, and we want to thank our media partners for playing their part and helping disseminate the message. So I would like to invite Sandhya Jha and Tarandeep Kaur on stage. They are with Cargo Connect. Thank you so much for your support and your contribution to make Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards a big success. I would now like to invite Yogita Burani of Cargo Insight to please come up on stage. Would like to invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Mudaliyar of Loco. We want to thank Loco for being our media partners for this event. Thank you, Amit and Prem. We would also like to thank our core committee members for their invaluable contribution. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Naresh Sharma, founder of CCI, and Mr. B.L. Bajaj, chairman, Dynamic Orbits, to please come on stage and present our core committee members with certificates. We want to thank them for their support and their encouragement for the Logistics Shakti Summit and Awards. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Saurav Snehi. Would request Mr. Saurav Snehi to please come on stage. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Guruinder Singh. Would request Mr. Guruinder Singh to please come up on stage. I think he's not here. I would invite Mr. Satpal Bedi to please come up on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Sonu Asrani. I request Mr. Sonu Asrani to please come up on stage. Okay, we'll go back to him later. I'll request Mr. Varshal Sudhira to please come on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Narendra Bedi, a co-committee member, to please come up on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Anand Singh to please come up on stage. Mr. Anand Singh is our core committee member. Request him to please come up on stage. I would request Mr. Pankaj Singh to please come up on stage. I would request Mr. Pankaj Singh to please come up on stage. I request Mr. Inderjeet Singh to please come up on stage. Our core committee member, Mr. Inderjeet Singh, request you to please come up on stage. I would like to request Mr. Tarun Gupta to please come up on stage. Mr. Tarun Gupta. I request Mr. Dharmendra Singh to please come up on stage. I would request Mr. Ramesh Krishnan to please come up on stage. I would request Mr. Pankaj Kalas to please come up on stage. I would request Mr. Pankaj Singh to please come up on stage, our core committee member. Naresh Sharma and Mr. B.L. Bajaj for presenting these certificates. Thank you, sir, for coming up on stage. We also want to thank our advisory board. To present these certificates, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Subhashish Chakrabarti, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director of DTDC, and Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj, Executive Director, Concor, and the Vice Chairman of our jury. I request both of these gentlemen to please come up on stage. Mr. Subhashish Chakrabarti and Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj, request you to please come on stage and present certificates to our advisory board. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Suresh Bansal, who is on our advisory board. Like to invite on stage Mr. Naresh Sharma, who's on our advisory board. Welcome on stage Mr. Abhishek Chakrabarti, who's on our advisory board. We'd like to thank Mr. Bharadwaj for presenting these certificates. I would request Mr. Chakrabarti to please stay on stage. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Prem Prakash of Million Minds to please present certificates to our esteemed jury. Our jury members have painstakingly gone over the number of entries we have received for the awards. They've consulted with each other and then come to the conclusion on who the winner will. So I think Mr. Prem Prakash is busy welcoming our dignitaries. So we have Amit Shankdar, Founder Director of Million Minds, on stage to give the certificates to our esteemed jury members who are with us. I would like to invite on stage Mr. C.K. Govil, our esteemed jury member. On stage Mr. Prahlad Chaudhary, also part of our jury. Please welcome Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj, our jury member. I request Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj to please come up on stage. I request Mr. Bharadwaj to please come up on stage. Please welcome on stage Mr. B.L. Bajaj. Please welcome Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, our jury member. Please welcome on stage Lieutenant General Dharamveer Kalra, our esteemed jury member. Please welcome on stage Dr. Anup Vadhavan. Thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti and Amit for presenting the certificates to our jury members. We are grateful to them for helping us pick the winning entries for the awards tonight. We are delighted and honored to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari, Honorary Consulate General of the Republic of Montenegro. Please give her a huge round of applause to welcome her. I would request Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, ISW Council, and Mr. Prem Prakash to please welcome her on the stage with the bouquet. Ma'am, request you to please come up on stage. Please give a round of applause to Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari. I would request Mr. Sonu Asrani to please welcome Her Excellency Dr. Darbari. request you to please say a few words of encouragement to the winners of the evening today. Just a few words of encouragement for them.
First of all, I must thank the organizer who has really been at his, I would say, best logistics in how to get me involved with this wonderful summit and the awards. I must, first of all, I would say thank you to Mr. Sonu Asrani. And then I would love to congratulate each and every one of you who has done a dynamic contribution to the Indian economy. And on behalf of the Montenegrin government, as the head of mission for the past now 16 years in India, I've had the opportunity to really witness the growth of industry, and I would say that the logistics has improved tremendously over the years. In fact, when I have discussions, as Montenegro is going to be a part of the European Union, we keep on talking about India, its development, its innovative nature, and our businessmen who are the driving force behind the economy of this great nation. It gives me immense pleasure to understand the ways you have developed this economy. I was reading about the warehouses. I was reading about cargo. I've had many businessmen from the scientific field visit my office, and they've even talked to me about the logistics of going to space. You know, the logistics of going to space is mind-boggling. In fact, one gentleman, he is going to set up an industry in Montenegro for making and manufacturing aluminum, which is used for the aircrafts. So when I asked him, he said, you know, now the time has come where all the internal structures are going to be redeveloped. And the material now that we have through the DRDO, the Defense Ministry's research department, and the incentives they give for the startups and the MSMEs has helped them to understand what is the scientific revolution, which I must say Prime Minister Modi has brought about in this nation. We as observers, as ambassadors of different countries, when we observe India in its full steam, it gives me a great pleasure as an Indian standing amongst many of our European ambassadors, African ambassadors, the American or the US ambassador, when they say that we want our industries to shift to India. And they want to shift to India because you have made it possible. You have shown with the Skill Development Ministry that you are ready to target these industries and to take on the challenges, whether it is computers, whether you're able to see from those very computers the logistics of how to make the expenses very curable, to cut the edges, and to reach the destination in time. When I was sitting at a meeting and they were discussing the corridors, the air corridor, the sea corridor, the expressways, it indeed brings to notice to many of us that India is not only a developing nation, but as it aims its target to be called a developing nation, I'm quite sure you will reach your target much before the time you've envisaged. So I think a great hand for all of you who have made it possible. And these awards are actually going to boost your energy They're going to make you feel a part of the bubbling, dynamic India. And I say this with great pride, being an Indian myself. And at the same time, when I head the mission of Montenegro, I've always talked about how we two nations can work together. Montenegro has a beautiful coastline, and we are also engineering a seaport, a free trade zone, to which many Indian industrialists have asked me, can we have a cargo port from where we can ply throughout the whole of Europe? Of course, our bilaterals have to be put in place. So I have encouraged the airlines to go ahead and to talk to the Indian government to bring it into the bilaterals and to see that how we can envisage and envision this dynamic relationship. And why I say that, because Montenegro had a very bubbling port before Yugoslavia broke up. And we had a lot of cargo ships, and many of them were funded by the British, and we were doing very well. But as war brings with it destruction of manpower, destruction of economy. And when we have rebuilt our tourism in a span of, let's say, 8 years, Montenegro now is one of the most favored destinations. Why? Because we've built our port where luxury liners can park. And this is a big shift because we are in competition with the other ports in Europe. And they don't have parking space. So we developed that. And I'm quite sure India and the Pacific, I went to Bangladesh some time ago when they had the conference on the Pacific. So this is one very big agenda of how to develop. I was noticing GMR and other industries, they have supported this event because they are all in knowledge of the way you people have actually manufactured your minds to ascertain the development in the coming years. When you envisage, when you think with an open mind, I'm quite sure you're going to achieve your goals. And since I've not been here since the morning, I don't know who all have gotten awards. But those who have got, I would like to say cheers to all of you. And you all have done well, and that's because you have put your energy into it. And when you put your energy into anything with your heart, mind, and soul, like the Bhagavad Gita says, Tat Tvam Asi, that thou art. And whatever you are, it is a being of the Lord. Whether you energize yourself in India, whether you evolve the Companies Act, whether you evolve the policies of India, whether it is a license policy, because many of my friends have been in the customs. So the cargo people used to tell me their problems, and I used to be the bridge, telling them that this is what their problems are. And many things got changed. Because I was a generation of a young lot of officers from the 70s till date. So we have always participated and created pathways for others to prosper. And now, as the head of mission of Montenegro, internationally, we are delving into the subject of how to place India, Montenegro, Serbia, the Balkans, the whole lot, because everything after the wars in Ukraine and now what's happening, it's very, very important for all you businessmen to understand the dynamics of war and what happens with war. And India has been a neutral country giving the message to the world of peace. So our manufacturers in India have been put to test to help many, many, many people to recover their losses and to make it into profit and gains. I just went to one of the functions as a chief guest for the MSNEs, and the DRDO was present there. And I asked the chiefs out there, I said, tell me, when you're doing space and reconstruction of our pathways into the air and satellites, is there much more industries to come up? They said, given from a nail to a rubber mat, to the science of technology of aluminum and flying in the air, there are many new pathways for people to enter these competitions. So those who are scientists, I think you must connect with the DRDO in India, the Defense Ministry, and you will find many new pathways to understand the dynamics of the new business policies. A businessman who is intelligent. I remember, you see, Mr. Ellen Mittal, who's a great industrialist, we have good family relations with them, and his wife and himself were talking about the dynamics of letting go when you feel you've lost everything. And when you feel you've lost everything, and then to regain ground, there is a grit within you, but it has to be a calculated grit, meaning learning from the past. Because if you learn from the past, that's your energy for the future. So never close your doors. That is one thing I will say. Never close your doors. Always feel that success is your birthright. The slogan of Gandhiji trails right through history. And being the granddaughter of a freedom fighter, my grandfather was an ICS officer of a 1923 batch. And perhaps many of you may or may not know, he was an ICS officer who did something very different for India. He gave freedom to India on 19th August 1942. So this August month of August Kranti becomes very important for the nation, because this is the time when the actual transfer of power took place in the district of Balia. And why I say the district of Balia? Because it was the center of state power for the British. How many of you know that the British, after Rani of Jhansi, they shifted their state power to a district like Balia to encounter all the political uprisings. Why I'm stating this? Because this was an imperialistic policy. And my grandfather was challenging the imperialistic policy to bring in democracy. So as an ICS officer of a 1923 batch, when he wrote the policy, amidst the storm of shoot at sight, when Gandhiji said quit India, and they said emergency, and nobody could stand more than 4 people, they promulgated section 144, he stood up and wrote on the file, I wonder if I give you a strange guess, if anyone can imagine what the power of the pen in a policy can do. He wrote on the file, deposit the guns he wrote, all the government firearms should be deposited in the Balia Police Reserve lines. And 40,000 people entered Balia. Can you imagine an officer standing at that time in front of 40,000 people entering Balia? He must have known each and every one individually. He was a great revenue collector. So being the district magistrate and the revenue collector, he was able to shake the British government and made them change their policy. And why I mention this, because this is the meaning of nationalism. Nationalism is the core of development. And as I stand here, हम कहते हैं कि हम नमन करते हैं to God, but in every human being here, I see a God. Because you are the ingenious persons who have put their mind, body, and soul to develop this nation. And with these words, I would like to thank all of you for enjoying this lovely evening of awards. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very, very encouraging, inspiring words. I request you to please present certificates to our jury members who are now present with us. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Arvind Gulati, requesting to please come up on stage and receive the certificate. We are grateful to our jury members for taking the time out of their busy schedules to go over the entries, the nominations, and picking up the winning entry. To invite on stage Suman Jha, a co-committee member. On stage, Mr. N. Sivaselam, our jury member who we heard earlier in the day talk about some very breakthrough ideas. Thank you so much, sir, for your time on the jury and all your efforts in picking the winning entries. You to please stay on stage and present our first set of awards. Now, we are celebrating the remarkable achievements and contributions of some of the most outstanding individuals and organizations in the logistics sectors. These trailblazers have demonstrated unparalleled dedication, innovation, and excellence, propelling the industry to new heights. So we're going to start with the award ceremony, and we will first have one individual award. And this award goes to Jyotsna Saxena in the category of Emerging Talent Shakti. Please give a round of applause to the first winner of the evening. Jyotsna Saxena is recognized as an emerging talent in the logistics sector, showcasing remarkable potential and contributions. On stage, Mr. Subhashish Chakrabarti, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director of TTDC, and Mr. Amit Shankar, Director, Logistics Shakti, to please accompany ma'am on the stage as she presents the awards to the winners in the evening. We are going to start with the organization and company-based awards. Integration Shakti Award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. Congratulations to the Reliance Jio team. Reliance Jio Infocom Supercom is redefining digital logistics with extensive network and top-notch service levels. Congratulations to the Reliance Jio team. Our next award is the Digital Integration Shakti Rising Star, and the award goes to iSource Technologies Private Limited. Request the team of iSource to please come up on stage to receive the Rising Star in Digital Integration Shakti Award. iSource is a company that has made significant strides in transforming digital logistics solutions. It is being recognized for its cutting-edge approach and rapid growth in digital integration. Right, we move on to the next award, which is the Supply Chain Shakti Award, which goes to All Cargo Logistics Limited. Congratulations to All Cargo. I request the team members to please come up on stage. All Cargo Logistics Limited has demonstrated remarkable prowess in supply chain management, driving efficiency and reliability across global operations. Their strategic solutions and comprehensive services have earned them the Supply Chain Shakti Award. The next award is the Supply Chain Shakti Rising Star Award, and this award goes to Sampark India. Sampark India is making waves as a rising star in the supply chain sector. With innovative solutions and dynamic approach, Sampark India is reshaping how supply chains are managed. Please give a round of applause to the Sampark India team as it makes its way up the stage. Award is the Last Mile Delivery Shakti Award, and the award goes to Delivery Limited. Delivery Limited stands out for its excellence in last mile delivery, ensuring packages reach their destinations efficiently and reliably. Their commitment to enhancing delivery solutions has made them a leader in this field. Award is the Cross-Border Logistics Shakti Award, and the award goes to Siam Logistics Private Limited. Siam Logistics Private Limited has excelled in providing comprehensive cross-border logistics solutions with a well-designed infrastructure and a focus on cost, speed and reliability. Siam Logistics is enhancing international trade. Congratulations to the team. the Green Logistics Shakti Award. And the award goes to All Cargo Gati. Congratulations to the All Cargo Gati team. They are leading the way in green logistics, prioritizing sustainability and environment responsibility in their operations. Their innovative practices and commitment to reduce carbon footprints make them deserving of the Green Logistics Shakti Award. We have the Green Logistics Shakti Rising Star Award, and this goes to Green Line. Congratulations to Green Line. It is emerging as a leader in sustainable logistics with its focus on eco-friendly solutions and green initiatives. Their dedication to reducing environmental impact is commendable. We are proud to recognize Green Line with the Green Logistics Shakti Rising Star Award. Our next award is Logistics Infrastructure Development Shakti Award. And the winner is Onstruck Interlayer Private Limited. Congratulations to the Onstruck Interlayer team. They have made significant contributions to logistics infrastructure development. Their innovative solutions and commitment to improving logistics capabilities have earned them this recognition. Please give a huge round of applause to the team of Onstruck Interlayer Private Limited. I think the Onstruck team is not in the hall for now. We'll move on to the next award, which is Road Freight Services Shakti Award. And the award goes to Globe International. Globe International is recognized for excellence in road freight services, delivering reliable and efficient transportation solutions. Their focus is on quality and service, which is at a high standard in the industry. The next award is Sea Freight Services Shakti Award, and the award goes to DP World. DP World is a global leader in sea freight services known for exceptional operational efficiency and extensive port network. Please give a huge round of applause to the DP World team coming up on stage. I believe the DP World team is not here. We'll go ahead with the next award, which is Rail Freight Services Shakti Award. And this award goes to Concor. Concor has demonstrated excellence in rail freight services, providing efficient and reliable transportation solutions across the country. I would request the Concor team to please come up on stage to receive their award. The next award, rail freight, will perhaps be revisited a little later. Our next award is Air Freight Services Shakti Award, and this award goes to Carix Cargo Express Private Limited. Please give a round of applause to the Carix Cargo Express team making their way up to the stage. They have excelled in air freight services, ensuring timely and secure deliveries across global destinations. Their innovative approach and commitments to service quality have earned them the Air Freight Services Shakti Award. Congratulations to the team. Our next award is Storage Master Solution Shakti Rising Star. And the award goes to Pallet Per Day Logistics Private Limited. Please give a round of applause to the team of Pallet Per Day Logistics. Pallet Per Day Logistics Private Limited is making significant strides in storage solutions with innovative and effective approaches. Their rapid growth and impactful solutions have earned them the Storage Master Solutions Shakti Rising Star Award. Our next award is Logistics Human Resources Leader. The next award is Logistics Human Resource Leader, and the award goes to Mahindra Logistics Limited. Please give a round of applause to the winners, Mahindra Logistics Limited. I think they're not in the hall. We'll move on to the next award, which is Sustainable Warehouse Shakti Award, and this award goes to CCI Group. CCI Group is recognized for its dedication to sustainable warehouse practices, focusing on eco-friendly operations and resource efficiency. Their commitment to sustainability sets a high standard for the industry. Congratulations to the CCI Group team. Our next award is Cold Chain Innovation Shakti award, which goes to Crystal Logistics Cool Chain Limited. Would request the team from Crystal Logistics Cool Chain Limited to please come up on stage. Okay, I think they're not here. Our next award is Cold Chain Innovation Shakti Rising Star Award, and the award goes to Credit Connect Care Private Limited. Credit Connect and Care is emerging as a star in cold chain innovation with cutting-edge solutions and commitments to maintaining the integrity of temperature-sensitive goods. The next award is Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Shakti Award, and the award goes to Akums Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Akums Drugs and Pharmaceutical Limited is setting new standards in pharmaceutical supply chain management, ensuring safe and efficient delivery of critical medicines. Their expertise and dedication have earned them this award. Is Rural Logistics Shakti Award, and this award goes to India Post. India Post is making a significant impact in rural logistics, delivering essential services and goods in remote areas across the country. I request the team of India Post to please come up on stage. I guess they are not here. We'll move on to our next category, which is Port Services Shakti Award, and this award goes to the Port Shakti Services Award. Port Services Shakti Award goes to Adani Logistics. Give a huge round of applause to the winners, Adani Logistics. I think those in port and rail freight are very busy with their work. We'll move on to the Logistics Startup Shakti Award, and this one goes to Bizongo. Congratulations to the Bizongo team. Bizongo is making waves in the logistics startup scene with its innovative solutions and rapid growth. Their fresh approach and dynamic solutions are shaping the future of logistics. The next award is for Sustainable Warehouse Shakti Award, and this award goes to CCI Group. Congratulations to the CCI Group. All right, I think they already have the award and they're showing the trophy to me. We'll move on to the Cold Chain Innovation Shakti Award, and this award goes to Crystal Logistic Cool Chain Limited. The next award is Cold Chain Innovation Shakti Rising Star. Okay, I think I'm on the wrong page. Apologies. Okay, we'll go to the Logistics Startup Shakti Award, and this goes to Trucks Up. Trucks Up is emerging as a notable startup in the logistics industry, founded by Mr. Sarthak El Vahi and CEO Mr. Virendra Yaduvanshi. Please give a round of applause to the team of Trucks Up. The next award goes to Logistics Startup Shakti Award, and this goes to Tender Truck. Tender Truck is redefining logistics startups with its innovative solutions and unique approach. I would like to thank Mr. Chakrabarti and Amit for giving these set of awards. I request ma'am to please stay back, and I thank both of you for presenting the awards. I request ma'am to stay back to give the awards, and I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Sharma of JK Tires to present the next set of awards. The next award is Logistics Startup Shakti Award, and this goes to Transco Logistics Worldwide Private Limited. Congratulations to the Transco Logistics Worldwide team. They're emerging as a standout in the logistics startup space, offering forward-thinking solutions and impressive growth. We're excited to honor them with the Logistics Startup Shakti Award. Welcome the Honorable Minister, Shri Ramdas Athavale, the Union Minister of State, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. He is joining us now. Please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I would request Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO of IHW Council, to please welcome the Honorable Minister. With a bouquet of flowers. I would request the Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji, to please come on stage and say a few words of encouragement to the winners who have been given awards so far and the winners who will be receiving awards from him. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage the Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. I would request Kamal to please accompany the Honorable Minister on stage. I request the Honorable Minister to please say a few words of encouragement to the winners today.
My dear friends and sisters, today all you are here the whole day, and Logistics Shakti organized the summit and award function. Mr. Kamal Chaudhary, he is also my good friend, and every time he is invited me as a social justice and empowerment MOS in Narendra Modi's government. Last 8 years I am MOS in Narendra Modi's government. This is my third time in Narendra Modi's government. And fourth time also I will become the minister. Because I want to help the poor people. I want to help the business people. Because India is also very developing country. Our economy is also developing. Before 2014, we were on 10th numbers. But last 10 years under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, we are now number 5. After 5 years, we will go number 3. Then if we will give the chance, another chance to Narendra Modi ji, then we will go number 2. And one day we will become the number 1. Because all of you are also supporting development. There are many another big countries. Our only problem is our population is big population. Now India is number 1 in the world. China was number 1, but now India is number 1 in the population. When 15th August 1947, our population was only 37 crore. But after 75 years, we will go 140 crore. And therefore, something unemployment is also there. Government is also trying to give the employment to everybody. Many business people are also giving the employment, many youth. All of we are also trying to become our country very strong. And therefore, very important personalities are also present here. From the morning this function was started, this summit was started. And many dignitaries are also getting the award. This is also a very nice day for you, those who are getting the award. Award is not simple incident. Award is also very big incident, very big event. And Mr. Kamal is the symbol of Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. But this Kamal is not only the symbol of BJP, this Kamal is also the symbol of India. And therefore, I am also very proud from various parts of India, various parts of the world. Many dignitaries also came here, and in the end, in the night, Kamal Chaudhary invited me, because always I fight. Therefore, he invited me night. Then I am not going to take your more time, because this time is also the dinner time. Day time खाने पीने का टाइम है, और मैं आपका ज़्यादा वक्त ले लूँगा तो बात अच्छी नहीं है। लेकिन जिनको अवार्ड मिला है, उनको मैं यहाँ आया हूँ मैं करने वाला हूँ आपके दुश्मनों की खुदाई। मैं करने वाला हूँ आपके दुश्मनों की खुदाई। इसलिए जिनको अवार्ड मिला है, उनको मैं देता हूँ मेरी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई। तो आप हार्दिक बधाई के लिए आप लोग सब पात्र हैं। आप लोगों ने बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। अपना नाम कमाने के लिए आपने पूरा नाइट जाग कर पूरे दिन भर आपने सोचा है, काम बहुत अच्छा किया है, इसलिए आप लोग ये स्थिति तक पहुंचे हैं, अवार्ड तक आप पहुंचे हैं। हम लोगों ने भी लोगों के लिए काम किया है, इसलिए मैं 3 बार लोकसभा में मैं मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट था और मेरी पार्टी रिपब्लिकन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया है, आरपीआई। मेरी पार्टी का एक भी लोकसभा में मेंबर नहीं है, तो भी लोग मुझे पूछते हैं कि आप मंत्री कैसे बन गए। मतलब मैं तो राज्यसभा में हूँ, मेरा एक भी लोकसभा में मेंबर नहीं है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मालूम है कि मेरा मेंबर तो नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे पीछे जनता जो है मेंबर है, बड़ी संख्या में मेरे साथ है। मेरी पार्टी पूरे देश भर में, नागालैंड में मेरे पार्टी के 2 एमएलए हैं, मणिपुर में मेरी पार्टी रिकॉग्नाइज हुई है, महाराष्ट्र में मेरी पार्टी काम करती है, वहाँ मेरे 2 एमएलए हैं मेरी पार्टी के, और कारपोरेटर है, ग्राम पंचायत मेंबर है, सरपंच है, जिला पंचायत के मेंबर है, वो भी मेरे पार्टी के हैं। तो मैं लगातार 3 बार लोकसभा में चुनकर आया था कांग्रेस अलायंस में। अब मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ 2014 से हूँ, और एक बार मैंने बोला था कि हवा, पॉलिटिकल हवा कहीं सी बहती है, ये मुझे उसकी जानकारी होती है, और मैं जिनके साथ जाता हूँ उनको सत्ता मिलती है। मेरी पार्टी छोटी पार्टी है, लेकिन सब पार्टियां पहले छोटी होती है, बाद में मोटी होती है। तो मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ आया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सत्ता मिली। मैं जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ था तब कांग्रेस को सत्ता मिली, जब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को छोड़ा तब कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता से बाहर आ गई, मैं अंदर गया। तो कहाँ से अंदर जाना है मुझे अच्छा मालूम है। तो ठीक बात है, वो तो बात नहीं है, लेकिन हम सब लोग देश के लिए काम करते हैं, सभी लोगों के लिए काम करते हैं, और इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट अपने को बहुत ही आवश्यक है, क्योंकि गरीब लोगों को, युवा लोगों को, महिलाओं को, सभी लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने के लिए बहुत सारी कंपनियों का उपयोग होता है। और आज हमारा देश, जब मैं इंग्लैंड जाता हूँ तब मैं अंग्रेज लोगों को बताता हूँ कि भाई आप तो हमारे यहाँ 150 साल रहे, लेकिन हमारे जो इंडिया के लोग इधर आए हैं ये 300-400 साल इधर ही रह गए। मतलब जो वहाँ गए वो कोई लंदन छोड़ने वाले नहीं, इंग्लैंड छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। और मतलब इस तरह ठीक बात है। तो एक बार हमारा था, एक जमाना अंग्रेज़ों का था, अभी अंग्रेज़ तो चले गए हैं, देश आज़ाद है, जो भी कुछ आपको करना है वो करने के लिए हम लोग तैयार हैं। रोड अच्छी तरह बनाने का काम भी हमारा चल रहा है। नितिन गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का जो काम है बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, रोड बहुत अच्छे बन रहे हैं। अभी नागपुर मुंबई का एक समृद्धि मार्ग बना है, 7 घंटे में नागपुर से मुंबई पहुंचते हैं। दिल्ली से मुंबई का एक रोड अभी पूरा हो रहा है वाया जयपुर, 12 घंटे में मुंबई पहुंच सकते हैं। और जल्दी पहुंचना है तो जल्दी भी पहुंच सकते हैं। मतलब रोड भी बहुत अच्छे बन रहे हैं, 4 लेन 6 लेन रोड बने, पहले तो ऐसा नहीं होता था। एयरपोर्ट बहुत अच्छे बने हैं, अपने 5 स्टार होटल जो है ये हयात होटल इतना अच्छा है। अगर मैं अमेरिका भी जाता हूँ तो वहाँ भी ऐसे होटल हमको नज़र नहीं आते। यहाँ के होटल की लॉबी होटल सब बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं। वहाँ की रूम भी बहुत छोटी छोटी होती है, कंट्री तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी है लेकिन रूम बहुत छोटी छोटी है। तो अपने होटल भी बहुत अच्छे हैं, एयरपोर्ट बहुत अच्छे बने। आप किसी भी एयरपोर्ट अगर आप जाते हैं तो एयरपोर्ट बहुत अच्छे बने हैं। तो प्रगति हो रही है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रगति करना चाहते हैं, कर रहे हैं, सोच कर रहे हैं। उसके लिए आपका सपोर्ट चाहिए, आप लोगों का दिल होगा तो हमारा फील्ड पक्का हो जाएगा। और अभी मैंने देखा टायर, मैंने देखा वो क्या कंपनी थी, उन्होंने टायर अच्छे बनाए हैं, और टायर अच्छे नहीं रहेंगे तो कब क्या होगा मालूम नहीं है। मतलब जब गाड़ी चलती है, गाड़ी के बिना अपना दूसरा कुछ नहीं चलता है। तो इसीलिए मैं ज़्यादा वक्त ना लेते हुए, मैं जिनको जिनको अवार्ड मिला है, मिलने वाला है, उनको शुभकामना देता हूँ। और कमल जी के साथ हम हमेशा है। कमल तो हमारा जब कमल फूलता है तो बहुत ही अच्छा दिखता है, और ये कमल हमेशा फूलने वाला कमल है, आप सब लोगों को सुगंध देने वाला कमल है। और इसीलिए बहुत सारी डिग्निटरी इधर आए हैं, मैं किसका नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन बहुत सारी इम्पोर्टेंट पर्सनैलिटी इधर है, सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। और हमारी सरकार की तरफ से जो भी आप चाहिए वो सब हम देने के लिए तैयार है, आपके लिए काम करने के लिए तैयार है। और आपको शक्ति देना ये हमारी सरकार का फर्ज है। जो लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उनके लिए पूरी मदद करने का काम हम करने वाले हैं, लेकिन गलत करने वालों को हम छोड़ते नहीं, और अच्छा करने वालों को भी हम छोड़ते नहीं, मतलब उनको साथ रखते हैं। इसीलिए फिर एक बार धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जय भीम, जय भारत, जय दिल्ली।
Sir, I request you to please stay on stage to give the awards.
I would request Mr. Ramesh Mobidala, our jury member, to please come up on stage to present the next set of awards. We will resume with our awards, and the next award is Digital Logistics Shakti Award, and the award goes to Parisk. Parisk is leading the charge in digital logistics, offering innovative digital solutions to streamline logistics processes. Their cutting-edge technology and effective solutions have earned them the Digital Logistics Shakti Award. Digital Logistics Shakti Award, and the award goes to GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo. GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo is at the forefront of digital logistics, integrating advanced technologies to enhance air cargo operations. Their commitment to innovation has earned the Digital Logistics Shakti Award. Congratulations to the GMR Hyderabad team. The next award is also Digital Logistics Shakti Award, and this one goes to Delivery. We'd like to invite the Delivery team back on stage. Delivery is making significant strides in digital logistics with its comprehensive digital solutions and efficient services. Is Freight Service Shakti Award, and this award goes to Sahyog Logistics Solutions Private Limited. Sahyog Logistics Solutions excels in freight services, providing reliable and efficient logistics solutions. Their commitment to service excellence has earned them the Freight Service Shakti Award. Sahयोग Logistics Solutions Private Limited. They have won the Freight Service Shakti Award. Our next award is Clean Energy Shakti Award, and this goes to Sunshore Energy Private Limited. Request the team of Sunshore to come up on stage. We'll move on. The next award is for Efficient Movers and Packers, and the award goes to Agarwal Packers and Movers. Agarwal Packers and Movers is renowned for its efficient moving and packing services, providing top-notch solutions for logistics and relocation. Sustainable Fleet Management Shakti Award, and the award goes to Varuna Group. Congratulations to the Varuna Group. Request the team to come up on stage. I think the Varuna team is not here. We'll move on to the Emerging Pharma Supply Chain Shakti Award, and that award goes to ST Cargo Private Limited. Congratulations to ST Cargo Private Limited. It is being recognized for its innovative approach in the pharmaceutical supply chain sector, ensuring efficient and reliable delivery of critical medicines. The next award is Warehouse Shakti Award, and this award goes to Salasar Warehouse Private Limited. Salasar Warehousing Private Limited is honored for its excellence in warehouse management, providing top-tier storage solutions and operational efficiency. Award is for Logistics Startup Shakti, and the award goes to Bonvi Technologies Aero. Congratulations to Bonvi team. Bonvi Technologies Aero is making a significant impact as a startup in the logistics industry with innovative solutions and rapid growth. Their contributions is very, very commendable. Award is Logistics Infrastructure Shakti Award, and that award goes to National Highways for Electric Vehicles. The National Highways for Electric Vehicles NHEV is recognized for its commitment to green logistics infrastructure. Advancing sustainable practices and electric vehicle integration. Ramesh Mubidala, our jury member, for presenting the awards that he has given so far. I would like to invite Mr. Amit Shankar of Million Minds to please come up on stage to present the next set of awards. The next award is Logistics Driver Management Shakti Award, and the award goes to Signo. Congratulations to the Signo team. Signo is honored for its excellence in logistics driver management, focusing on effective driver training and operational efficiency. Please give a round of applause to the winners, Signo. Logistics People Shakti Award, and the award goes to Concord Union. Concord Union. They have won the Logistic People Shakti Award. The next is Best Logistics Shakti Company of the Year, and this goes to Om Logistics. Give a round of applause to the team of Om Logistics. They have shown exceptional dedication and innovation in supply chain management, streamlining processes and enhancing efficiency across the board. Congratulations to the team of Om Logistics. We will now move on to the individual awards. Individual awards is for Emerging Logistics Shakti Leader, and the award goes to Rubal Jain of Safe Express. Please give a round of applause to Rubal Jain. He is an emerging leader in logistics, recognized for his impactful contributions and innovative leadership at Safe Express. Award is Innovative Logistics Shakti Leadership Award. For this award, I would like to invite on stage Atul and Mr. B.D. Murthy. Please give a round of applause to the winners of the Innovative Logistics Shakti Leadership Awards. They are from Sigma Supply Chain Solutions, and they're being recognized for innovative leadership in logistics. Visionary Logistics Leadership Shakti Award, and this goes to Ajay Chitkara of Ecom Express. Please give a round of applause to Ajay Chitkara as he makes his way to the stage. He is the visionary leader in logistics, shaping the future of the industry with his forward-thinking approach at Ecom Express. His strategic vision and leadership have earned him the Visionary Logistics Leadership Shakti Award. Congratulations. The next award is for Emerging Talent Shakti Award, and this goes to Gulshan Kaushik of Bizongo. Gulshan Kaushik is making waves as an emerging talent in the logistics sector with his impactful contribution at Bizongo. His innovative approach and dedication have earned him the Emerging Talent Shakti Award. Logistics Digitization Shakti Award, and this award goes to Mukesh Diogun of Rako Technologies India. Please give a round of applause to Mukesh Diogun. He is recognized for his leadership in logistic digitization at Rako. His innovative solutions and commitments to advancing digital logistics are commendable. Applause to Mukesh Diogun. The next award is Logistics Digitization Shakti Award, and this goes to Dakshesh Panelia. Dakshesh is leading the charge in logistics digitization with his work at Cygnus Softech. His impactful contributions and innovative solutions in digital logistics have earned him this recognition. The next award is for Supply Chain Innovation Shakti Award, and this goes to Deepak Mishra of Red Cliff Lab. Deepak Mishra is recognized for his innovative approach to supply chain management at Red Cliff Lab. His groundbreaking solutions and forward-thinking strategies have earned him the Supply Chain Innovation Shakti Award. The next is Supply Chain Innovation Shakti Award, and this goes to Mr. Srinivas Rao Nandigam. Mr. Srinivas Rao is making a significant impact with his innovative supply chain solutions at Sun Pharma Industries. Everyone to please be seated and please clear the aisle so that the award winners can come up on stage easily. The next Supply Chain Innovation Shakti Award goes to Parveen Kumar Verma. Parveen Kumar Verma is celebrated for his innovative contributions to supply chain management. Mr. Sagar Vijay Hulyalkar for Logistics Service Shakti Leadership Award. Please give a round of applause to Sagar Vijay. I think he is not in the hall. Our next award is Logistics Service Shakti Leadership Award, and the award goes to Amit Gorwar. Congratulations to Mr. Amit Gorwar. He is recognized for his outstanding leadership in logistics services. I think Amit is not in the hall. I request everybody in the audience to please remain seated and not obstruct the way for the award winners coming up on stage. The next award is for Logistics Shakti Leaders Award, and this goes to D.S. Patil of OBN Logistics. D.S. Patil is a distinguished leader in logistics known for his impactful contribution and strategic vision at OBN Logistics. Thank you, Amit, for presenting the awards to our winners today. I would now like to invite on stage Nikki Gupta, Director Media Operations Teamwork Communications, to please come up on stage and present the... I request Nikki Gupta to please come up on stage. She is a healthcare branding expert and the CEO of Teamworks Communication Group. The next award is Logistics Shakti Achievers Award, and this goes to Suresh Kumar Chaudhary. Request Mr. Chaudhary to please come up on stage. I think he is not in the hall. We'll move on. The Logistics Shakti Achievers Award goes to Mayur Patil. Mayur Patil is recognized for his significant achievement in logistics at Rightways Air Logistics. His dedication and exceptional performance make him a deserving winner of the Logistics Shakti Achievers Award. The next award is Logistics Shakti Leaders Award, and this goes to Sunil Tat Agarwal of BMR Couriers and Logistics. Mr. Agarwal is a prominent leader in logistics known for his impactful work at BMR Courier and Logistics. His contributions and leadership have earned him the Logistics Shakti Leader Award. Congratulations. The next award is Supply Chain Shakti Achievers. And the award goes to FC Rastogi. He receives the award of Supply Chain Shakti Achievers. He's with Kajaria Ceramics. Would request Mr. FC Rastogi to please come up on stage. I think Mr. Rastogi is not in the hall. Our next award is Global Logistics Shakti Leader Award, and this goes to Mr. K. Muthuswamy of Eco Express AE UAE. Mr. Muthuswamy is the global leader in logistics, driving excellence and innovation at Eco Express UAE. His international impact and leadership in logistics have earned him the Global Logistics Shakti Leader Award. The next award is Logistics Service Shakti Leadership, and this goes to Animesh Gupta of Goldrat Research Labs, USA. Congratulations to Animesh Gupta, who has shown outstanding leadership in logistics service at Goldratt Researcher Labs, USA. The next award is Logistics Service Shakti Leadership Award, and that goes to Tarun Vora. Tarun Vora is honored for his exemplary leadership in logistics services, demonstrating his commitment and excellence in the role. The next award in Logistics Service Shakti Leadership goes to Rajesh Kapase of Tracon. Rajesh Kapase is celebrated for his leadership in logistics services at Tracon. His innovative approach and dedication in services excellence makes him a deserving winner of this award. There is a special recognition for Mr. Ramesh Mamidala of Air India. He is receiving this special recognition for his exceptional contributions at Air India. His dedication and impact in the logistics sector is truly commendable. There is a special recognition award being given to Mr. Arvind Gulati. He is being honored with this special recognition for his outstanding work at Ola Electric. His innovative contributions and impact in the logistics industry are remarkable. That wraps up the award ceremony for today. Please give a round of applause to all the winners of the day. I would request our winners to come up on stage with their trophy for a group photograph. I would request Her Excellency Dr. Janice Sarvadi, the Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Montenegro, to also please come on stage for a group photograph. I request all the award winners to quickly come on stage with their trophies, please. I would request Mr. Amit Shankar to also please come up on stage for this group photograph. Please give a huge round of applause to the winners on stage. They are doing incredible work and they deserve all the recognition and the applause that they are getting here. We are very grateful to our esteemed dignitaries for coming here, gracing the occasion and encouraging all the winners. I would request Kamal Narayan and Amit Shangdar to please present the Honorable Minister, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji, with a memento. Thank you all for your presence here. Congratulations to the winners. Please join us for dinner.